Good morning, Brawlhalla. Welcome to the Brawlhalla World Championship 2018 Finals Day.
Man, oh man, it has been a ride this weekend.
Yeah, wow. It's been just amazing. You couldn't ask for better. And we've got a really special reveal for you this morning that I think we're just going to get right into. It's the new weapon. Not only that, but the next character as well, the next legend.
Oh, yeah.
New weapon, new legend, and it's pretty far along, too. This is not Scythe in 2016. This is, well, let's find out.
Three, two, one, brawl!
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
We've finally done it.
That's right.
The orb is here. The next weapon is orb. The next legend is dusk. And it is so fun.
It's really just a ton of fun to play. Absolute blast. I mean, it was amazing to work on. Like, the whole team did an absolute knockout job, and I can't wait for people to get their hands on it.
Yeah, so speaking of people getting their hands on it, we've got right now queued up Boomy and Koslix that have never touched the weapon before and are about to right now for us on stream. So they are just about ready to go. It looks like Boomy is coming around and sitting down right now.
Oh, yep.
Looking for a thumbs up from Koslix here.
Now, this is going to be interesting because Koslix, we've been seeing him play all weekend. He is the Lance master. No one uses that weapon like he does. But in most of his matches, you see exclusively Lance. Addy Mystic was talking about not fighting his sword at all. So I'm curious to see what he's going to do with a new weapon in his hands.
Oh, interesting. I see. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Sure thing. All right. So that new weapon, it is the orb. And you'll see it's got a mixture of kind of all-around circular attacks. It's got those large swoops. Pretty crazy strings that I'm sure our pros will be quick to find. You see Boomy just laughing there with Koslix. Boomy, you know what? He usually shows up at least 2 hours before the competition because he wants to get that practice in. And, I mean, he's on winner's side for 1v1 that's going to be going on at noon. I know he's just raring to go, and this is going to be a real nice palate cleanser for him. So him and Koslix are going to be getting those 1v1s going. And you know what? I'm not entirely sure when the last time these two fought was, but it may not even matter because this is going to be Spear and Orb wielded by Dusk, the new legend. Oh, I see you zooming in on Koslix. That's right. Everybody's favorite pretty boy. He's got the fresh cut. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking good. He's looking good.
I feel like he's ready, you know?
Yeah. He looks pretty ready. He played a lot yesterday, you know.
But you know what? We got Boomy famously checking his tweets.
Yep. I'm surprised he hasn't tweeted something already. Looks like he might be
No,
right
it's
now.
right now. I see him just
It looks like
furiously mashing. There we go. About to dominate Koslix with this new weapon. Hashtag Brawlhalla.
Oh, hi, Crocky.
Is that a Lil Cat? Was that a picture of Lil Cat?
I think it was Crocky.
Crocky.
I saw the T2.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I don't know why we're looking at Crocky, but, you know, that's fine. He's a good dude, too.
Always look at Crocky. Could have been Doppy, you know? He's always got the fresh cuts on deck.
Yeah, okay. We're just fresh cuts all around.
Yeah. That's what it is.
I think we're going to have a fresh cut show match between Doppy and Koslix. I think that's what needs to happen.
You know what? I mean, I'm not going to say it's unwinnable, but it's definitely a 9-1 matchup in Doppy's favor.
Okay, I would give him that. I would give him that. If I was betting, it would be, historically, like, what was that tournament? Was it Combo Breaker? That Doppy came out. He had the heart clip where he came up to the stream.
I think you're talking about every tournament
Does he
since
do that?
the beginning of time.
You're right. I think I might be
That is
remembering
just
every single tournament all
the
at once.
suavemente, the smoothness of Doppy.
I
Yeah.
felt that. It's beautiful.
He makes the stream viewers feel it. You know, you get the little heart going up
Yeah,
on stream.
I mean, it makes me feel good.
He's definitely got the support, so really happy to see him here at this year's World Championship.
But do we want to talk any about Orb, about what you might be expecting here from these players? Because I don't think they've played it yet, right? This is going to be
No, this is their
fresh.
first time. This was the first time that we even unveiled the weapon.
Yeah.
So complete fresh eyes. There was a little bit of that teaser trailer showing
Mm-hmm.
you some of the possibilities, giving you a little taste of the moves.
Yeah, so who do you think is going to come out on top in the first few matches? And then as things go on, do you think it'll get more even or someone really come out? Or are you expecting just full even across the board, one for one for one for one?
Man, you know what? We mentioned before about Koslix being almost exclusively a Lance player.
Yeah.
Like even in his matches against Eddie Meston, didn't end up using the sword much because he's just that good at Lance.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure how he's going to do with another weapon in his hand, but everybody forgets this guy is just an amazing player.
Yeah.
I mean, he is making top 8s again and again.
That's right. And I mean, he did play a lot of Orion for a little bit. And so he does have that spear on deck. If you saw in the video, Dusk has the spear and the orb. So if anything, at least he has that one weapon to kind of maybe pull a stock back while he gets his bearings with the orb.
Oh, sure thing, sure thing. I do think that the first couple matches are going to be exploring that new weapon. Players have been speculating what it's going to be for a long time.
Yeah.
So I know they're just eager and excited to try something new.
You can see Koslix right now. I think we're getting it up on stage. Immediately grabbing the headphones, big smile, like, all right, let's go, let's go. I'm going to send it back over to Foda. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Shoutouts to Sloshula.
Thanks, Sashla. All right.
Ooh, deployed. Okay, they're showing off some of the
We're
skins
here. They're
already.
showing off the skins for us.
Oh my gosh.
How exciting.
Flipping through the colors for you. What is this,
Look at
Tuesday?
the orb. It's almost like the dev stream here. It's the pro stream.
Oh, yeah.
There's some of the best players in the game. Boomy, well known as one of the most innovative players in the game.
Absolutely.
It'll be really interesting to see him discovering moves on this new weapon. So it looks like they're going to lock in with in a mirror match, and that's pretty expected. They just want to get their hands on it. So they're going to spend some time here learning the moves, figuring out some strings, and then they'll get into some sparring. So let's see how it goes. Not sure who's who. They didn't put the names in for us, but Maybe we can figure that out.
All right, grabbing the new weapon, tossing away the spear,
Throw away
getting
the
a
spear.
sense for the moves. Which one is which? All right, so you see that long, low swoop? That's going to be your side light. So it's going to pop them up for that string starter.
And
Yeah.
that kick that looks like an uppercut, that's actually the down line.
Yep. Down light is that little hop, kick, swoop. So you'll see that typically being, oh, they found the neutral light. It is that little infinity swirl.
Ooh, that was a cool.
Just wrap it all around you. Oh, the ground pound
no
right over
way.
the edge.
The very first ground pound.
Of course they
seen
went to
on
Shipwreck
stream
Falls.
Now you saw with that ground pound, he nailed him despite not being fully over the edge there. There is a bit of an AoE effect on the orb when it lands doing that ground pound. So you can ground pound from a safe place. Well, relatively safe. You can definitely get grabbed by a lot of moves from that corner.
Oh, yep. You see them rocking that neutral signature, and there's the down.
That down signature is awesome. I absolutely adore that down signature on Dusk because it's a massive edge guarding tool.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's
From
the
the
down
corner.
air. That down air is that awesome bicycle kick, downward angle spike.
And you can see with the down air that it bounces. The orb actually bounces off the floor.
And the wall.
Yeah. So we'll see. Well, that's going to be pretty hard for them to use well on Shipwreck, but these are the best players. They'll find a way.
Oh, they just found side light, down light is one of the main string routes that you're going to go for launching your opponent into the air.
There are plenty of options out of that as well.
And that's
nice read.
So that side air, it's that swoop in front of you, and then on hit, you just kind of key blast it away.
And interesting note about the side air is that it hits directly forward. A lot of the side airs, like Axe, will hit side and down at an angle slightly.
Yep.
And other moves like Katar and Bow hit diagonally down, straight up. And but the orb side air is very much horizontal, probably the most horizontal line, the horizontal send of any weapon.
So if you want to shove them off stage, that's the way to do it.
It's great for Kung Foot.
Of course, Yuo is looking for what's the next Kung Foot strat. What's going to be top tier there?
And I'm sure it won't be long before these pros show us something we didn't realize, we didn't think about. Well, maybe
for sure.
you did.
There's that side signature. You actually launch it forward with a punch, and then you can hold it and charge it before doing that follow-up explosion on the second punch.
I'm sure it's going to be hard for them to resist using that spear.
Oh yeah.
Because they're both very familiar with the spear, very good with it. And there are some amazing signatures to use on it. So when it comes time to mirror match and they're both trying to win.
Yep. You see that twirl around you, that's the recovery. It's going to go up at an angle, but it is slightly steerable.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even know that. I didn't know the recovery was steerable.
So you can pull back to kind of make that fade a little bit towards the rear, or you can just hold forward and really get some horizontal distance out of it.
All right, so they've learned the moves now. I think now they're going to fight, and this is going to be a lot of fun. They gave us their names, too, so we know who's who.
Ooh, okay. They're like, no names for the exploratory period. We need to keep that hit.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, here we go. Boomy versus Koslix on the new weapon. The first actual match with the new weapons and the new legend played on stream here at the World Championship.
So now that they're on Mammoth Fortress, they've got a little bit more of that wall space to work with. So you'll see that down air sometimes used for an edge guard. Okay, recovery, bouncing them off. All right, Koslix going for that side light into down light, popping Boomy up into the air. Ooh, down signature,
get this edge
just
guard.
denying area.
Oh, Koslix lost his orb. He doesn't stand a chance now.
Uh-oh. I mean, he can just uppercut his way back to stage, right?
Oh, nice
boom.
pivot neutral sig. That's
Just dash right through. Cut him up.
it's so exciting that these are all like the first time that players have ever done anything with this weapon. I just love seeing it. Oh,
Ooh,
was
that's
that
right.
side light into neutral signature?
Yeah, that is a very tight string. You can definitely use that as a dodge punish.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
that was
Hold
cool.
on. Everyone calm down.
Everyone calm down. So you're seeing that neutral air used a lot. It's that quick little swipe upward. There was 2 of them in a row just now from Boomy. It has a very weak hit. It's not a kill move. I don't think you're ever going to kill with that.
No, it's
with that
just for
neutral
that
air.
juggle into
juggling.
whatever you want to do afterwards. Side air is an incredibly popular option. Recovery is also good.
And recovery has a very upward send. Is that right? At least.
Yeah, it's gonna knock him at like that 45, slightly more vertical. Ooh, Koselik's going for the big hits with the signature. Oh, Boomy denying the bicycle kick.
Oh man, the orb skin on Boomy's skin right now that's my favorite right there.
Oh yeah.
The potion, the flask. There's going to be a lot of really cool options for the artist to make skins.
Oh my
on
gosh.
these.
Boomy with just the perfect detachment from the wall. Sending that potion downwards. That ground pound, I mean, it hits pretty hard. And, you know, it's got a lot
and
of
it's
priority.
very disjointed. So
Yeah. But pretty thin projectile, like straight downwards. If you do land it on stage, you get a little stage explosion at the bottom. So a little extra width there.
I'm definitely waiting for one of these pros to get a gimp using the wall bounce on the down air.
Oh my gosh. Boomy really looking to close this one out. Recovery almost
That
enough
recovery.
to do it.
So the down sig has got to be ooh, that was a good move by Boomy. That down sig has got to be one of the greatest corner guard tools out there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
akin to Ragnar's guitar down sig, but even better. I mean, it doesn't shoot as far down. but
Right.
You can stand further back, and it really hits hard too. So
Yep.
at least that's what I was doing in testing the most.
Oh, Boomy with the
Ooh.
side signature, closing it out. It's that swipe in front and to just spin the spear around.
So we're continuing on with some friendlies here. Boomy now trying out the dexterity stance,
The
and
quick bands.
Koselik's using the defense stance. So I can see why Boomy, he 8 dexterity. Maybe
wants
it
to see what
unlocks some
opens up.
new combos. Who knows? Who knows what this is going to open up? Boomy's about to find out for us.
Koselik's first one to arm up with the orb.
It's a race to get orb. They appear to have a gentleman's agreement to throw the spears away, or
Oh, yeah.
at least
For the first
neither of
stock
them.
or two,
Yeah,
Just play with the orb, get a sense for it. Now that thing, you see them hunting a lot with the side light. It does have a lot of range. It swoops up at the end, but until it does, it hits very low to the ground. So if you
Boomy
see-
priming up another orb, throwing away that
Oh,
spear.
yep.
Smart plays from Boomy here. Koselik's also throwing away that spear. Get rid of that thing. We got the new weapon. So side light, down light. They're getting a lot off of side light, down light. Nice signature from Koselik's. Here comes an edge guard. Let's see what he can do. Ooh, goes for a slide charge neutral sig.
Oh my gosh. Boomy with that weapon throw, reading the dodge through. Whoa, okay, so Boomy is just in Koselik's head right now. Just everywhere he dodges. But you know what? You don't need to dodge all the time. You can just hit the recovery button, knock Boomy out.
Nice read. Ooh, Boomy. Well, he's a Hattori main. Well, he's a main of a lot of things. But he's great with the spear. We all know that.
Perfect dodge by Koselik, getting right through that ground pound.
Oh, nice.
A little bit of the extra range on that bounce there.
That just looked cool.
Because what you give up in that height, because the floor is there, you gain in horizontal range.
Oh, Boomy going for a wall bounce. I respect it. Nice down there again.
Recovery sending him off the top. Nice.
Yeah, he
Weapon
caught
denying
him high with that
and-
recovery, and that's, you know, basically any recovery. That's basically
yeah.
what you're aiming to do. Or no different. That was cool.
Yeah, using the down air, getting that ground bounce. It's all right. Boomy's got another orb primed. He did that when he was weapon starving.
Smart plays from Boomy. That was a cool streak. Ooh, he almost landed that down.
Okay.
That would have been so sick.
Oh, Kostelich with the dash jump ground pound, just threatening over that corner.
Down to the final stocks. Now these are friendly matches, but you know when they're on stream, you know these guys are trying to win.
There's always some pride on the line, for sure.
Boomy now using the spear here. He's obviously going to want to make use of some of those signatures because he's in for the new stuff. And that neutral signature there where the spear just launched out of the ground, that's,
Oh, that is the down signature.
That's the down signature.
Yeah.
Oh, you know
The neutral
what?
is the one where he stabs straight up
Yeah,
overhead.
yeah. It was the neutral signature for some small
Oh, during
amount of time in
development? Yeah, when we were trying out a ton of different moves. And they were like, you know what, that one, it just really seems
Oh man,
reminiscent
Kostelich
of...
just picked
Ooh.
one of the greatest skin and color combinations.
Oh my gosh.
That looks so cool. Oh my goodness. Kostelich. That's my favorite. That's my favorite launch skin for Dust
It's
by far.
pretty great. I know everyone in the office kind of has their own favorite, which was really nice to hear.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, well, I like this
We
one.
have a
I'm
nice
going to use
spread.
that one. Game Fiend's going to use this one.
That was cool. Neutral light into jump down air. That was a stationary jump as well. You can see the meta developing between these two as it goes on. Nice. Oh, Boomy's starting to figure out some really cool streaks here. Leave it to Boomy to innovate.
Oh, of course. Kostelik's keeping him off the ground, though. Ooh, hunting for the signatures. Both so damaged now. Oh, side air just going to be enough. Miami Dome, a pretty small stage.
Yeah.
I mean, he was already pretty deep in the red, so.
Well, Kostelik's pretty red himself. Let's see how Boomy returns. And the down
Oh.
signature. He's got him. That nice. Ooh, uh-oh.
I respect it. Oh my gosh, went for the falling and the recovery, protecting from the ground pound because it goes on that diagonal. He cut just inside. Neutral light sending him off. Oh, the
What?
neutral signature. Yes, the detonation
He
at
caught
the
him
top.
with the detonation. That was important that we show that they just showcased that for us.
Yeah,
It's not
that
just
swipe
the
up
send up.
into the
It
detonate.
blows up, and he caught him with the explosion of it. And it even has a wider hitbox at the end of it.
I know our animators were having a blast doing that one.
Yeah, you know
'Cause
it.
he punches up with the 1-2 for the detonation at the end. And there again, detonation as he expands at the orb with that like 1-inch rush punch.
I wish you guys could see the motions that TWK is making here on
Yeah.
the caster desk. He's showing
All right,
me. It's
listen.
like, he's right. It did exactly the motion that he did.
He's got a lot of like a martial arts feel in his movements and everything. He's an aggressive character. I can't wait for everybody to read his lore.
Ooh. What do we got coming up in the lore here? Do we get a little bit of practice in of his ledge cancel dashes? You know, World Championship 1v1 is coming up.
Side air into that side signature. Just knocking Boomy off the edge, looking for the edge guard. Man, Kostelik's really running away with this one.
Well, it's still close. You can't count Boomy out.
Oh, absolutely never.
And here we go, off stage now. Boomy, will he get the edge guard? Kostelich returns with a ground pound. Oh, it was a really awesome interaction. immediately locking back in. Oh no, got to change it up. Yeah, show the people what they want to see.
What are the skins? What are the colors? You got to find your favorite. It's a race to claim it,
going
you know?
with defense stance, and Koslik switching now to strength stance and using the default colors on that new skin.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
All right, Twilight Grove, we've got that island for some extra wall interactions.
Oh, we have an overlay now. We're keeping count of the set here. the infinitely long set.
Oh, that
nice
neutral
grab.
signature coverage right overhead into a horizontal whip.
Had he been facing the other way, it would have been a pretty brutal spike.
And I'm sure a lot of folks at home have already noticed whenever he does a number of his, well, pretty much any of his spear signatures, he actually breaks it off into a sectional staff. So that way it can rotate and whip and extend.
That's right. Oh man, when you frame by frame it looks so cool. We're gonna like slow-mo all the highlights.
Oh man, Boomy going for these wall plays.
You know
of
Boomy's
course.
gonna wall combo on Twilight Grove. He's finding out what he can get away with this orb and that wall.
That's what he's all about.
Going for some hard reads here. But,
Oh, okay. Doesn't matter where he is on stage.
Yeah.
He's going for the wall combos. He'll find his way.
He's starting to get the muscle memory down. It won't be long before he's showing us some new stuff with that wall. Booby takes the first stock.
Primes another orb.
And now we're keeping score here, so now it's more serious than ever.
Koslik's armed up with an orb, keeping Boomy off the weapon. Oh
Nice.
my gosh.
Great strings here. That's cool. They're already looking better than all of us in the office with this weapon.
Into the wall play. Oh my
I want
gosh.
it so badly.
I think Boomy just fast fell right below it. Oh, going for the wall bounce play.
That was an interesting choice. Got him with the detonation there again. Here comes Boomy with the spear.
There we go. What's the edge guard? Oh, goes for the gravity cancel, of course.
He's got to finish it with a signature, right? It's like those light attacks aren't new.
Ooh, just recoveries a gumbo, rotating around each other.
All right, Koslik's ahead by just a little bit here. And Boomy
Never mind. Erased.
Completely equalizes in one move and looking very cool while he does it. Primed up another orb. Boomy's ready to go. Koslik's nice. Picked up the weapon. He knew he was going to get an orb, and he had the right option right out of the pickup.
I like that. Koslik's using that downlight. It's got that little bit of a hop, knowing that Boomy was going for the side light. Because you hop
It
over
hops
and
right
punish.
over it.
Yeah.
Almost like it was designed that way.
All right, listen.
Well, hey, you
Koslik's
are the
going for some
combat
wall
director,
runs.
right?
You know, these are the things that we
you know
do.
what's happening
Sure.
here.
Ooh, Koslik's really going for that recovery.
Yeah, they found.
Oh, the wall combo. Absolutely beautiful.
And Boomy nearly gets the KO. Who's going to win this first game where we started keeping score? Koslik with a spear recovery.
All right, so now that they're all kind of there. Oh, okay. So Boomy's saying, how does it fare against my main?
Yeah, this is great. I asked them to do this. I'm glad they did.
Yeah, you've always got to see, all right, how does the new weapon feel? What's the new character like? And how does he fit into the current game?
Yeah. You know what? It looks like we're not keeping score, and I'm glad we're not. These are friendly matches. They're showcasing the weapon for us.
Yeah.
You know, they'll bring out the best gameplay because there is a sense of pride on the line. Of course, they got to win, but
I mean, they also want to, entertain the
they're
audience.
showing
Who
us,
wants
yeah.
that early recognition as the best orb player before its release? Oh my gosh, Koslik's just going to town. But Boomy almost stealing that stock.
wow, Boomy really went for that.
Ooh.
Holy cow. Well, you know, he's got a little bit of World Championship practice in. There's the World Champion, the 1v1 World Championship is starting very soon here, in about an hour and 30 minutes. So I seen him playing a lot of Diana over the weekend.
Oh, yep.
Especially in friendlies.
Oh, just whip, throw him down, tying up the stocks.
Perfect down signature placement. Boomy now with some blasters here. Koslik's looking for an orb. He's got it.
And there it is, getting right over that side light. It is that low swoop to start. Oh my gosh, catching the dodge down into perfect punish, maximum damage.
You can really see the difference in expertise from Boomy. It's like once he's got some blasters now, he's like a million times better than.
You know, I saw Addy Mestic tweeting that against Boomy and LDZ, blasters feel so oppressive, like hopeless. You don't know what to do.
I understand the feeling.
Oh, Boomy going for wall combos.
Amazing. That was crazy. Koslik's nice recovery, catching him off the top there. Priming up another orb. Good plays from Koslik. Got to get as many orbs as possible.
Absolutely.
Boomy with the bow, looking for a quick equalizer here. Nearly gets it with that down air, and here it comes.
Yep, recovery off the top. Dead even.
He's got an orb primed up. He's just waiting for a weapon drop. Boomy not about to let him have it easily.
No, definitely not.
Oh, he's still keeping
every
him away.
time.
No orb for Koslik's here.
Man, and Boomy just tearing him up with this bow. Great going wide against that ground pound. Bow ground pound is so hard. It hits with incredible force.
Whoa!
And Diana's signature is no different. Right off the side.
He caught him off the side there. And he dashed off the side. So, yeah. I mean, that killed and then some. Despite being at low damage, he caught him so far off the side. It's like, of course it's going to KO. He was so close to the kill line at that point.
I see Boomy going for that extra speed on Diana. I agree with that. You know, using the range of the blasters, that extra speed stance, just that way he can outrange, particularly maybe the orb side light and the side air. All right, now there are a ton of soft platforms here.
Oh, whoa, this could be it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, oh, wow, Boomy with a flawless KO on Koslik's orb.
And look at Boomy's dash movement. It's always so crazy on these soft platforms.
Yeah, and that is really, like, what he's doing is so hard. That is, like, such a small window to land that perfectly. He's so consistent with it. It's amazing.
Oh man, Boomy really finding his footing here. I mean, this will be interesting to see because there's a ton of different soft platforms, and similar to the bow down air, you get to choose which of the enders you want, whether you want that down air from the orb to bounce or to spike straight through, whether you're just holding down when you do the attack.
So Boomy now learning how to fight the orb quite well with a very significant lead here. Koslik's determined to use that orb. He knows that he could grab the spear and perhaps do better than...
But Boomy just won't let him get a weapon. The denial is incredible.
Wow, what a corner grab. This could be a 3-stock. That clash saving Koslik's life.
Oh no,
Another
perfect gravity cancel.
Now without a dodge, Boomy knows it, gets a side light off. Going unarmed here.
Ooh, Koslik's catching the dodge.
That was a great dodge read.
Oh, that down signature, the up, down, but Boomy denying the second.
Boomy really wants this 3-stock. Oh, he gets it. All right, I wonder if we're gonna see Koslik's main now.
Okay.
Yes, It looks like yes. We're gonna see Boomy's orb versus Koslik's main. Of course, everybody knows Koslik's the best Roland in NA.
The best
He's proved it
in
time
the world.
and time again. But not the best Orion.
All right, so Twilight Grove, definitely a Boomy pick here. He wants those wall combos.
I mean, it's for the people.
He is the champion of the people.
So this is going to be interesting. Kozlik's Lance, so oppressive. He's seriously just the most amazing Lance player I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
it really
it's got-
shows. His mix-ups with the weapon are absolutely crazy. Top innovator. Nobody else plays the Lance like he does.
Whoa, really
Wow.
going for it there.
but
Boomy!
The turnaround bicycle kick.
That was awesome. I really love how the down air works on Orb. That bicycle kick. See him flipping and kicking the weapon down, and it bounces off the floor and bounces off the walls, and
It's got a special place in my heart.
there's gonna be so much cool stuff happening off of that move as these players get better and better with this weapon. You got to consider they literally only have 30 minutes of experience with this weapon.
Oh, okay.
they're
Boomy juggling off the
figuring
wedge.
some stuff out here.
Ooh, Kozlik's great dodge read, but Boomy there going into edge guard.
Oh, almost again,
Oh
Boomy.
no!
What a
Did he get
slick
hit out of
move,
his
but
recovery?
Kozlik's-
He did. That's
He's
it.
got nothing. That was incredible. Boomy playing so smart with these options that he was only introduced with so recently.
Ooh, starting to go for some weapon throw openings. Oh, baseball
Wow.
bat swing.
Sword ground pound to finish it off. Down to the last stock here in this friendly match. Kozlik's with his signature lance.
Uh-oh, Boomy with the
Boomy.
spear combo.
He's still a spear master, new character or not. Oh my
Oh.
goodness, the lance strings from Kozlik's, the lance
Massive
master.
damage.
Holy cow.
Denying the weapon. But Boomy just happy to fight unarmed.
He wants to get an orb, he just,
Yep.
Kozlik's knew it, and that was
Oh.
a problem.
Ground pound closing it out from Kozlik.
Close game, but Kozlik's got the better of him there.
I just love how fast Boomy can ban maps. Like, I think he practices certain configurations, and he's just like, ta-da, pre-type it in.
2, 1, brawl.
Yeah, he speed runs the menus for sure.
That's all right. That means more time spent practicing.
Exactly. More time spent demoing this weapon for the community.
Oh, went for that bicycle kick down air into the ground pound. Yes, the extra range and priority on that ground pound, able to beat out Lance recovery.
Yeah, Boomy definitely does not have to fear that lance recovery using this weapon with the huge disjoint that it has. But he has to be so precise with it because it is a very thin hitbox.
Oh,
Wow! What a
Kozlik's
slide charge from
holding it
Kozlik.
through the spot dodge.
That was smart.
That's the really nice thing, you know, gravity cancels, they afford you a small window of extra charge, but slide charges, you can charge it all the way.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh.
Boomy with the reads. Oh my goodness.
The space denial. Absolutely crazy. The explosion off of the neutral signature.
That detonation is still something that the players got to get used to, man. It's
Yep, once the orb goes up, you got to make sure just get underneath it or off to the side.
both players about even in damage and stocks here. This is so cool. I'm so glad we were able to do this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Kozlik and Boomy were all too happy to be like, oh, we get our hands on it first?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me.
These are the first players to get their hands on this weapon. Now we have installed the build out there on some of the PCs, so a lot of the attendees here at BCX are getting their hands on it right now. And they'll continue to be able to do that for the next hour or so until the 1v1 World Championship Finals begins
Oh, yeah.
at noon.
So stock's even, but Kostelik's a little bit behind on damage. He is rolling, so he's got that extra defense, but it might not even matter if Boomy keeps
Oh my
hammering him
goodness!
away.
I didn't know this. Are you seeing this? Boomy consistently is out prioritizing Lance side air, a previously unbeatable move. You just can't clash with that move, right? He keeps beating it with the orb side air.
The side air, the side signature in a lot of cases.
I
Ooh.
never considered this. I mean, Lance side air is just such a powerful move. I mean, it just pushes through everything.
Yeah.
And but it does not push through the orb cider. The orb cider actually getting the better of that when it faces off head to head. Boomy looking to finish this off. Kostelik's.
But Kostelik has brought the damage back. Boomy is definitely ready to get knocked out here.
It's anyone's game here. The next big hit's gonna do it. Boomy's looking for a cool signature to finish it off.
Kostelik is just looking for recoveries, but no, haymaker.
You didn't expect that. Kostelik's thought, oh, he's got to use one of the cool new moves, right? But Boomy just went for the weapon throw on arm cider.
Classic.
You got to be ready for anything out here. All right, let's see what they pick now. We're going with another mirror match.
I think so. They both just want to get their hands on the orb.
We just want them to have some fun with it, whatever they want to do.
Kostelik
Looks like
sitting
they're.
on the.
Yeah, it looks like they.
Yeah. Oh.
So it looks-
is that true?
Yeah, it
We're
looks
just
like.
getting word.
Yeah, it looks like we got some other players on deck here, and we might be getting into some doubles now.
Oh.
Yeah, let's get some 2v2 going. They're calling out for their buddies in the front row, like, "Hey guys, get up here and play this new weapon with us."
That is going to be a blast.
We can do one more 1v1 while they get up. I'm sure our staff will go grab them. Kostelik's is like, "Get over here, guys."
He wants first pick. This is schoolyard team captains. Who are you picking on your team? Just like, yo, LDZ, get up.
Get the 2-time. I wouldn't be surprised if LDZ is so disciplined that he's not even touching the new weapon in order to reserve his muscle memory for the World Championship coming up.
Oh,
But how
Boomy
could you
with
resist? How could you resist the orb?
I mean,
Hard to
Boomy
say.
definitely can. He is having a blast right now. I mean, it shows. He's going for all the special kind of plays, dodge throughs with that bicycle kick. Ooh, answering side sig with side sig.
Boomy with a pretty significant lead here.
Just love how those vines and thorns just wrap around the orb before you just explode them away with the rush punch. Kostelik's using the extra range on that down signature. Whoa, okay, going for the slide charge, aggressive play.
They got to learn what they can get away with on this new weapon.
Kostelik's really just looking for this KO. He wants those strong hits, but
Yeah.
Boomy dodging perfectly every time.
Oh, brutal. That is
All
the
right.
best. That has got to be one of the top tier slide charge moves in the game once this releases.
And you know what? It only seems fitting that it was Kostelik's doing the slide charge down signature.
You're
That's
so
what he
right.
does with the Roland Lance for so many KOs.
Yeah, constantly. We saw at DreamHack Austin, Kostelik's get so many KOs in top 3 using that slide charge down. So he's just pushing Lance buttons. Sometimes it works out. No. He's
It's
he's
proven
an
to be
amazing
just
player. You
good
can see him learning.
fundamentals.
It's fun seeing them learn as they go along. This is so unique. I mean, when has this ever happened? Whoa, nice.
Perfect punish on the dodge. Boomy racing over, looking for the orb. He's like, there's got to be a weapon drop coming soon. Oh, Kostelik just right overhead gets through that neutral air. The neutral air doesn't cover exactly overhead. It kind of swoops out front first. Oh my gosh,
Again,
just whip him across the
That's the second
screen.
time Boomy did that exact same setup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're getting into 2v2 right now.
Oh, yeah.
Boomy and Koslik's already on the stage, and we've got Dobrian and Stevenator coming up to show us how
man.
it's done. They've potentially gotten their hands on it just a little bit. You can see a few people in the back. Nobody in the stands because everybody's playing the orb on the off camera here.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I'm not
when
sure
you
how
say the
much
new
orb
weapon's gonna
experience
be
they have
playable.
on this. Yes,
Of course everyone's gonna
of
rush.
course. Come to the World Championship. Get your hands on all the special stuff out here. So, not sure what their teams are going to be. Oh, I guess we're about to find out here. Is it going to be Boomy and Koslik, who've been playing against each other this whole time, versus Stevenator and Dobrian? Are they going to mix it up? Based on how they're seating, I would believe that's it. Yeah, so there it is.
So the newcomers are hopping in, Boomy and
Oh.
Koslik, in solidarity of being the first ones on stage with the orb. Like, all right, we're orb brothers now.
Everybody's got a different skin on, too. This is cool.
Oh man, which
Our
one's
first
rocking your
orb
favorite?
doubles match ever.
Dobrian with the orb. Oh, going to give the coverage to Stevenator, letting him recover back.
This is so cool. New orb and new weapon, new legend, but also new teams. I'm not sure I've ever seen Boomy and Koslik on the same team.
Oh.
This is like such an interesting powerhouse combination.
But
I didn't
Boomy-
think was possible.
You know what? They seem to be working pretty well together.
Yeah.
Boomy firing off all these signatures, Koslik's movement just commanding so much of the map.
Stevenator and Dobrian may not have had that much time on the orb. Not as much as Koslik and Boomy, that's for sure.
Oh, but
They definitely were
Dobrian
the
using
first.
that down air,
Oh, look
sniping
at him.
again
They're
and
double
again.
ranging him out with the orb down airs.
He's playing a football
Smart
match
play.
here.
These guys are innovating out here.
Bicycle kick in the goal.
It is a pretty long range attack. I mean, shoot those projectiles, sort of. Of course, Stevenator and Dobrian would figure that out. Nice detonation over from Stevenator, getting the KO on the
Oh my
Koslik.
gosh.
Again.
It was just pincer attack on Boomy. There was no escape.
Stevenator is finding some reliability in the KO potential of Orb Neutral Sig. He just landed 2 huge KOs with it, one after the other. Koslik slide
Oh
charging.
my gosh.
The slide charge master over here. Boomy and Dobrian fighting their own orb battle on the right side of the screen. Boomy
you know
looking
what?
for an edge guard, and he gets it with the
Oh.
ground pound.
And another
But
ground
Boomy-
pound
oh my
on stage,
goodness.
getting that extra explosion.
2 stocks ahead now. Boomy and Koslik are taking this first match away.
You know, I wasn't really surprised to see Boomy and Dobrian fighting over by the island because they both love wall combos.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
Boomy
were
with the
both just
blasters,
trying to set
Dobrian
that
with
up.
the scythe.
You're absolutely right. They're like the 2 players most famous for doing those wall combos, and they're just over there fighting next to it, trying to make something happen for the viewers at home. Oh, nice
Ooh.
ground pound from Dobrian. I think that's no. Oh, well, he caught him. Oh no, Dobrian. Nah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He knows what he's doing. He's just got to build the drama. Ooh, Boomy really dictating space with that down signature, extending the spear through the ground.
Stevenator just showed. Stevenator's innovating over there. He just went for a string. It didn't land.
Oh my
but
gosh.
He's doing things we have not seen yet in all this time.
Yeah, it's showing some interesting options off of that gravity cancel side light.
This is so cool, man.
Uh-oh.
What a time.
Stevenator alone against Boomy and Koslik. Neutral signature almost enough, but the
Oh,
recovery
he's still alive.
not gone.
Now without an orb, how is he going to manage to pull this off? Oh, now with the spear.
With the spear, that's how.
Yeah, no, he's trying to get rid of the spear there.
Oh my gosh,
The
how do you
pressure.
find your way back?
The orb pressure.
Oh, Boomy juggling into the recovery.
I love to see that neutral air juggle
Yeah.
work out successfully. Oh, we may have had a controller misconfiguration here.
Ooh.
Oh, he had jump and aim up on W there.
Yep. Everybody's got to have, their own special configuration. I know anytime Game Fiend comes over to my setup, my computer, I've always got to change it back because he's got some weird stuff going on.
Everyone's got a unique keyboard configuration, but I do appreciate as a tournament organizer at local events, I do appreciate keyboard players that use the default setup.
Oh yeah, somebody told me yesterday that LDZ puts light attack on spacebar.
What in the world?
Right?
Well, he's world champion two times in a row. There must be something to it. That is nuts. That's just crazy.
Coslix and Stevenator duking it out with the spears. Dobrain the only one with an orb.
I'm glad we're on Miami Dome here. This is going to be interesting. Oh, Stevenator going for a gravity cancel finish on Coslix. Coslix makes his way around it. Such a small stage. Oh my, that was poetry in motion from the blue team. Boomy and Coslix just putting on a show out here.
Dobrain getting knocked around. Coslix sending him over to Boomy. Boomy sending him up into the sky. Just looking for all these power hits. Stevenator claiming another victim. Ooh, perfect dodge against the explosion at the end.
I know I keep saying it, but this is so cool. This is so cool.
I know, I am thrilled that we get the chance to get these top players to try out the new character, the new weapon, and just show us kind of how they explore, how they learn.
A very unique opportunity we're getting here. Boomy, you saw Boomy going huge for that ground pound, but mistimed it a little bit because the timing is very different. The release is, ooh, Boomy. Oh my, what?
Just everyone, clear the field. The Coslix stands alone.
You gotta, as like I was saying before, you gotta release that orb ground pound a lot earlier than you would on most other weapons. It's similar to blasters and how the release it does the actual explosion, but much
you can
earlier
hold it,
timing.
fall down. You can actually land on somebody with it and it'll auto-activate, like most other ground pounds. But, you really want to use that extra range.
Yeah, get the range going.
Man, Dobrain making such great use out of this down air.
Whoa, Boomy going for a huge slide charge on Dobrain. Nice side signature to finish off Stevenator from Boomy, but Coslix goes down just as fast from Dobrain.
Oh man.
Stevenator once again stands alone.
Trying to find his way through, but Boomy and Coslix,
what kind of team combos exist with the orb? We're about to find out.
No, not if Stevenator has anything to say about it.
All right, Stevenator trying to get the first orb 2v1.
Oh, dodging right through Coslix for the punish.
Like he's
Absolutely
going to.
amazing.
Oh, Stevenator's so good with this orb.
Jockeying for position. Getting the bounce off of the down air.
Bounce hits. Now, does it, TWK, does it have any less force after it bounces, or is it still at full power?
It's still really strong. It just sends now in that different bounced angle rather than down off the stage.
So it's really just the send, just the trajectory that changes.
Right.
Still the same exact force.
Yeah, you get the same force, same damage, all going.
Yeah, I love it. That's Dobrain over there on the left, Stevenator on the right. Some of the greatest players in the world up on stage here, putting on a show for the community at home. Shout outs to all of our early morning viewers.
Yep. Can only get this kind of action at the World Championship. Stevenator and Dobrain rocking the orbs. Kozlik's finding one of his own. Oh, Boomy, perfect denial, sniping out Dobrain. That down signature really showing work.
Ooh, Stevenator so close to landing that gravity cancel side sig off of a very impressive string.
Ooh, Dobrain dodging through
Whoa.
Boomy's signature, but Kozlik's there to answer.
Stevenator with the first KO of the game onto Boomy, and Dobrian clears it out too. Dobrian went down to help Stevenator there, but he didn't need it. These players are, still getting used to the new angles from this. That down air, there's nothing like that down air in the game right now. It's like a projectile dive kick at a slightly different angle. What a cool move. Good job, BMG.
Kozlik's moving over, getting some strings started. He's had plenty of time with the orb. He loves that side light into down light.
Oh,
the team combo! Dobrain waving him away, but he's not gone yet.
How exciting to see orb team combos here. Stevenator going for a finisher. That was so close.
Ooh, Boomy answering with some down signatures of his own. Just burrowing right through the ground, right through the air, through space and time.
Oh. Now you, again.
Yeah, that's right. Boomy really just exploring, wanting to internalize what that range is so he can best place those signatures.
Yeah. And that's an important factor here because, with all the rest of the weapons in the game, all these players are so familiar with the trajectories, the damage, the knockback. Man.
Now we've got Kozlik's alone against Dobrain and Stevenator. We already saw a team combo come out from them. You know they're going to be trying for something
I'm
here.
so excited. Let's see if they can make something happen. Kozlik's in red now.
Oh, getting knocked off the
Stevenator
side.
looking
Stevenator
for
going for
orb
the edge
finisher.
guard.
Oh.
Gets the recovery hit. That's a bunch of extra damage.
Damage is important. Kozlik's looking to get in right in between them. No fear from Kozlik's here. And Dobrian nearly finishes off his teammate with that side sig. Doesn't matter. Oh, you can see the
breaking
we
it into
ended
the
on
sectional
we
staff.
ended on a freeze frame there. Like you were saying before, a lot of the signatures actually the spear actually disconnects and sections off into 3 different sections, and we saw just the very beginning of one of the frames where he breaks that off in that final freeze frame there.
Gives you that extra whip range and motion. So Boomy rotating over to Hattori, his typical
Cool.
2v2 pick.
Cool. I'm glad to see this. We want to see how how it stacks up against what they already know.
Yeah. Boomy already getting some damage onto Dobrain, pushing him off the side here. Rotating over to Stevenator, trying to pogo.
Whoa, oh, but Kozlik's turns it around, gets back up onto the stage. Stevenator looking for a ground pound finisher. Dobrian, first one off the stage. Wow, Boomy. That was great awareness there. Just slightly mistimed, but come on, that would have been so cool. Boomy, is he in trouble? Oh no. All right, well, the game's tied up now.
Yep, Kozlik's and Stevenator still on their first stocks, but incredibly damaged.
Stevenator coming back to the stage, very damaged. Boomy looking for a finisher on him. Kozlik's maybe going to get it instead.
Oh,
Dobrian.
Stevenator,
And
are you
Boomy
kidding
on
me?
the other side.
All right, so Stevenator got knocked out there. Great move by Boomy, but I want to talk for just a brief moment about how he hit side air into gravity cancel neutral light off stage into another follow-up.
Whoa. I didn't even notice. I missed it.
Yeah, Stevenator just
incredible.
Such an innovator.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing it live. And it's no surprise when Gauntlets first came out, Stevenator was showing everybody the possibilities He was one of the main innovators of gauntlets as it was new.
Man, Boomy was really trying to hunt Stevenator, but Dobrain just interrupting that motion. More of the bicycle kick, sniping him out.
Love to see that down air bicycle kick, getting the KO off stage. That's what it's all about.
You can tell Dobrain having a lot of fun with it.
Almost. He's getting a great feel for that down air now.
Ooh, getting that little bit of the extra burst when you do the ground pound over the stage. Just bouncing with the down air. Get that extra range, but Koslyk's finding his way inside.
So red team's got a bit of a lead here, but Stevenator's so damaged in his final stock, despite Dobrain being a stock ahead. Never mind.
Now they've got the power play, though.
Uh-oh.
Koslyks is gone, Boomy's alone, but Stevenator incredibly damaged. He could turn this into a 1v1 against
Nice
Dobrain.
team combo. Oh my goodness. These guys innovating over here. Oh no, Stevenator. You know what? I respect what he was going for. That would have been the coolest thing ever if it worked out.
Yeah, if Stevenator survived, they get kind of that fastball special. Throw me at them, and I'll just finish the combo.
You know, I thought my voice was going to be good for finals day for the first time at BCX.
But you're feeling it start to
I'm
fade.
realizing now it's, you know what, it wouldn't be a world championship without it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the action was way too crazy through all these pool stages.
How could you, yeah, how?
I think everybody's voice is destroyed. So much cheering.
All right, Boomy versus Dobrain. Boomy on one of his most familiar characters here against Dobrain's orb. Let's see how this works out. It's anybody's game. Fully charging.
Oh my gosh, perfect dodge, gravity cancel. It was a bait all along.
Oh my goodness, that was crazy.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we got somebody dropping out. I think they might be, what's going on?
Boomy's just thinking about it.
Just thinking.
Talking to Dobrain, being like, "What do
They're
you want?
talking.
Do you guys
maybe
want
they
some
maybe they want to
extra
swap
matches?"
teams. Maybe they're saying it's time to get down there and start training for the world championship.
I mean, Boomy is in top 8 for 1v1s. He's got one of the first matches up against LDZ. So you know he wants to be prepared for that.
Yeah, of course, and we could not ask them to sacrifice training time for this. They've already given us so much of their time.
Oh yeah.
Of course, we appreciate it. But
So thank you for giving us that
How exciting
treat.
that was. That was so cool.
Man, oh man.
What a treat, what a treat.
Got to unveil. So Orb is the new weapon wielded by Dusk, the new legend, who also has the spear. And they will both be coming soon to Brawlhalla.
I can't wait.
I know.
Well, thank you to our players out there, and thank you all for watching. We'll be back in about 45 minutes or so, starting off with the World Championship 2018 Singles Tournament, Top 8. It's going to be very, very exciting, so stick with us. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you in a bit.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's not because Thanksgiving is around the corner. It's not because Christmas is next month. It's not because Lil Pump promised Harvard dropout at the end of November. It's because it's the Brawlhalla World Championship here at the Brawlhalla Championship Expo at DreamHack Atlanta. And it's top 8, 1v1, and everybody is nuts. Literally every single person is nuts at this game.
Insane what's been going on. There's been some crazy sets across the weekend. Upsets abound. Matches that, honestly, I want to go back and rewatch like 5, 10, 20 times just because they were so incredible to watch.
Yeah, if y'all get bored over the next 2 weeks before DreamHack Winter happens, there is plenty of footage to look through. My name's Sparky878. Sitting next to me is my very, very good friend.
I'm Duke.
and we're bringing you top 8, 1v1. All of it, of course, is best of 5 as a continuation from yesterday. After top 32 was all a best of 5, which had to have just been a grueling marathon for these players.
It was a tough
You're seeing
run.
the bracket right in front of you. On the winner's side, we have Boomy and LDZ, Isidru versus Sandstorm, Wrenched versus Kosalix, Noel versus Lil Cap. That is your top 8 on the top side and the bottom side of the bracket. Keep in mind, we started off this entire weekend with round robin, where everybody plays everybody in their pool, and then it moved on to the top 64 double elimination. We're continuing that double elimination style that everybody at home knows and loves. So if you're in the top side of the bracket and you lose that set, you move down into the loser's side of the bracket. If you are on the loser's side, pressure's on, whether that pressure will turn you into diamonds or whatever other things turn into when you like compress them real small. Just like a small
oil?
yeah, let's just go
Fossil fuels?
with that. But you're seeing on the screen right in front of you, we're starting off with like a real big one.
A real big one.
You see LDZ right there. On the other side of the stage is Boomy. Like this is grand finals of any other tournament. We saw this
We've seen
last
this before.
year.
We
saw this last year at BCX.
Exact same positions as well between the two of them. Boomy and LDZ fought it out in the winners, or sorry, not in the winners finals, but in the semifinals. And the loser of it went down into the lower bracket, and it was Boomy last year. Is it going to repeat? Boomy's feeling confident. I talked to him before the tournament started, and I was like, how you feeling? He's like, I think I can do it. I think I can go all the way. And he's been watching. He's been practicing. I know we showed off the new weapon a little while ago, but immediately after, once he had the opportunity, he went to the back and started practicing up again.
Yeah.
He was doing sets.
He always does that. He's, I think, even more focused for this tournament, not just because it's the World Championships, but because him and Remy, largely favored to be the top 2v2 team to come out on top, were knocked out. And I think that put a little bit of a chip on his shoulder.
He's got a lot more to prove.
I think that's so good because that's going to make him even more focused for once today. He knows how much is on the line. He's been in hugely high-pressure situations before and thrived. And I think that sort of good amount of stress, they call it eustress, E-U-S-T-R-E-S-S.
European stress?
In the medical world. No, that's terrible stress.
Very different stress. But this is an interesting match, not only because it's a repeat of last year, but this is kind of the two big contenders coming into this World Championship. All the talks before it were like, who is it going to be? Is LDZ going to get the three-peat? He's won the previous 2 World Championships in 1v1s. Can he do it again? He's been largely absent through the whole year. On the other side, Boomy has been a strong contender throughout the whole year. #1 power ranked, made it out to every offline tournament, has placed well in every offline tournament. He won the most recent offline tournament. He is considered the favorite in terms of this year's history, but nobody knows.
Yep, absolutely 100%. We're getting started here. You're seeing Boomy coming in with this Diana pick, 100% expected from him. He usually almost always starts with this Diana, and a lot of times will mostly stick with the Diana. On the other side, we're seeing LDZ coming in with this Ada pick. Maybe a little bit strange for some people out there. Like, I talked to LDZ, so I knew who he was playing, but it's only because I asked him a couple days ago. Otherwise, I honestly really didn't know who he's playing because we haven't seen him in tournaments really hardly at all this year, and his placements have not been strong in them. LDZ is the guy that comes out one time a year, and I wonder if that's going to still have a little bit of rust on his bones. He proved himself so far in this tournament to get this far, but Boomy is just opening up huge right now. Almost has LDZ in kill percent. You saw him almost pick up the kill there earlier. Nice falling cider coming out from LDZ on the edge. Almost gets that D-light that would have led into a recovery for the kill.
But he's getting this damage back, actually evened it up between the two of them. And with the way that Ada works, she's a very low defense character. Makes her very squishy, makes it easy for Boomy to get the kill like that. Using the backboard, the wall to lead into the downlight ground pound. But Boomy is quite damaged. We could see LDZ doing something like that.
There you go. And there's a D-light, but going the other way this time. D-light into the unarmed recovery to take Boomy off the top. And we are dead even now. Both 2 stocks to their name.
But the weapon control is in LDZ's favor. No spawns yet for Boomy. He's really struggling to find something. There's the spawn on the left side, but he's challenging LDZ off stage, so he ends up putting him in a spot where LDZ
almost
gets
spaced that so perfectly. Boomy's unarmed spacing is insane. The only thing that might put him a little bit far behind is unarmed doesn't have a lot of damage per move. So even though he's going 1-for-1 hit, he's not taking that many hits. He's able to space so many things so well. He has to put 2-3 hits out for every single one that LDZ hits.
Meanwhile, LDZ with these blasters has incredible DPS, building it up on top of Boomy, but good movement from Boomy.
Beautiful.
The weapon toss needs more.
Almost had
Can't
that.
get the kick, the turnaround from LDZ. Boomy's got no jumps. LDZ with the lead.
You're going to see him try and strip the board here, keep Boomy Weapon Star for as long as possible. There's a recovery coming in. There is a weapon on the field, but Boomy's going to go unarmed. His unarmed is strong. He has LDZ off stage. He has LDZ in kill percent, so he doesn't need the damage output, but LDZ is still continuing this damage output, making this lead bigger and bigger. These guns coming in for Boomy. We could see the in-sig coming out. We could see a GC down-sig coming out. We could see a side signature. He's starting to use that more as well. Or we could see the D-Light recovery. He didn't go for the D-Light recovery. Went for the D-Light there. There's the unarmed recovery. Still not enough. It was just a little bit too low. That ceiling on Blackguard is so high.
Ada's got base 3 defense, but she's looking like a Roland with how long she is surviving. She's just able to get to all the proper positions around Boomy. Again, Boomy sends them left to right, just the farthest distance possible.
D-Light Nair picks up the kill. You're going to see Boomy now start to strip the field. He has the blasters back in his hands. Weapon spawn comes in right to LDZ. He's able to pick it up. LDZ has some scary guns. He's had scary guns for years now, but so has Boomy.
Both of them have been looking incredibly clean with their blasters play today, as well as just the entire weekend. LDZ, though, gets some good damage. Neutral line can't quite get that Nair follow-up.
I love a good blasters fight.
Yeah.
Like a lot of other weapons, I don't like watching them play against one another. Like
Mirrors
two
can be
swords
tough.
together,
Mirrors can be tough,
two
yeah.
spears together, two lances together. It's just, I never want to watch that. But two blasters players going at it, some of the best in the world. This time it's going to be LDZ coming out on top. And that's, you saw the sigh of relief there. That's something that we have and haven't seen from LDZ throughout his games at BCX here. There were some games, like initially, I think one of his first real big tests was Steve, who was in his pool. When he beat Steve, sigh of relief. Then his next real big test was once he got out of pools on the top side in the top 64 was against Remy. And he beat Remy, got the sigh of relief there. And it was like LDZ was building himself back up confidence-wise, wondering himself, just like we all are, can I beat these players at a top level? I haven't been doing it at all this year because Brawlhalla hasn't been a focus until now. What? The standstill wait.
Okay,
I think there's a problem.
It's in the first couple seconds. They're just going to completely reset that one. I thought that was one of those, because there's times where players will do that, where they'll go in and then just stop, and you both kind of halt, and you're like, oh gosh.
And they'll hold their position.
Who's going to do it?
Wait for either their opponent to throw out a dodge so that they can punish, or throw out an attack that they can over or under space and get around. And I thought that they were just on the exact same page at the exact same time, which wouldn't be a surprise. Boomy and LDZ are friends. They talk together. I'm sure in the coming days up until this, they've played together. So them being on the same page at the exact same time wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world.
No, but I didn't get to see them scrimming at all. They were both scrimming different people starting today. I think they were like, all right, after tonight, we are going to be completely opposite sides. We're going to be contending against each other, so we can't talk. We can't be friends anymore. But bow in hand for Boomy. Nice little Nair juggle. He needs to build more damage onto LDZ. Meanwhile, LDZ already has Boomy close to that kill percentage. Downlight Sair is not going to be enough to send him off the screen. Second Sair does not connect. Boomy's underneath it.
Oh, almost gets the side signature. There goes for the down signature. He uses Ada signatures so well. Even when he misses them, he doesn't even get punished 25% of the time. His down signatures yesterday were really, really good. The difference between the side and the down, like you saw, the side is just one quick swipe, and it covers only one side. The down signature covers both sides and the stacked option and has a lot of active frames. So if there's a question about where Boomy's going to be, he may opt for that down signature because he doesn't have to be as precise, but he does have to worry about those longer active frames, those longer animations, locking him into place, giving Boomy punish opportunity. Boomy finds that D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy, a situation that a lot of players aren't opting for as much anymore because it is more difficult to pull off now mechanically than it used to be.
It is tough to get those inputs generally. Players will go for the safer option of the recovery, but the neutral heavy has a little bit more force behind it, so that's why players like Boomy will do it. He's confident in his ability to get those inputs, and he'll get the better optimized hit.
Nice Nair coming out from Boomy. That back shot always shoots first, so he made sure to put his back to LDZ for just a moment. Oh, see, there you go. That's what I'm talking about being on the same page at the same time, and that's not a surprise.
It's the synchronization, but Boomy's still just a little bit behind in terms of reading LDZ. LDZ has the damage advantage. Could start seeing him look for that kill option.
Both players in kill percent. Boomy going in off stage, unarmed. He does have the bow in his hands. There's the Nair. Not quite enough force on that, but the neutral light from that top soft platform is going to be high enough, combined with the force from that neutral light, to get the kill.
Yeah, utilizing that soft platform so he doesn't have to burn a gravity cancel or go for an aerial option. Instead, he can kind of just move around up there at that extended height. Boomy going real low, wants to widen this gap. Good movement around LDZ, getting some damage.
Unarmed side air.
It's not going to kill.
Too bad for LDZ that it's too far on the left of the stage to kill into the
that's not
blast. So
gonna
that
kill.
sidelight still not able to kill. LDZ knows he's really far behind, so he doesn't want to take any huge risks. Definitely not against Boomy.
Oh, nice double Sair. This is good damage. LDZ with the turnaround is going to finish off the stock of Boomy, but now Boomy is the one in the lead. He's coming in with a fresh stock. No weapon spawn, but Boomy, he likes to go in unarmed. He wants to just keep that pressure on top of LDZ.
LDZ's got to be careful. This damage is mounting. That's going to be the kill.
And he knew it. He just felt, he was like, all right, I got the kill. That's good. That's going to be the first bit of Boomy pop, and you got to believe if he can win this, it's going to be a big pop off from Boomy.
Yeah, that would definitely be a nice little feather in his cap moving on into the winners finals.
Guaranteed top 3 if he can beat LDZ here.
But man, LDZ in the losers bracket, that's got to be scary.
Yeah, that's going to be scary for literally everyone in the lower bracket.
No character swaps whatsoever.
Changing up the map, though. Breaking up that big platform on the top and that side platform into 3 little platforms right above the main stage.
I think a part of what will give one player the edge over another on this map is who will control the lower area. Not just necessarily the ground, but being below your opponent is probably really important here. Boomy has the option, also LDZ does, to juggle with Nairs.
Yeah.
If LDZ wants to go to those soft platforms, Nair will beat out Gundair. He doesn't have the timing, though, or quite the positioning to beat out LDZ's Gundairs. Oh,
Okay,
LDZ even
he got the wall
clashed
touch.
with
He got the
that.
wall touch. Boomy's going to live on. But LDZ had great positioning. Generally speaking, it's hard to challenge blasters from above because of Nair.
Dare will lose out to Nair.
LDZ,
all things equal.
Great positioning to pick up the dares that he needed. Spot dodges to avoid the side zig.
Nice
recovery. No weapon spawn. LDZ not opting for the juggle. Generally, you'll see players like Noel juggle the weapon to delay the weapon spawn, but Boomy and LDZ have not been going for that. They just want their blasters.
Dash is coming around. Both players really vying for the upper hand in this neutral game. There's the D-Light Sair coming out from Boomy.
What's the kill option? Boomy waiting for it. LDZ staying high.
Almost.
Oh, nice ground pound. The rested ground pound just fast fell into it.
That Sair was so close to hitting coming out from LDZ, but it does have a dead zone where you see those little pops, those little blasts coming out. It does have high range, but it lacks a hitbox in between the player and the actual blasts themselves, and that's where LDZ was perfectly positioned. Then he took that bow ground pound.
Yeah, conversely, the bow ground pound basically hit stacked. So Boomy being inside of that dead zone really worked out in his favor. Oh, ledge cancels the downlight. Big commitment from LDZ, but Boomy not able to connect with the neutral signature. Will get that wall touch.
LDZ getting the kill here would give him a sizable lead. He only has about 35, maybe as much as 50 damage on this second stock. But Boomy is basically in kill percent. Yes, he is in kill percent. Nice side signature. Now, you talked about Ada having low defense, but she also has high strength. So the signatures like that coming from her might not kill on another character, but it will kill coming out from Ada.
She swings incredibly hard, and that time he used the side sig, but Boomy immediately clapped back with the recovery. No damage on it. That's going to be completely even, and Boomy's sticking with the bow. Nice follow-up Nair. A little bit of juggle. Not going to try to contest with more Nairs.
Oh, nice read.
Pick up. Oh, just shy. LDZ still on the side.
Boomy's got him
with
on
the precision. That is big. Boomy is up 2-1. One more. That's what he's saying. One more. He tweeted out yesterday 9 games. That's all he needs. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go an extra one as LDZ did take one, but Boomy is 1 game closer.
You know, 10 games is not so bad. Rather
You
go
round
9,
up.
but, you know,
You round up.
10's okay too.
Keep in mind, whoever falls here has to do even more games. In the lower bracket, you have extra sets to do. And if you come back from the lower bracket into the grand finals, you got to get the reset.
Again, we're coming back into Enigma. LDZ with a big startup, already taking Boomy into yellow less than 5 seconds into the game.
Oh, not able to pick up the neutral light, though.
We're seeing different
Nice.
mix-ups coming
Oh,
out.
the down-
Boomy really going for it here. He's got to be careful. His dodge has already been burned, but you're not seeing huge off-stage engagements from either of these players. They're putting so much respect on each other's off-stage game that they'll take just a little bit, but then retreat back to the main platform, because an early gimp would be terrible. An early gimp either way would be horrible. Just like that. Boomy! LDZ committing so much with that ground pound that Boomy was able to immediately punish it once he got through that sort of long left and right helicopter.
Boomy, just a great dodge up through the helicopter. Oh, but LDZ returns the favor, the recovery. He had so much damage on Boomy, so that was going to happen sooner or later.
Boomy without a weapon. He's able to pick up that bow very quickly.
Oh, goes for the turnaround neutral light. Good
Boomy's
spot to
spacing
from
is
Boomy.
so good, man.
Oh, the pickup. We saw this last game, but LDZ is able to get back up on the platform. Oh, the side sig!
The chain dodge into the turnaround side sig. Absolutely beautiful read from Boomy coming out. He has a full stock lead on the former 2-time world champion, and he is putting out
massive.
even more damage. He's keeping it dead even, but he's still ahead in one stock. Woo. Almost picks up that recovery. LDZ's still definitely in this. He's not going to let that shake him. He's been in these high-pressure situations before. He's not going to have any rookie mistakes here.
Picks up the dare, but he doesn't bounce high enough for that side air to follow up. LDZ's been great at building this damage onto Boomy, but Boomy's just been so clean with finishing off the stocks early. Oh, that'll do it! Boomy is gonna take out LDZ.
3-1.
Go into the winners finals. That is massive. That is absolutely massive.
Now, one of the things that Boomy was doing so much during that set, and I don't know exactly what he's doing because Boomy's brain in Brawlhalla functions at such a higher rate
144 hertz.
than mine, and pretty much more than anyone else's in the world at this game, is his spacing was really far from LDZ, and he was throwing out attacks that weren't even close to LDZ. So I think that's one of two things. Either he's expecting a dash-in attack that he's trying to predict and stuff and time early enough, or he's far enough away saying, oh, look, I threw out a side light. Uh-oh, I missed. What are you going to do? Come punish me. Because then you're seeing like immediate spot dodges, immediate dodges after that, expecting the counterattack from LDZ that he can then punish. We've seen players do that a little bit in the past.
Like Sidrew kind of really tried to do that
and sometimes it's things that they have to like think about, or I mean, no disrespect by this, because I said something a little bit mean to Lil Cap yesterday, but like we used to see Lil Cap throw out attacks and then immediately like spot dodge an aerial approach, then get the stomp side air on hammer. So it's seemingly like a little bit one-dimensional like that, still very effective, don't get me wrong. But the way that Boomy's able to move that into his gameplay as like a major staple, the fact that he's able to do that without, he's not thinking about it. He's not like, okay, I'm going to do this attack, I'm going to do this attack, and then I'm going to do the thing. It just folds into his gameplay so beautifully, so naturally, and I think that's going to be so difficult for a lot of players to deal with.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of that. I think we have a replay coming up. This is LDZ versus Boomy in game 1, where LDZ was able to get that finishing blow with the side air, and there he is. That was got to be a little bit of a confidence booster to know that he could have closed out game 1, but then the turnaround, Boomy closed out game 2. I didn't actually quite catch that reaction the first time around.
There you go. That was the first. That was that game on Small Enigma. One more. That's Boomy saying one more.
And LDZ with the tough sigh.
There was that ground pound. Man! That was a ground pound in orange, too. It picked up in yellow and then dumped the damage, put him in orange. It was so low. Look at that. Boomy's got to be feeling good.
He wants that best pop-off community award for next year. He's just trying to get that one ready.
So Boomy's guaranteed top 3. He's moving on into winners finals. I think that the game he lost to LDZ might have been the only game he's lost. This entire tournament.
So Kyler Alice tweeted out.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was before he entered top 8.
Actually, yeah, because I think he had Noel on the list of players who hadn't lost a game yet. Noel's in the lower bracket, but Boomy up until that point hadn't lost a game.
Hold on, let me just go back in the bracket real quick just to see, because I think that is a very little interesting nugget of information. If that is the only game he lost so far today, he lost it to the former two-time
to the
world
two-time world
championship. And only
champion.
solo uno
Only one.
juego, which means only one game to my Spanish speakers out there. Yeah, absolutely. He
Boomy
2-0
had-
Pugsy, 2-0 or 3-0
Literally
Tiffany,
the
3-0
first
Wrench.
game he lost.
It's the one right before winners finals. Man, what a good player.
That is impressive, and that's why a lot of people coming into this tournament have been like, Boomy's the one to watch. Boomy is the favorite.
that was my prediction.
I think a lot of people got shook on Friday, but like you said, when he got knocked out Friday, it put a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He had a lot more to prove, and he also had a lot more time to work on it. He didn't have to worry about practicing for twos anymore. He's just like, I'm going to go to sets. I'm going to start working on my 1v1s. I'm going to start watching replays, getting into it. And now you see Boomy's sitting in the winner's final, having lost one game. But he's not the only one in the winners finals. His opponent will be the winner of this next set, Isidru versus Sandstorm.
Now, two things worthy of note here. Isidru, if he wins this, he will also guarantee himself a top 3 placement in winners finals. That would be his best placement on LAN ever. He picked up 4th place at DreamHack Montreal. That was his best placement to date. I'm sorry, wait, was that little capped? Let me pull that up. This is why I have a spreadsheet, because I always forget things.
No, he played incredibly well at DreamHack Montreal just a few months ago. If you ever need to know anything about Isidru, watch his axe. His axe is absolutely amazing. On the other side, Sandstorm has been having hellacious runs with this Mordex.
5th. He was 5th. Lil
Okay,
Cap was the one who placed 4th. So if Isidru moves on in this, that will absolutely guarantee him his best placement so far, and he still could be climbing after that.
And there you're going to see the picks. I doubt this Bodvar is going to be the pick from Isidru, but Sandstorm will very likely be on that Mordex. He loves this Mordex. He has fantastic scythe plays. He can delete stocks if he needs to. And then he also has great gauntlet plays. Specifically, the down sig is kind of the standout moment of his gauntlets. He'll go very deep off stage for that down sig, which has the active input of being able to throw upwards or throw further down, kind of dunk the opponent. And so he'll do it in all sorts of situations.
But also worthy of note is Sandstorm, relatively new player to Brawlhalla. Had such a huge year. I would say that Sandstorm is the most improved player, but he just kind of started out doing really well. Yeah.
He came onto the scene and won a tournament.
Yeah.
Like he just appeared to win tournaments.
So Ethan, who actually did win the most improved player, started at a lower spot before growing, and then Sandstorm seemingly just like, hi.
Hi, I'm here.
It's me.
This tournament's
Sandstorm.
mine. And there you see Sandstorm sitting with the earbuds over the hoodie. I don't know how he does that. That would hurt my ears whenever I used to do that.
The only time that I ever do that is when
it's that cold?
Yeah, when it's cold and I don't turn the heat on in my apartment, and I have a bald head, so it gets cold in the winter.
Of course.
But that is the only time that I will ever do that.
And
but look, he's top 8. I'm not here to criticize.
Whatever works for him. It's going to be Sandstorm versus Isidru for game 1 of this best of 5. Isidru sticking with his characteristic Bryn, but he's got some other picks. He played Ragnar in his set against Noel, and he's also got that pocket Ulgrim if he needs it.
Now, Sandstorm moving on here into the winners finals. If he does that, that would be his best placement to date, other than Outplayer Dismay, which is the tournament that he won. Otherwise, his best placement is 7th. So coming out in the top 3, even in the top 8 on the world stage is absolutely huge for them, and definitely a big feather to put in his cap. A huge notch on his belt.
Yet.
Looking to finish it up with that weapon toss, and Isidru's first stock is done. Big opening for Sandstorm here, further proving to everyone out there, and definitely to me, because I have not given him the respect that he deserves. We've seen some players that were flashes in the pan in the past, and I've been hurt by that. So I've been
jaded.
I've been unwilling to trust people, and Sandstorm has just proved it time and time again in twos and in singles that he is just a real dominating force.
He is, in fact, in the top 6 of the 2v2s happening later today. But right now,
first land.
Yeah, I know, right?
Who does that?
This is the first time we've seen him in an offline tournament, but Isidru able to take the stock with that side air. Where's the weapon spawn? Isidru going to deny it. Axe in hand for Isidru. Sidelight. Oh, doesn't pick up the nair. A little bit delayed on that one. Might be some morning jitters. Sidru not connecting with these big axe swings.
Both players
Sandstorm
aren't really
with
connecting
great-
until that side air.
He's got great positioning, though, around it. Okay, nice recovery. Denying weapons. Sidelight. Looking for the
Nice.
dodge. Yeah, that's going to be the punish. I like the wait. A lot of players will go straight into the,
Yep.
the sidelight, downlight. He went for the wait.
There's the neutral light. Tried to read a dodge down or a dodge back with that side signature. There's the neutral light. Now trying to read the dodge up with the neutral signature. There's the down air sending Isidru to the left. You talked about the active input on the SIGs. It also exists on a couple of the light
Like
attack
that.
moves as
Heavy.
well.
He got the active input on that
Yep.
signature, threw him backwards into that island, which has that corner, so he spiked him down. Sandstorm maintaining this lead over Isidru. Going for the side sig, but Sandstorm is above it.
Now, Isidru has found so much success in the past with the signatures. We're seeing, though, as the year goes on,
Yeah.
more and more
He's
people
really
are
reined it
starting
back.
to realize that he does
Oh!
that. Sandstorm carrying off to
What?
the left.
I thought Isidru was going to be able to make it back.
I did
but
too.
He chased after, got that down there, kept him away. Sandstorm with a very early start.
Like, it wasn't even relatively that
No.
quick. It wasn't like hit, dead.
It wasn't
was
all this
hit,
big
come on.
string in.
Hit,
Yeah.
come on. Hit, come on. Hit, you're dead.
Sandstorm.
So much
Taking that
pressure
stock down.
on that far left edge guard.
That's what I was talking about with Sandstorm, though. With this Mordex, he's been able to get stocks incredibly quickly in ways that you just don't expect to happen. Generally speaking, in that situation, the player who got knocked off is going to be trying to fight their way back. On the other side, the other player, usually they're like, I don't want to risk it. I'll go back. I'll wait for you to come back to the wall, and then I'll hit you. Sandstorm just staying in there.
Now we're seeing the swap to Ragnar, and this was advice I
From
think
Dobran.
that Dobran gave him.
Yeah.
Isidru tweeted that out today, that the advice was just play Ragnar. Switching over to this Ragnar pick early on in the set, he didn't want to give the Brent another try just yet, even though he does have a best-of-5 situation to go through. He wants to just immediately switch to this Ragnar. And he's going basically even in damage, but that could change in just a second.
Going even in damage with these Katars is pretty difficult. Katars do not have a lot of damage per hit, so he needs to get a lot of these strings, but he's running out of utility. Running out of utility, and yeah, that's
Scythe
going to be
recovery,
it.
man. Scythe recovery is a monster to deal with.
Off stage, you have two jumps, a dodge, and a recovery, and you get a jump back if you get hit, and you get all of it back if you can touch a wall or platform. Isidru just not able to make it to any of that. Sandstorm just keeping him off the wall.
There's the sideline into the weight, into grabbing that nair, fast falling right before going for that nair. Both
Nice spot
players
dodge to the weapon toss.
with very, very low range weapons for just a second. Katars versus Gauntlets. Now we have their longer range weapons of Axe.
Nice neutral
nice
sig.
pluck out of the air with that neutral signature, placing it as well as Wilson does. Very notorious for plucking people out of the air with that neutral signature on the Axe.
I'm really surprised to see him sticking with these Katars. Generally speaking, Isidru's been fairly Axe-focused, and in his set against Noel, he did a lot of that Axe neutral signature. He'd do down air into neutral signature, sidelight nair, neutral signature. Now he's got the Axe in hand, threw away the Katars. Might start seeing the fire come out.
Isidru's Axe is looking pretty solid so far. He's a little bit behind in damage, but you've seen him get one hit and oftentimes two hits. Almost picks up that downlight and basically would have evened up the damage there. There's the dare into the Sayer. Damage is dead
Can he
even.
deny it?
His kill potential
Oh.
right now is higher than Sandstorm's at the moment, unless he picks up a new weapon, which is the Katar. So his kill potential just dropped quite a bit because he doesn't have all of those light attack moves that the Axe does with high force. Oh, back-to-back signatures. Counter punish with the neutral light.
Yeah, the neutral light really good for protecting. Oh, he did
Oh,
dodge!
Isidru bumped his
Too far to
head.
the left. He almost got that corner. But that is going to be nice for Sandstorm. Still needs a little bit more damage before Isidru can finish this stock.
There's the sidelight into the jump nair that we saw hit earlier. Downlight into the dare coming out from Sandstorm. Isidru is trying to find these hits that he needs. He's not
the
finding
side
any kill
six.
moves yet. It's a side air, but it's sending from the right to the left. Sandstorm is just
Oh,
building
big
up this
gauntlets.
damage. Are we going to see another two stock here?
The weapon toss pickup sidelight couldn't quite get the follow-up, but he's just adding up this damage onto this last stock of Isidru.
Now I'm scared. If I'm Isidru, I am scared of this Sandstorm Scythe right now. The Gauntlets, I think he might have a better chance of handling because Sandstorm was struggling just a little bit to find the kill options that he needed when he had Gauntlets in his hands. But with the Scythe, that's a different story. You saw him in those offstage encounters. You saw him with the recoveries as well, and you saw him with the signatures. Sandstorm looking for the opening. It's going to be the down sig. That's going to be the kill off the top. And Sandstorm with very, very close to the same lead that he had last game, almost a JV2.
And there's that active input you see. We've seen him dunk downwards with it before, but that time he used it to throw up because if it went down, it would have gone into the main stage, just bounce him off of it. Much better to just throw it straight up towards the kill box.
And we are seeing the switch back to Bryn. That's what I would have thought if the Ragnar didn't work. I would expect the Bryn pick going back.
I almost half expected like a Panic Olgrim. Like, okay, my Bryn didn't work, my Mordex didn't work. I guess I'll try the Olgrim.
Panic Olgrim at top 8 at Worlds. Yeah. I'm in.
The pressure is on, man. This is the World Championship stage, top 8, a lot on the line. But Isidru going to stay composed, swap over to this Bryn, yet to pick up a weapon. Sandstorm really denying it.
Now, we saw Boomy earlier visually say one more. I think that's what Sandstorm is thinking in his head. Is that it? That is going to be it. That's a clean stock. At top 8, 1v1 at the World Championship. Sandstorm's got to be feeling on top of the world right now with a huge opening like that. When he's already up 2 games, Isidru is looking for anything he can get on the edge. You saw the slide charge reverse down signature, then the gravity cancel side signature the other way.
That was a big misplay from Isidru. He burned so much utility floating up top, waiting for a weapon to spawn, and Sandstorm was like, I'm not going to let you reset. I'm going to just keep you from touching a wall or platform and let you fall to your own death.
Massive opening gambit coming out from Sandstorm. That side sig was all the way on the left, all the way on the right, sending to the left. Sandstorm looking to make this lead even bigger. Isidru needs to get this kill now. He needs it right now.
Gauntlets have that ability to use the side air for horizontal movement. Gauntlets have the ability to punch away at Isidru. Isidru is bleeding out here. Are we going to see a 3-stock? Oh, no. Red wrong. Isidru lives on. The down sig for the dodge. Sandstorm. This is big. That's a thumbs up. That's a see you later. You're going to the lower bracket, bro.
And I love that before BCX, Sandstorm tweeted out, I don't know why y'all think this is going to be my first LAN experience overall. I've done LAN experience.
Yeah.
He played Smash 4 before this. He has LAN experience, just not on Brawlhalla. This is his first Brawlhalla LAN. But he has LAN experience, and it seemed like he had a little bit of a chip on his shoulder with that as well. And I mean, I respect that. He spent some time in high-pressure situations, not just online, but offline as well. And everybody knows that LAN is a completely different experience. But Isidru is trying to find anything he can right now. Nice axe string coming out.
Where was this axe earlier? Isidru finding out what he needs to do with this axe against Sandstorm. Is it too little too late, though? Sandstorm moving around. Isidru needs to finish the stock off, really looking for the recovery for the kill option, but he does have the option to go for the side air. Might see a neutral signature as well. Throws out the side, though. On a punish opportunity. He's trying to style. Going for
Sandstorm! And that situation on Isidru's final stock was exactly what we saw the stock before. Isidru was in the beginning stages of Orange. Sandstorm was in kill percent, and I said that Isidru needed to find that kill right then. Yep. Then flash forward to one more stock, and you said Isidru needs to find this kill right now. Both times, Sandstorm took him from orange to red to dead without dying. Exact same mirror image. Sandstorm, I'm still going to apologize for not putting enough respect on him because, I mean, look at that, man. Guaranteed top 3 placement coming out from Sandstorm, trouncing all of his other placements throughout this year. Not quite as good as first in Outplayer Dismay, but that was a much smaller tournament. It was an online tournament. Didn't have the best players in the absolute world coming to that. So this top 3 is no small feat for him. And I can't remember who tweeted it yesterday, but someone said that Sandstorm is the smartest smasher because he is guaranteed $3,500 in both 1s and 2s in Brawlhalla.
I think it was a Smash guy who tweeted.
Yeah, it was definitely a Smash guy.
He was saying shout out to dev support.
Yeah, that was definitely it. And I think that number, because he's top 3 in 1s now, that number just skyrocketed
that's going up
quite a bit.
Man, Sandstorm looking real good, yet to drop a game in this top 8, of course. And that was just some amazing play. I hope Boomy's got something in mind for that one.
Man. Sandstorm's crazy, man. Sandstorm is absolutely nuts.
It is amazing to see, but that will give us 2 of our top 3. They're going to be sitting in the winners finals, but for now we're going to go down into the lower bracket to see who will be the third to fill out that top 3. Wrenched, Koselix, Noel, and Little Cap. We're going to be starting with that Noel and Little Cap match.
Now let's see if these 2 players have run up against each other throughout this entire year. And who has come out on top? Let's see.
I mean, historically, Noel has done better in terms of offline tournaments.
Definitely.
He's won 2 offline tournaments where Little Cap has only gotten top 4 as his best offline placement. I mean, Noel he's just such a historied player. he's got the hat.
Yeah, he's got left stick down's Trucker Bodvar hat.
Got a rep for Bodvar. Little Cat very famously has been sticking with Bodvar through and through, literally never swapped off the character. On the other side, Noel, he's kind of swapped around a little bit. He had the Koji, and now he's more recently been on that Asuri grind.
Now, they have met in 2s.
Okay.
But they only met in singles once this year. It was at DreamHack Montreal, where Lil Cap came in 4th. Guess who came out on top?
I'm going to take a stab in the dark and say the guy who got second there.
It was Noel. Noel came out on top. So this year in singles tournament play, they are 1-0 in favor of Noel. Will that continue here, or will that Trucker Bodvar hat give Lil Cap the strength that he needs to find those hammer downlight
the energy?
He dropped a hammer downlight Sair yesterday.
I saw.
And that
I was
blew
surprised.
me away.
Like there's a difference, because sometimes Lil Cap will do a hammer downlight and then not do anything.
And then nothing.
But that time he was going straight for a downlight Sair and dropped it.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's going on?
That is so rare for him. Quite a common occurrence for a lot of other players, but extremely rare for Lil Cap.
Button checks going on. Likely that's Little Cap with the trucker hat Bodvar. And then Noel is testing out his thatch, but likely will be going to that Asuri that I was talking about.
Man, but what a world we would live in if Noel pulled out a pocket thatch.
Pocket thatch on the World Championship stage in top 8.
That would be the best.
I mean, it wouldn't be completely out of the realm of reason considering he likes sword.
I love that you say that because it really is out of the realm of reason.
It's pretty unlikely, but hey, you never know. If you're gonna bust out a pocket character, the World Championship stage's a pretty good place to do it. Oh, all right. It's going to be the Asuri.
Yeah, it's going to be the Asuri in the classic Noel setup, whatever that skin
Outback
is called.
Asuri.
Oh, yeah, it is Outback. I always want to call
Asuri.
it Down Under Asuri, but it's Outback Asuri in the default color scheme. And using that sword skin is the best sword skin in the whole game because it's a gunblade, which is the coolest weapon in the world. Final Fantasy's pretty lame, but,
But Gunblades.
Leon's gunblade is awesome.
Lil Cap looking real calm and collected, playing for Rectify Esports. On the other side, Noel playing for Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming's here over in the high-res area.
They got a whole gang of people here.
I don't know how well they've been doing this weekend, but Lil Cap's got his supporters as well. Rectify came out in full force to watch him when he was playing over on Data FGC.
Now, normally when you see yellow and purple together, you think about the Los Angeles Lakers, and it's on the same team. But here, they're going to be opposite ends of the spectrum against one another. You see those yellow shoulders and sleeves coming out from that Space Station Gaming jersey that Noel is wearing on the other side, Rectify Esports, in that beautiful, beautiful purple. And it matches the color of Bodvar's shirt as well. Man, that's a coordinated effort.
Look, he's like, this is why I picked
I
this
respect
sword.
the
This
fit.
is why I signed, is for the color. Noel and Lil Cap, neither of them picking up the spawn weapon. Finally, Lil Cap picks it up and then goes straight for the wall there. Very interesting start to this one. Very patient, letting Noel make this approach. Lil Cap playing far and away, not wanting to move too far forward towards Noel.
I'm very curious as to what we're going to see on the edge here in all of these games, but definitely on Shipwreck with those tiny sidewalls. Noel, this tournament, hasn't been the most edgeguard-centric player. Like, we'll see a little bit, and we'll see some risky things when he knows he's in a huge lead, but that's usually all the commitment that we see from him off stage. Just like a neutral signature over the edge, maybe a weapon toss, maybe like a downlight or something like that, but no real huge commitments, and he's going to take a gigantic gigantic early lead.
But sometimes he will go for that massive commitment. It's very few and far between, but
It's
when he
has
does,
like
he goes
a gigantic
deep,
lead, and he'll
then
go
goes
down
for the neutral sig.
Yeah, GC Insig on the Qatars coming out from Asuri.
Lil Cap over on the right side, full stock behind Noel already. Eating the signatures.
I wonder if we're going to
He's not
see
playing those
Lil
spot
Cap
dodges.
maybe play a little bit more grounded now. You're seeing him run left and right more on the stage because the reason he died was because he just got caught out with his jumps. It wasn't like he was in kill percent or anything like that. He was in orange, and Noel just happened to pick up that neutral signature after so much of his in-air movement economy was spent, and Lil Cap is having to fight back because of that. He's now behind in damage as well. There's the D-Light side air, the true combo coming out from Sword, trying to use that D-Light right over the edge.
Good job from Lil Cap, not panic jumping into the neutral sig, really trying to edge guard with these weapon tosses. Noel with the movement around it, even spot dodges through the neutral air. And he's going to get the turnaround down lights there. One more hit, and Lil Cap's done for. The gravity cancel neutral light will do it.
And that's interesting that he went for the gravity cancel neutral light.
More
over
active frames.
Yeah, over something like a Sair, and I think that's exactly it. You do have to burn your dodge, but you have more active frames. You don't have to be quite as precise. He didn't know if Lil Cap was going to be a little bit more above him, a little bit down below, and you're going to have bigger hitboxes and more active frames. I think you're exactly right with that.
Lil Cap, though, trying not to get 3-stocked in top 8. Is he going to go for the edge guard? Goes for the weapon toss. But he's still playing far away from Noel. He's giving a lot of respect to Noel right now. Spot dodge, stop.
There we go.
There. That's what we expect from Lil.
What is Lil Cap doing? Oh, Noel makes it back. Quite
Lil
possible.
Cap.
Oh, he throws up
Lil
the thumbs
Cap.
up. He knows. He knows that he done goofed.
All right, he's still playing out. I thought he was doing the whole, like, I got my stock, I'm good, we'll go to game 2. But then he didn't actually get the stock.
There's the side light. Tries to go for the jump down air. Didn't quite end up connecting. Lil Cap is just struggling on how he wants to choose to initiate against Noel, and that's why, I mean, that was almost a JV3.
That was definitely looking real tough for Lil Cap. I'm curious what he's going to do. I expect more hammer side lights.
Yeah. I think hammer side light would be good.
Sorry, getting an update from production right now. Okay. But Lil Cap, he really likes to use sidelight, and when I was watching his sets, he was doing sidelight into Bodvar Claw, the neutral signature on the hammer, and we saw like a glimpse of it in the last game, but I'm not sure if he's going to try to just bring that out more in this matchup against Noel. Noel's really good at adapting to his opponents, though. Lil Cap can't do that too much. Dash in weapon toss, but Noel maintains control.
You see Noel immediately swap out weapons to keep that weapon spawn off the stage, keep Lil Cap weapon starved. There is a sword that comes out of the air for him. There's the side light, the backside of it picks up. Nice down air, and then a wonderful side signature. He's going to make sure.
Where are you going?
Oh, Lil Cap, you got to be careful right now.
A little bit of a misstep, but Lil Cap has a stage control. Noel falling away. Lil Cap going to go under for the recovery. This is what I was watching him do in his matchup against Phazon to earn that top 8 spot, is rather than go for kind of the obvious options of going for a ground pound, maybe a gravity cancel down like ground pound, he'd go under and do an unarmed recovery.
Seeing that weapon juggling come out. Lil Cap wants to keep Noel weapon star for as long as possible. There is a spawn there. Noel's able to pick it up with help from his own side light. Lil Cap has a really solid lead. Oh my gosh!
Returning the favor, taking back control. It's just swinging back and forth, but Lil Cap's got so much health on him right now.
And while I don't think Noel is going to have what it takes to come back in this game, he's so calm, he's so cool, he can be so confident at times that I don't think losing this game because of that is going to shake him whatsoever.
He is very historied in terms of playing in Brawlhalla tournaments. He's basically been to every Brawlhalla tournament.
That's what he said on the BCX
Reddit.
Mega thread on the Reddit. There was an option, a field where you can put, Lil Cap's going to fall there. A field where you're supposed to put, what lands have you been to in the past? And his answer was just all of them.
Noel actually not taking too much damage to get that first stock off of Lil Cap. There is that potential here for Noel, but it is definitely a very difficult task, especially against this hammer, which hits incredibly hard.
See Lil Cap trying to go those jump down airs. He knows that Noel's been very grounded so far. You see him jumping, but it's only one jump height up, occasionally a second jump height up, but still very, very low. And Lil Cap's trying to get above him so that he can scoop down, use that hammer down air to throw Noel above him so that he can juggle with those nairs, possibly some gravity cancel neutral signatures on that hammer, exactly like you said.
Okay, trading back and forth. All these trades work out in Lil Cap's favor, though, because he has this extra stomp. Oh, no! What? This is what we expect from Lil Cap. Stomp into do nothing, into stomp into do nothing. Like, he just does goofy things, but it's good because you don't know what to do against it as an opponent.
His second stomp was a stomp into side light, too. Now, this is technically winnable for Noel.
There is that possibility, especially with these Katars. Noel could bust down a Katar Gimp, a little bit easier to do than, say, with a sword, but still a tall task.
Now, we saw those goofy stomps coming out from Lil Cap at DreamHack Montreal, and I went back and asked him, what the heck were you thinking? And he said, I honestly didn't think they were going to hit. So that's why he was waiting to do nothing, because he didn't want to commit to a jump side air that was going to put him in even more recovery frames for the punish. So he thought, okay, this probably isn't going to hit. I'm going to throw it out, and I'm not going to do anything afterward because I don't think it'll hit. There's the neutral light, almost killing Noel.
That's a lot of damage on top of Noel for that neutral light to send him flying so far. Weapon spawn on the right side. Neutral light from Lil Cap sends him off screen. He's so close to the kill box. Recovery from underneath again, Lil Cap. That is his kill option, is unarmed recovery from underneath when you go for the wall.
Shouts to Noel for bringing it down to last stock, though.
I know, right? Almost reverse 3-stocking it. We're at one apiece. Lil Cap and Noel sticking with their characters.
No character swaps whatsoever from them. Small Brawlhaven, Great Hall, and Shipwreck are left on the field. It is Lil Cap's pick. Because Noel lost, he gets the privilege of banning down to only 3 maps, and then Lil Cap is the one who gets to pick from those choices.
And he's going to go to Small Brawlhaven, I believe, as the pick. Nope, I looked at the wrong screen. That's going to be Great Hall for the pick. Soft platforms abound. Able to recover to those soft platforms. Might work out in Lil Cap's favor if Noel tries to recover high to those soft platforms. Then Lil Cap can just go for more of those unarmed recoveries from underneath.
Now, something that we haven't seen from Lil Cap yet today that we saw quite a bit yesterday was the side signature from Bodvar Hammer right over the edge. Like, he would do the stomp sidelight, sometimes a stomp sair, then he would chase dodge right over to the edge and throw that side signature for the maximum range on it. He was killing multiple people with that, and we haven't seen him really do that against Noel. Maybe he just isn't seeing the same positioning and the same opportunities that he was seeing yesterday, but that's something that we've come to know from his plays. That's been his offstage commitment sometimes. It's just that chase dodge or dash forward into that side hammer right over the edge.
Keep in mind, though, the last time these guys fought at Montreal, that was one of the biggest kills that Lil Cap got. Is he just stood on stage, charged up a big side stick, and Noel just walked right on into it. So maybe that's something he's trying to keep just in case. Doesn't want to throw that out too much because he knows that Noel will be ready for it.
He's definitely finding more hammer connections here. Nice little juggle and the side air. This is looking like the Lil Cap hammer that I'm used to.
Neutral light sends Noel off. And again, he goes for the unarmed option. Downlight recovery. That'll kill from the top. The sky kill box is so high, and Lil Cap was able to build up the damage and go from a high point, that soft platform. Not quite the maximum height, but still pretty high up there.
There's an arcing weapon toss.
Oh, side stick connects.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about, coming out from Lil Cap. Seeing him sit on the edge. He knows that he has a little bit of respite over there, a little bit of resting time, because Noel is not going to go in immediately with these huge offstage engagements.
Good movement from Lil Cap. Maybe not expecting that downlight to hit, so he ended up just disengaging. It is going to be a little bit of damage. I think it's 7 damage on that stomp.
Noel's starting to look like he's in huge trouble here. He is not finding any openings so far against Lil Cap. Lil Cap just finding everything he needs right now. He isn't able to pick up the weapon, but one likely will be spawning in soon. Oh, it's all the way on the left side of the stage, and Noel's just going to sit there. Oh, big commitment with that ground pound. He knew that Lil Cap was going to go low and go back immediately to touch that wall, and he got the kill. Noel's still at a pretty big deficit right now in the kill percent on his second stock. There's the weapon spawn coming in from Lil Cap.
Yeah, players will use that unarmed down air for the horizontal movement. It doesn't really burn the utility of your jumps, recoveries, and dodge, so a lot of players will do it, but it has active frames, and Noel was able to punish the end lag, that active frames of that down air. Offstage opportunity for Noel, keeping Lil Cap at bay, but Lil Cap going high to the soft platform.
That'll kill.
Yep. Off the top again for Lil Cap.
Solid damage, though, about 35 to 40 on the stock in the beginning to middle stages of orange. Okay, back-to-back
Good nairs.
nairs.
Can't keep it going. Lil Cap does land. Lil Cap returning some nairs. Can't get that second Sair follow-up. Just trading blows, but any damage put out onto this stock that doesn't kill is good for Lil Cap.
Here's the neutral light coming out from Noel. You see a single chase dodge. He's trying to keep pressure up, move across the stage as fast as he can. Gravity cancel neutral light. Another neutral light. And the weapon toss to follow it up. Gets the kill. Now we're basically even in this game right now.
And I'm loving these weapon tosses coming out from both of these guys. They're not going for the straight, I hit a neutral light, gonna throw and hope you jump into it. They're delaying it a little bit, moving forward, trying to get that speed boost off a dash, and then throwing it almost point blank at the opponent.
Noel yoinking that weapon spawn right out from under Lil Cap, keeping him weapon starved. There's one. He's able to pick up that hammer. Now the damage is exactly even right now, but if I'm Noel, I'm worried about those big meaty hammer hits. A lot of force, a lot of damage per hit.
Oh, goes for the nair there. Would have expected a recovery to come out, but Lil Cap just trying to add more damage out.
See more and more stomps coming out. Almost picks up the dare. Gets dodged through by Noel. He has just enough invulnerability frames. Ooh, that's going to be a big punish.
Not going to be the kill, though. Lil Cap picks up the sword. Side light for more damage. Good dodges from both. Lil Cap, can he deny it? Again, goes for the recovery, sends Noel flying, but the high sky kill box works out in Noel's favor. Ooh, barely dodges through the weapon toss. Downlight Sair, Lil Cap takes game 3. He's up 2-1 over Noel.
I don't know how much warm-up time Lil Cap received this morning, but as this set is going on, he is coming alive. He is returning to the strong sword play and the really strong hammer play that we've come to know from him over the year.
That oven is preheating, and it's almost at the optimum temperature.
The little light on your oven that says, oh, I'm still going, is about to turn off.
It's almost there. On the other side, Noel, always cool. He's just chilling in a fridge. Opposite.
One's the oven, one's the fridge.
One's the oven, one's the fridge. Hot and cold. Noel, though, picking up the sword, gets that nice nair recovery. Doesn't want to try to deny this weapon. Instead, just trying to cover it, punish Lil Cap for picking it up, but Lil Cap does pick it up. It is going to be the hammer, and we've seen what Lil Cap can do with his hammer. He just hits so incredibly hard, just puts a stop to everything Noel does.
Lil Cap is throwing out so many hammer dares. I think he favors hammer dare more than like any other player that I've ever seen. After hammer dare kind of got its
nerfed,
it's force nerf from a long time ago. People used to try and scoop up kills when they're 1-2 jump heights up, and that just kind of stopped being a viable option once that nerf happened. But Lil Cap is still using this hammer dare. He's doing a lot of jump dares, almost looking like a gun player who is looking for those down airs on a grounded opponent.
Trying to cover those stacked options there, but Lil Cap swapping over to the sword for more down airs. Punish opportunity. Not going to kill.
That's another big punish that Lil Cap has gotten on a premature signature coming out from Noel. That ground pound was not early whatsoever. It was perfectly placed, getting that kill, and Noel's going up a little bit early.
Lil Cap trying to return to sender. Can't get that recovery kill just yet. Noel still had a little bit more life inside of him. Just completely denying weapons. Wants to widen this gap. That double recovery will help him out. Oh, weapon toss. Oh, he doesn't get the Sair! Lil Cap desperately trying to find the hit to finish this stock off. Could it be the Sair? Could it be the recovery? The hammer recovery will do it, but he's starting to take a lot of damage here.
And unfortunately for Noel there, his downlight right over the edge dropped as that downlight in that position tends to do. In fact, I think X-Soup did a video about that. Or at least he said something about that.
Yeah, the wall interactions can make it harder to combo for sure. But Lil Cap not struggling with getting these scoops, these down airs, putting Noel back up into the sky. Stomp side air. He's evening up this damage. Is he going to go off with the down sig maybe? No, just waiting for Noel to come up.
Keeping Noel weapon starved. There's the stomp cider. He's not going to drop that one. Nice little weapon toss up. Just completely denying that area of the wall. The unarmed kit from Noel, though, it doesn't matter that he doesn't have a weapon. On the edge, the unarmed kit can like actually be kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's all about stuffing the opponent's movement when they go for a jump, just completely halting that upward movement because they don't get it back. And Noel very intelligently stopped Little Cap from getting back up safely, but he is quite damaged. Still an opportunity for Little Cap.
Noel actually floating quite a bit now. There's the D-Light recovery. Still
Doesn't
not enough to kill.
Noel with the Katars. We haven't seen those big Katar strings come out from Noel. Probably the most like 3-hit damage we got was that downlight double recovery.
He does have the sword in his hand now. Definitely his better weapon between the two. The weapon he's played for the longest time. A weapon that he helped Dobrain get much better at over the past kind of 2 weeks while Dobrain was staying with him in preparation for BCX.
Noel's been hardcore training these past few weeks. Trained with Noel, or trained with Dobrain, trained with Daiku, trained with Maboot. But Little Cap with the side air takes the stock. Little Cap.
I want him to stick with the hammer.
Yeah, agreed. I think his hammer is looking a lot better.
His spacing with hammer has been so good because hammer has high range, especially when Noel has Katars. Lil Cap is going to definitely have the range advantage. Nice. And he's positioning far enough away from Noel that even if he misses, a lot of times he's able to get the dodge in time, but that is going to be that game, tying up the set 2-2. Pressure is on for both of these players.
I think if we have a neutral game, it's going to go to it's going to go to Little Cap. I think Little Cap's got the stronger on-stage neutral, but if Little Cap gets shoved off stage, he's been burning a lot of utility, and Noel's been taking advantage of that and stuffing out the stocks, and that's why Noel, if he can shove Little Cap off stage, might have the advantage.
I think it all depends on what condition Little Cap's hammer is this game and how often he's able to secure that hammer. Because he does some good stuff with sword too, but largely he's getting better strings with hammer. He has better damage output per move and just overall DPS, if you will, over time with that hammer. He has better kill potential with that hammer, and I think he needs to stick with that. The things that hammer has a little bit of a drawback is high recovery frames, which based on his spacing isn't that big of a problem. Even if he does get punished every now and then while he's still in recovery frames before he gets his dodge out, or if he doesn't have his dodge, it's a better damage trade in his favor because exactly like you said, Noel isn't getting those huge Katar strings. So it's one hit for one hit on a weapon that does like 18 damage per move compared to a weapon that does like 10 to 11 to 12 damage per move at best.
And there you see the Katars in hand for Noel. Lil Cap not able to pick up that hammer that we were expecting him to want to use. Trying to keep Noel off that corner. Again, shoves him off. Neutral light. But Noel should be able to get to the wall safely. Does get that touch. Noel just trying to deny any weapons, wants to keep Little Cap on this sword.
If I'm Noel, I think I want to stick with sword more here. His Katars just really aren't working that well. Again, we saw a pretty big opening string, but we saw that last game, and that was kind of the only one, that one with the double recovery in it. This one's starting similar. Now Lil Cap has that hammer, just barely getting over that stomp.
And again, Lil Cap was looking for that unarmed recovery. Uses the weapon toss, tries to force the opponent to go high so that he can go for that unarmed recovery. Both of them at kill percent. That's the spot dodge, that's the punish. Lil Cap with the slight lead. Really charging up the hammer, he's sticking with the sword.
His sword's definitely working. Yeah. I don't want to say his only win condition is to get hammer, have a good hammer, and stay on hammer, because that's definitely not the case. His sword is doing work, definitely against Noel's Katars. I think sword v sword, Noel has a little bit of an edge, but sword v Katars, Lil Cap definitely has the edge there. And hammer-wise, I think Lil Cap has the edge overall.
More recoveries coming out from Noel, finishes off the stock. Lil Cap's going to be coming in, but Noel denies the weapon pickup. Again, Noel wants to keep Lil Cap unarmed, just denying any sort of weapon pickup. Oh, but he can't get the recovery. Ooh, just above the neutral signature.
Back-to-back dares, the second one does hit, trying to juggle up vertically with the neutral air as Noel's starting to fall. There's stomp side air. This is the damage output I'm talking about. 3, 4, 5 hits without a single answer from Noel. switching over to the sword, picking up that side air as well. Even though it's a very long-winded string, it's still like a 6 or 7 hit string. Noel just hit 2. Let's see if he can keep that going without taking any damage, or if his little string will be interrupted.
Lilcap sticking with this sword though. Downlight decides to reset, still picks up an air, second air. This is good damage for Lilcap. The scoop will kill from stage, and Lilcap with a big lead. Is he sticking with the sword? Yes, he wants the sword. He wants us to have confidence in his ability to outsword Noel.
Now, I don't think, unless Lilcap did those 2 neutral airs for that 36 damage total on sword, oh my gosh.
Oh no,
Oh
Noel!
my gosh.
He tried to go big, but he bet the farm and unfortunately lost. Noel is gonna fall to his death, and Lilcap continues on in the top 8.
Wow. Wow.
What a way to go. You hate to see it.
In game 5
You
too,
hate to
man.
see it.
Oh, when it was tied 2-2 in the set.
It was a good guitar string too. It was looking good. Then he went for the second recovery, just barely missed it, and that was it.
I don't even want to just stress that it was because of that either, because Lilcap in that game 5
Oh, yeah, he
was
looking good.
controlling
He was
it.
looking good
He
before
was
that.
outplaying Noel so well, both with sword and hammer. Definitely with hammer. His sword was stepping it up too in that game as well. Again, I wonder how much warm-up time he had, because Lilcap was just better and better and
just
better and better.
racketing up.
Noticeably better every single game.
The only reason why I stress that fall so much is because we saw Noel be 2 stocks down behind Lilcap and make that comeback almost happen. So had he had that extra stock, just
There's
want
a
to
bump
believe,
of his
and there's
head.
a bump of.
That's 3 accidents in that entire set. First Lilcap, then Noel again.
Lilcap with the what? Each win, just a sigh of relief, another step closer to that grand finals. This is that game 4 where Noel gets that weapon toss.
That's tough.
Tough.
That's tough for Lilcap
Yeah.
right there, because he knows it's going into a game 5 situation. There's that opening startup, that single guitar string that he seems to get, but then he falls. Not a worthy trade there. Look at Lilcap. He's got to be feeling
It's the
so
hat.
good right now.
It's the hat.
Honestly,
He's
it
got
might
the
be.
Trucker Road Bar hat. He had to wait for the juices to flow in.
All right,
from the
please, that's gross. Please don't talk about that. Lilcap will be moving on.
Yeah.
After that win against Noel, he's got to be feeling good, but
yeah.
I mean, he's going up against LDC.
Yeah.
That's so
Out of
scary.
the frying pan into the fire.
Oh man, he's gonna have to really pay attention with everything that he does. LDZ can exploit so many weaknesses so quickly. If Lilcap, like you saw, he was doing those like jump hammer down airs a lot. If he does trends like that, I think LDZ, based on the way he plays, he's a very read heavy player. So if he gets that read early enough, he's just going to punish it every single time, and Lilcap is going to have to change things. But before that, we have Wrenched versus Kosalix. So the people that we've seen so far, LDZ, old player. Boomy, old player. Isidru, old player. Sandstorm, new player. Noel, old player. Lilcap, I guess at this point, a pretty old player. But we have 2 new-ish players at this level. Not new to the game, but new at this level-ish for the years that Brawlhalla has had. It started this year at DreamHack Austin,
Where Kosalix won and
Wrench got second. So this is grand finals of DreamHack Austin.
It was a repeat.
Run back.
Kosalix was able to win out in that one. Wrenched also got, I believe, 3rd place in DreamHack Montreal. So Wrenched is no stranger to this top 8 stage. But this is a completely different beast. This is the World Championship stage. And you listed all these names. There's one thing that should be noted. They're all North American players. There is not a single European, Australian, Southeast Asian, or Brazilian, Latin American player on this top 8 in 1v1s.
Looking at their history just to see overall this year who is currently ahead right now in their tournament games against one another.
Kosalix beat Wrench.
Wrench has lost twice to Kosalix.
Yeah.
And I don't think Kosalix... No, Kosalix has not lost to Wrench this year. So Kosalix is 2-0 globally this year in tournament on land. Actually, overall, online and on land against Wrenched.
I think it's going to come down to if Wrench can keep Kozilek off of the lance, because that has kind of been the crutch weapon of Kozilek. It's been I think crutch weapon is kind of discounting.
It's just like he's really good at that, and it's working.
Really good.
So, like, it hasn't really failed him that much yet. So there isn't really the biggest reason to work hard on that sword just yet.
He's amazing on the lance, amazing dash dancing, and amazing weapon prepping.
Yeah.
He makes sure that he doesn't have a sword queued up for too long. The way that the weapon system works is each character has 2 weapons, and once you start picking up weapons, it'll alternate between those 2. So Kozilek will have the lance, and then he'll see the weapon spawn, throw the lance up, throw away whatever he picks up, and then pick up the lance again, so that the weapon after that in the queue is going to be another lance.
Yeah, the weapon you pick up is more or less controllable once you pick up the first one.
Just alternating.
Do you know how that? I never remember how that works. The first weapon.
The first one is randomized.
Okay. I couldn't remember
It's
if it was just like
randomized.
the weapon that's listed on the top of the character page.
Nope.
Okay, it's just totally a 50-50.
Yes. And there you see Foda trying to prep everyone up. Kozilek versus Wrenched. Kozilek taking out last year's second place world champion, Addy Mestic, to earn that top 8 spot. He's been looking pretty good this weekend, but Wrench he always goes hard in offline tournaments.
Yeah. We saw him clutch multiple times yesterday against multiple different people. No questions here whatsoever on the character picks. Kozilek's coming in with that Roland pick, Wrench with that Asuri pick. Now, Wrench at one time was saying that he was going to practice Scythe for BCX, but
I don't think I've seen a
like
lick of
most
Scythe
people
come out
thought,
from Wrench.
he has since gone away from doing that, and he's gone back to what worked for him at DreamHack Austin and throughout his entire career with these Katars.
Yo, but decent punishes coming out from Wrench. Kozilek expecting the jump read, went for the neutral signature, trying to catch him with the horse, but Wrenched underneath has disarmed Kozilek. Now he's going to try to just keep him unarmed. Goes for the down sig. Neutral sig opportunity coming up.
Now, something that I think will benefit Wrenched more than Kozilek is just like you said, if Kozilek can only get Lance, that's great for him, but Wrenched has definitely some more flexibility. Yeah. You're seeing some good stuff coming out from his sword, a couple with signatures, but definitely quite a bit of work. He's placing things pretty well right now, getting a nice nair there. One more might have actually done it. That recovery, oh my gosh, that
so
didn't
close.
kill.
That's
High
Sir
ceiling
Roland.
of Shipwreck plus the huge defense of Sir Roland. That one will kill. And Wrenched is going to pick up the first stock in this set.
And he's going to juggle the weapons, try to delay the weapon respawn. Kozilek has built up decent damage onto Wrenched here, but what's the kill option going to be? That side air actually sending him flying. That one will be the kill, killing him on that left side. And there you see he's going to prep the next weapon. Has the lance in hand. His next weapon spawn will also be a lance.
Side light, down air. Try to get the read with a jump side air. Juggling just a little bit with the nairs. Oh, look at this damage output from Kozilek. How does he play Lance? Like, I try to do this, and it doesn't work, and I don't understand, because Kozilek is able to just throw out these attacks and rarely get punished, hardly at all for big damage. And as I say that, there's 4-hit string coming out from Wrenched.
But it's onto Sir Roland. It's barely any damage. You can see at the top right, Kozilek has put so much damage on top of Wrench. Almost catches him with that down signature.
Oh, triple
good
down
guitar
line
string
into the recovery. And that's where I think overall I might want Wrench to focus a little bit more on the sword, because it's just going to be so hard to build up those huge strings. Yeah. He's getting them more than we saw like Noel get, but Kozilek is putting out huge strings of his own with much higher damage per move.
Ooh, but Wrenched underneath does have Kozilek in that kill percent, and he'll finish it off with the Katar recovery.
If he can keep Kozilek off of a weapon, or at least off of Lance, I'm fine with whatever weapon that Wrenched has in his hands.
But unfortunately for him, Kozilek had it queued up, picked it up immediately, gonna queue up the next one.
But it's kind of the same thing that we saw first stock. Wrench gets the first kill, Kozilek answers back quickly. Then Wrench gets the first kill, Kozilek answers back quickly. Now we're on the final stock, so if Wrench gets the first kill, Kozilek doesn't have the option to answer back quickly. He's going to ride that wall all the way up. If there would have been a weapon toss from Wrench, that would have been done.
It's too high, Wrench stutter steps away. Damage being put out from Kozilek though. Side light, down air, side sig, Kozilek building up more.
If Wrench ends up losing this game because of not being able to stuff that recovery, I know he's going to be kicking himself.
It's a tough edge guard to do. Kostelix with a sidelight side air that sends Wrenched off. Will he challenge?
Now, for those who aren't familiar with it, only those vertical sidewalls will give you the reset of your jumps. He rode that kind of 45-degree angle up until he got to the vertical sidewall. That let him reset his jumps. That's going to be a side air kill coming out from Kostelix when Wrenched all but had that game in the bag. I think he was a little bit panicky in that moment, like I think any normal human being would be, and he just didn't have maybe the timing or the recognition of what was going on in that situation to be able to throw that weapon last second, and it truly would have been last second.
He went for the side air, right? So he was basically saying, I'm going to let you touch the wall, but I'm going to side air you off
and that'll
of
be
it
enough to kill?
and try to just keep this pressure, right? Like I can follow up off that side air. He was just a touch too high to catch him with the side air, and so Kostelix got the wall touch and then just got away scot-free.
Yep.
Going right back to the same map. Wrench knows that he definitely had a strong opportunity here to win it out, but Kostelix with the lance play just hurting Wrenched around, and he throws away the sword immediately. I think almost everyone knows at this point Kostelix he wants the lance. He does not care about what his alternate weapon is. He just likes rolling because the signatures, the defense, and the lance.
The thing here is, if Wrench can get Kostelix off stage and put out serious pressure, I think he has a huge...
Nice.
Oh, he's going to end up eating that recovery. That's going to give Kostelix a chase dodge.
So he can get back up to that wall off the chase dodge. Goes for a gravity
There
cancel.
we go. There's some off-stage
chase dodge
pressure.
Down for the Sayer.
He's poised for it. Perfectly positioned.
He stuffed it. Wrench.
That's what he needs to do.
That's what he needed, exactly.
If he gets Kostelix off stage, I think Wrench is going to win that 9 times out of 10. Or as Remy would say, 90-30.
90-30. I mean, Lance has a characteristically difficult time off stage. All these moves hit hard, lots of active frames, but they're fairly predictable and put you on an obvious trajectory. Wrench starting to recognize those trajectories, recognize the positioning he needs to have to punish Kostelix on those returns.
His recovery coming out from Kostelix. Not going to kill, though. Sidelight recovery used to be his kill move of choice. It's not true anymore. So there is a possibility for whoever his opponent is to dodge out of that after the sidelight.
Lance tossed down from Kostelix, trying to finish the stock off of Wrench, but Wrench doing a really good job of widening this gap.
With that neutral light following up off his weapon toss.
There's the sword in hand for Kostelix.
This could be a huge opportunity to get a 2-stock lead because Kostelix does have the sword. Now Kostelix is unarmed. Okay, that'll do it.
Yep. But still, Wrench got a lot of mileage off that first stock. Like that, Kostelix finally finished it off with that down air, but Wrench, huge lead. Oh man, the recovery. Wrenched almost a full stock up on Kostelix, and Kostelix did not have the opportunity to prime his next weapon. I do believe he's gonna be stuck on sword. Oh no, he did get it. Lance in hand for Kostelix now. Sidelight dare, looks for the downlight. Goes for the ground pound?
I wonder if he meant to do a dare.
Oh yeah, instead of the downlight? Yeah.
And it just happened to be like a slide charge downlight. There's the sidelight coming out from Wrenched.
There's.
Ooh, double nairs juggling from Kostelix.
Nice side air. Throw the sword.
Wrench finding some openings here. He's getting Kostelix closer and closer to kill percent. Putting a lot of space between him and Kostelix right now before he decides to initiate with the side air.
Wants to finish this stock off of Wrenched, but Wrenched is getting so much damage built up. He got that early lead and he's just maintained it, Kostelix. How is he gonna finish this stock off? Tries to dash dance.
Nice D-light side air. There's the weapon toss. Almost dead. Hits Kostelix, jump ground pound. Is going to finish it up, and that has to be feeling so good for him, not just because it's a win, but because it is a 2-stock.
It was a convincing one.
Big lead there that Wrench was able to hold on to.
Wrenched, very pensive player between his sets, or between his games. You'll see him often close his eyes and go into concentration mode. Now it's on Kostelix to make an adjustment, likely banned out Shipwreck, but I guess he's confident in it. I guess he just wants this lots of platform. I figured he would have gotten rid of it because of the short walls that make it very difficult to recover.
But I think he also likes a lot of flat ground to run on, so he can just kind of control that space like he did in game 1.
Oh my gosh, the downlights from Wrenched.
Is he going to keep
so
it going?
Many downlights. He's keeping the Qatar pressure. This is what we know from Wrenched with the Qatars.
Oh my gosh, Wrenched.
Kostelix is bleeding out. Takes the opportunity to prime his next weapon to be the lance.
Oh, max range sidelight.
Other sidelight. Wrenched throws away the Qatars.
And this is the clutch Wrench that we saw yesterday.
Again, goes for the downlight.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I think now that he's done it twice, he might be going for that.
Lots of active frames
Yeah,
as
so
it falls on
he's
the
trying to
wall.
ride it down the wall so he doesn't have to be exactly precise. That's interesting. I mean, we
Wrench gets the
don't
stop.
really see Lance players very much, so I don't know if that's the thing that the good Lance players are doing.
Or if maybe just Kostelix, the best Lance player, is doing. Nair, though. Trying to get more damage onto Wrenched, but Wrenched has done so good at making sure that Kostelix can't find that kill move. These Nairs, they do damage, but they don't kill. Nice ground pound. Really good.
Kostelix evening up the stocks. Not a lot of damage on his second stock. So he could even this up pretty quickly if he gets a couple nice strings like he has been seen to do in the past. Nice weight after that sideline. He was looking for the big damage, but Wrench taking him out of the air. That's the stock. He doesn't have the in-air movement options coming from the Lance or anything like that. He burned his dodges, burned his jumps, burned his recoveries, and he's going to end up falling there. Big stock lead coming out from Wrench. Those clutch moments, man.
He's just completely dominating the offstage and doing such a good job of forcing Kostelix there. He's also having amazing moments in the onstage. These sidelights, the neutral light, Kostelix dodges down, Wrench almost catches him. Double down light into the recovery. Kostelix is bleeding out.
Sidelight side air coming out from Kostelix. Backdash into the neutral light to catch the landing from Wrenched. Ooh, he knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Perfect timing on that dodge from Wrenched.
Different style edge guard coming out from Kostelix. No longer is he going for that down sig and the follow-up recovery. Instead, he's going to go for just that burst of a ground pound.
He knows that because Wrenched is orange right now, that basically could kill his stock.
It's got a lot of force, sidelights there.
So much force on it. Like, it's kind of unreal.
Well, it's got a lot of punish on it, too.
Yeah,
It's why Lance
that's the
players
trade-off.
are very careful not to do it. It's very punishable on stage, and then off stage, because Lance has a difficult time.
Wake up, D6.
Left to right, lots of movement. Wrench can get back up safely, and Kostelix doesn't challenge. The wall comes in. He hits, chase dodge up. Kostelix got the kill, but he is so damaged. Very patient on that one.
There's the recovery. I honestly don't know if one more will do it.
That'll
will do it. One more will do it.
Yeah.
Almost a JV2 coming out from Wrenched. And I think the confidence is back on his side now. Just judging his body language, judging his facial cues. I think the confidence is back on his side, and he knows that he can do it now. You're seeing the nodding of his head. He knows that he can do it.
Kostelix might be a little bit shaken, not sure what he's going to do.
Even though he's 0-2 in sets this year against Kostelix, this could be the one that brings it back. And if you're going to win one set,
this is a pretty good one.
Probably this one.
Maybe.
At BCX against Kostelix. 1-2's not that bad when the one win is in top 8 at BCX.
Different map, not going back to Shipwreck. Kostelix sticking with the Sir Roland. We've seen in the past, when the Roland doesn't work, sometimes he'll switch to the Scarlet, but it seems like, as of now, he's going to go Roland through and through. Sidelight Nair, can't get the follow-up Nair. Good damage, though.
This is in the loser's bracket.
That's
so
gonna be
win
trouble.
here for
That
Wrench.
is gonna be
He
death.
will be moving on. And a loss here for Kostelix means he will be going home if that happens. Or it could be the other way around. The loser here will be done for the weekend.
Weapon toss from Koslix. Starting to see him with the sword, but only because no weapon had spawned. Lance in hand now. Not finding the connection with these side airs, still trying to make these side air approaches onto Wrenched. Wrenched is having none of it. Recovery comes out, Wrench tries to punish from underneath. Slight mistiming, but still gets away with it.
Back-to-back side
sig.
airs, gets the slide charge down
Turnaround.
signature, but it doesn't hit. That one is going to hit, going to give him plenty of movement options to get back to the wall. Koslix is taking so much damage, though. Wrench with a huge lead right now. Side
good
side air,
dodge.
not a true combo.
Oh, Wrenched able to dodge through it. Goes for the wild side sig, but he's got
Yes!
such a huge lead. Koslix, he's got stairs, but he doesn't have the vertical movement to get up. And that means Wrenched is currently 3 stocks to the 1 of Koslix.
What a beautiful spot dodge into
yeah.
the beautiful
Oh.
side air punish. Placed so perfectly.
Still a full stock lead for Wrenched. What can Koslix do here? With Wrenched, he's got that opportunity to kind of just burst out and take a stock quick. I don't know if Koslix can do that with his lance. He can burst for damage, but not burst into a kill. Wrenched, again, great dodges.
Both players struggling to find hits right now. Just unpredictable movement. No one wants to commit too much to a big move. Koslix falling even further behind.
Oh man, the wake up nair from Wrenched. Sidelight nair.
Ooh.
Dare bounces off the soft platform, charges for the
Oh.
down sig, but Wrenched is ready for it with the punishes. Can he kill?
Wrenched isn't kill percent at
Okay.
this moment. That is going to kill. He hits another one, bouncing off the wall into the top corner. Koslix actually did a great job of making that lead definitely overcomeable here. But as I say that, nice D-Light side air coming out from Wrench. Tries to go for that signature with all of those active frames, that down signature. We saw Noel use that a couple times for all those active frames.
Side air sends Koslix off. Wrench with the downlight recovery.
Is that going to be it? Not
Oh.
quite yet.
Good
He's got to hit
avoidance from
one
Wrench.
more of those, one more, and Wrenched is going to knock out Koslix 3-1 and move on to face Isidru in the losers quarterfinals. But you're seeing this damage come out from
Good
Koslix.
nairs.
Triple nairs.
Needs a whole lot more though. Goes in,
Oh,
and
is
there's
that
the
going to be
downlight
it?
recovery.
It is. Wrenched will be moving on.
3-1.
0-2 in sets this year against Koslix. That has to feel good. His first set of the day in top 8. 3-1 against Koslix. What a dial-in onto the way that Koslix was playing. We saw huge leads. Some of them would shrink a little bit, but overall, just true outplay coming out from Wrenched. Finding Qatar initiations, finding sword initiations, finding so many things, finding big clutch moments too. Even when it didn't come down to the wire and he didn't necessarily need those big clutch moments, he was
Got him.
still able to find them. I said it yesterday, but respect Wrench, dude. A lot of people give him a hard
yeah,
time,
people
me
give him
included,
grief.
but like respect Wrenched.
He's looking incredibly scary right now. If I'm a Isidru, I might be sweating a little bit. Wrench, he clearly did his homework. We recognize that. He's had a tough time against Koslix, but he did his homework, recognized what he needs to do against the Lance, and he took it out. Congratulations to him. He's going to go into the losers' quarters, but coming up next, I do believe we've got LDZ going up against Lil Capped.
That will be coming up next, but look at these replays first. There's that weapon toss that happened to miss, but he gets that, and Koslix didn't have enough movement before he got interrupted to touch the wall and reset his jumps. There was a huge commitment from Koslix. He still picked up the kill with that recovery. Oh man, that punish was so good. Oh man, I love that punish from Wrenched.
It was really good. Very well played from Wrench. Koslix felt that one, but that means he gets to go enjoy the rest of the event now.
That's
he
true.
Gets to go, he goes sit in the stadium, cheer on, maybe start studying up to do some coaching.
Moving on to our next game, though, it's LDZ versus Lil Capped. Now, Lil Capped has virtually next to no experience against LDZ. I don't think in the couple of tournaments that
I mean, when
LDZ played this
LDZ's been in so few tournaments, there's not a big pool.
even the tournaments that he has been in, it wasn't
yeah.
really LDZ.
Yeah. It's pretty tough to say, but hopefully Lil Cap's got at least some sort of knowledge in mind that LDZ is going to be a tough contender.
Yeah, these two have never faced one another in tournament. Did LDZ change?
Honestly, your guess is as good as mine.
I don't know, he just looks different than before.
No, I mean, he's got the same face and glasses.
That is true.
So.
Well, actually, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure that he has the same glasses.
Yeah, that's true.
I think overall, he is a different man at this point because he's LDZ in the losers bracket,
Okay.
which is not something that we're used to seeing at BCX, really.
I don't think we've ever seen it at the World Championship, especially not in 1v1s.
Yep.
This is a scary LDZ. It's unpredictable LDZ. It's a cornered beast. On the other side, Lil Capt repping the boat bar, the big bear himself.
Very. Who did you say was pensive earlier?
I was saying Wrenched was.
Okay. Because Lil Cap looking pretty pensive right now.
Just chill, man.
Yeah.
He's not like hyper like whenever Wrenched between games, he'll like close his eyes and like borderline replay the entire game. Lil Cap, he's just kind of looking at it. He's like, all right, I got it. I know what to do. I'll just play the next one.
Putting his headphones on, probably getting the go-ahead from Mitch. Adjusting that hat, that is very important.
Optimum hat placement is key.
If only left stick down would have been at Montreal to lend him that
Maybe.
hat. We
Maybe
might
could've
have
gotten
seen
farther.
a different winner come out of Montreal.
We might need Lil Cap to just get his own. You might need a couple of lucky hats. Practicing his hits. Button checks. The drill. Oh, someone's buttons weren't right. What is ADG? What? That's right. I think someone was saying that LDZ has very weird key bindings.
Was it? I think Noel was talking about that too. When on Thursday night we were at their Airbnb, when Noel switched from controller to keyboard. I think he was talking about LDZ. He was saying, "Oh, well, this is what LDZ uses, so I'll use this too." And then it was awful. So I think he changed off of it. But it works for LDZ.
Yeah, I mean, he's won 2
If it
world
works but it's
championships
stupid,
already.
it ain't
Yeah,
stupid.
It ain't stupid. Like a flip-flop for a doorstop. Getting ready to get into the losers' quarters. This would be big for Lil Cap. It wouldn't be big in terms of like numbers because he is placed higher than this, but this will be big in terms of taking out the world champion LDZ.
As the tournament goes on, and Taza said this yesterday, that the more he sees of LDZ, the more he believes that LDZ can
The
win.
dream.
And I 100% believe that. Like, yeah, LDZ's in the losers bracket, but it was in the top 3 qualifier match against Boomy, who the other person that I think is definitely my favorite to win this event. So him being in the losers bracket does not tell the full story of what LDZ is or has accomplished so far at BCX this year or in his career.
But he is going to be going up against the stop sign, the Bodvar with the hammer. Lil Cap had all of his first set to warm up, and now he's going in hot against LDZ.
Now, I think Lil Cap is going to struggle getting in on these LDZ guns. I think the range that LDZ has with these, his placement, his positioning, everything,
great ground
LDZ
pound.
is just going to have the upper
Nice
hand
snare.
now. I don't think Lil Cap has really ever played anyone like LDZ because there's not anyone that really plays like him at all. There are people that are really good, but nobody that plays quite like LDZ.
It is going to be hard to fill the LDZ shoes in terms of practice, but Lil Cap doing a pretty solid job so far, gets that scoop onto LDZ, and he does have the same, wow, the gravity cancel side signature from LDZ, was not expecting that. He does have this hammer, hits hard, nair from below. Lil Cap's going to take the first stock. Is he going to stick with the hammer? Stick with what he can pick up. Nice neutral light. Different hammer. The other one was a little bit dirty. Scoop! LDZ can't get the finishing blow.
Lil Cap putting out a ton of damage. Now, maybe I was completely wrong. Maybe LDZ has never played against anyone quite like Lil Cap. These weapon tosses are getting the better of LDZ. If Lil Cap can pace his weapon tosses well enough, he can just have a constant barrage of weapons going, and that is going to be difficult for anybody to deal with. He's about to have a 2-stock lead. The possibility of a 2-stock lead on LDZ, the former 2-time world champion, is super real for Lil Cap right now.
All he needs is that finishing recovery. Oh, but Little Cap with the downlight Sair will finish off that stock, but he is so incredibly damaged. The lacrosse sticks fly, no weapon spawn, but the neutral light sends LDZ off screen. Yo, that hammer toss would have killed. The recovery definitely will.
Full stock lead going the way of Lil Cap right now. Nice unarmed. He tried to continue it even though the weapon spawn came in, except with that weapon spawn there, I think the second LDZ gets back on stage, we might see some more weapon toss barrages coming out.
Just keeping this weapon swap. And he's been pretty precise with his weapon tosses as well. Almost catches LDZ with that side sig. Still maintaining this full stock lead over LDZ. Runs into the neutral light.
Lil Cap's sword is looking better and better. It's looking so good right now.
Lil Cap almost has LDZ in kill. Oh, okay.
That is a 2-stock
that's
lead.
A kill.
That's
big.
a 2-stock.
That is big.
Against LDZ. That is so big for Lil Cap right now.
Can Lil Cap knock out the 2-time world champion? That would be an upset.
This puts LDZ in a semi-rough spot for a couple of reasons. One, because it's a loss. Two, because that was a 2-stock. But it's only a semi-rough spot because this is a best-of-5 set. We've seen people win 1 game and then lose their set. We've seen people win 2 games and lose their set.
Neutral light comes out from Lil Cap. Damage traits have been even so far. Gets underneath. Has him off stage. Oh, he went for the dash in down sig, but LDZ was able to interrupt.
D-Light Cider coming out from Lil Cap. That true combo on the sword. The most prolific combo that Brawlhalla has ever known.
That's just bread and butter. Bread and butter. Lil Cap, though, getting caught by so much blaster stuff.
Almost!
Needs more. LDZ doesn't have the advantage of having a signature that will spike upwards, so instead he has to disengage, go back down, go to the neutral. Couldn't have used a gravity cancel there. Oh, down sig, just short.
Just a little bit too high and too far to the right. Lil Cap going up yet again, picking up the first stock here.
Oh, Nair goes for the recovery, but he's still getting these hits. More Nairs over to the sword, keeping the juggle. LDZ finally lands on the ground. Nice recovery, will even up the stocks. Not a full stock lead for Lil Cap this time.
He's about midway through orange on the early stages of orange. Again, 35 to 40 damage on this stock. But he does have the spear, which from LDZ we haven't seen the most of. We've seen him do some work, specifically those ground pounds on the edge. We also see some D-Light Sairs, just regular spear stuff.
Oh! Lil Cap!
That kill it orange?
Smacked him in the face with a hammer, the stop sign, taking out LDZ. This is a huge lead for Lil Cap.
LDZ looking to even this up quick.
He wants it.
Recovery! Oh, he picked it up!
Unfazed by the stop side.
Nice down air coming out.
He's building this damage with these blasters. So incredibly effective.
And you're seeing this big, long, extended string coming out from LDZ. I think this might be him getting a little bit of a read on the way Lil Cap is choosing to initiate, choosing to ways to get out of trouble, when he chooses to back up, when he chooses to move forward. And LDZ now, for the first time, has the lead against Lil Cap. That's why the pros want the best of 5 sets. That's where adaptation comes in.
Oh, another recovery,
oh my
LDZ.
Gosh.
holds on. Little Cap was looking so incredibly good
Yeah.
too. He hit that side tick, and suddenly LDZ busts out the blasters, puts in the hollow points, and gets the game.
That string on stock 2 was huge. That eventually led to the kill. He missed that side air all the way up, didn't retreat all the way back, went high in the air. He knew Lil Cap was going to recover high, snuck in there, stole that recovery.
And the grounded recoveries, the very low, like
hard to
grounded
pick up.
recoveries they're hard to pick up, but they're so incredibly clean from LDZ, and they're leading to a lot of kills. Good spot dodge through the nair. Lil Cap not finding good responses and damage. LDZ starting to run away with it. Side stick connects.
Is he going to
Looking for the
sneak
recovery.
it?
There's a recovery. Just barely over that weapon toss. But good damage being put out from LDZ.
Are we going to see a down signature coming in?
Oh,
He pulls out of that ground pound a little bit early. He started up really high. I think it might have been a bait.
Bouncing off the wall. Yeah, no jumps. LDZ takes the first stock. LDZ really honing in on what it is to play against Lil Cap.
Look up, struggling to find any connections right now. LDZ is as well. Oh, as I say that, nice little 2-hit.
Just barely avoids the down line. Nice weapon toss over to the hammer. Can't get the side air. The nair sends LDZ up. Going low, was looking for that recovery.
Ooh, he's got to be careful.
Oh, still looking for the recovery.
Oh, man, that was so close.
Oh! Hits him with the sit.
Oh my
Hits him with
gosh!
the dash. Hits him with the weapon toss. Hits him with the
Oh
ground
my
pound.
gosh!
LDZ!
He's nuts on the edge.
You can't find him off stage.
It's just a
can't.
complete 180 from what we saw earlier. LDZ completely has the read on everything that Lil Cap is doing. Right now has a 2-stock lead at this moment, and he's able to get back
He's
still.
still living. This is Ada, base 3 defense, just now losing her first stock.
We've seen some more spear work from him this game as well, so we know it's definitely there.
Nice airs into the neutral line. Didn't quite get the neutral sig read, but just extra damage on top of Lil Cap's last stock.
And he didn't get punished for that neutral
Nice
signature
there.
either. A lot of active frames there, a lot
Oh,
of punish
pogos.
room, but Lil Cap just didn't happen to be in the position.
Oh, Lil Cap.
Oh, he got it too!
Airsworth.
I saw LDZ's character model turn dark, which means you're out of your movement options. But I wasn't paying attention to Lil Cap.
I was watching Lil
so
Cap,
I thought that LDZ happened to die there. But then I saw Lil Cap fall too. Oh my
Lil Cap,
goodness.
he needed the nair so he could chase dodge up, and he went for it, but just didn't find the connection, so he ended up falling to his death. LDZ gets away with that one, and that's going to put him 1 game away from continuing on. Lil Cap looks so solid in game 1.
Now we're coming on to Twilight Grove here, a game that's not on Mammoth and not on Shipwreck.
Good neutral lights into the nairs. Downlight Sair. Can't finish it off. Ooh, dodges through the recovery as well. Gets away with taking 0 damage on this blaster's pressure. Guys, scoop, can't get the nair.
There's
That's
the recovery.
death.
And LDZ has no damage on this stock. It's not a completely clean stock, but it's maybe 15, 20 damage here.
He's just
Huge
being,
lead right now.
He's just being healthier and
Oh, no,
healthier
okay.
with each of these first kills.
I didn't think he was going to be able to
Oh,
pick
yeah.
up that recovery. I didn't think he was going to get the
It was
hit.
scary. LDZ could have stuffed it with a dare.
He's going to go for another recovery?
Okay. Recovery.
He's looking for just the damage right now.
Good down sig, but LDZ is so healthy. Side air.
That's going to be the death.
Yep. All right, Lil Cap evens up the stocks. Sword in hand. Jumping around a little bit. Good dodge. Good movement. But the pogo. Keeping him off stage. Just barely avoids that down sig. But Lil Cap's not finding big punishes. Like LDZ throws out the gravity cancel down sig, and Lil Cap taps him with a dare.
He's been on this spear for a long time, but he's still able to pick up that kill. He's going to swap back to the blasters. Ooh, what's he going to stick with?
He wants the spear. It's going to bounce down to him.
It bounces right to him. Stomp side air coming out from Lil Cap. He could even up the stocks here relatively quickly without taking too much damage.
Was dancing between those two walls. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to reset. Nice nair. Getting good damage on LDZ. Good spot dodge through the Seiya. That would have been killer.
Lil Cap getting the kill here is absolutely of most importance to him at this moment. He is down 1-2 in the set here against LDZ in this best of 5 in the loser's bracket.
Weapon tosses bouncing onto LDZ.
The winner of this will be moving on. The loser of this will be sent packing from this one's tournament. Ooh, he gets it! Goes for the chase dodge into the recovery. It's a 3-1 going the way of LDZ, the 2-time world champion, hoping to turn that 0-2 into the 0-3, dog.
Really well played from LDZ, showing why he has been the world champion 2 times in a row, and he wants that third. Like you said, turn the 0-2 into an 0-3. But he's still got this lower bracket run to do. He's going to be going on into the loser semis to find out who his opponent's going to be. Is it going to be Isidru, or is it going to be Wrenched?
The LDZ is 1 set away from guaranteeing himself top 3 in ones here. But we are waiting on that set, Isidru versus Wrenched. I want to say I don't know if Wrenched can do this, but I feel like every time I've said that in the past,
He can do it.
he can be a clutch king at times. We're seeing some of the replays here. Man, that was nuts.
That was a great side sig. I almost thought Lil Cap was going to just continue it, but yeah.
His blasters are so good. That's where he missed the first side air, then picked up the recovery.
And this was that dare weapon toss ground pound gim. This is where I just both found.
Oh my gosh, LDZ is incredible.
2 powerful contenders. Really well done from Lil Cap. I think he got kind of slept on towards the later stages of this year.
Yeah.
And he got top 8 at Montreal, and people were like, "Wow, I didn't expect him." And the upper side too. Wow, he ended top 4. Then he comes out here, and I was like, I think he can make top 8. And some people were like, I don't know. But he comes out, gets that top 8 in the lower side.
I would not have put him in top 8.
He did really well for himself. I do want to congratulate Lil Cap. Unfortunately, knocked out. LDZ did win that set, but we're gonna go over to Wrenched and Isidru, and you instinctively are saying that you are rooting for Isidru, but you gotta believe in Wrenched.
I'm not rooting for Isidru.
Okay. Or instinctively you thought Isidru.
Yes, my brain
was the advantage.
thinks Isidru has the advantage here. But honestly, I kind of want Wrenched to win because I think that would be very interesting for Brawlhalla culture. I mean, honestly, either of these players winning would be really interesting for BH culture here.
Well, I'm definitely a fan of Isidru and the way he's been playing with Axe. I haven't seen as much big burst of Axe. He started to bring it out towards the later stage of his match with Sandstorm. But if he can bust that out early, then I think Isidru has a good advantage. But Wrench clearly showing he's got a game plan for everyone he's fighting up against. Has a game plan for Koslix, has a game plan for Isidru. I think he's going to find ways to cut away at this Axe of Isidru.
I think it's possible. I'm wondering what Isidru's game plan is character-wise. If he's going to start with the Bryn, most likely. If he's going to swap to the Ragnar, my guess is he probably will on a loss, just to test it out. It didn't work earlier, but that doesn't mean it won't work against Wrenched.
I think that is 100% correct. He'll go with the Bryn. If it doesn't work, swap over to the Ragnar. If that doesn't work, go back to the Bryn. But there you see it, Wrenched, constantly pensive. Might be studying his notes, might be deciding on what song he wants to listen to right now. But he's a hyper-focused player.
Sporting some of that new wildcard merch that I don't think I've seen him wear before.
No,
with that wildcard pullover, which is smart that they went with pullovers because pullovers are way better than zips.
Meanwhile, Isidru repping the zips, not quite a zip hoodie, with that Flashpoint jersey underneath. Button checks happening in the background.
While the button check happens, something interesting to note
up?
is Isidru had never had steak in his life until BCX.
Wow, this year?
This year. He had like carne asada before,
Okay.
but he had never had like a proper steak.
Like a true American Texan steak. Where they go? Longhorn Steakhouse?
I'm not going to say where he had it.
Okay.
That's a secret
Okay.
for me and Isidru.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if these two players have come up against each other before.
Which one's higher PR?
Probably
I think Isidru is.
Isidru would be my guess. He's 13th PR. He has not lost to Wrench this year. Let's see if Wrench has lost to him. Wrench is 21 PR.
Okay. So Isidru just slightly higher in overall power ranking. So
Yeah, these two have not
numbers-wise
met in tournament this year.
would be the favorite.
These two have not met in tournament this year.
Okay. In terms of weapon favoritism, Isidru generally favoring the Axe, Wrench favoring the Katars, and in terms of matchups, Axe has historically done better, but Wrench is really good with Katars and has made that matchup seem not nearly as favored as some people have said.
Yeah, if Wrench is able to maintain his spacing and his pacing like he was against Koslix towards the end of their set, he was able to find so many initiations and entryways into Koslix's hurt box, and that will carry over, hopefully, if you're Wrenched, into finding initiations onto Isidru's hurt box, even though he lacks in range. But if Isidru chooses eventually to go with the Ragnir, then he's going Katars versus Katars against one of the best Katar players in the world.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall task to try to fight Katars to Katars against a player of Wrenched's caliber. But we're starting to hear the characters get locked in. Sorry, likely locked in. Oh?
Okay. Nah, he's just trolling right now.
No.
I know y'all at home can't see it, but
Yeah.
he's going around the board right now. He's hovering around Barraza, Asuri, Ragnir, and Cross. Now he's just going all over the place. Almost locked in a Barraza for a second, but now he's going to Bryn. Do the Barber skin. Please do the Barber skin.
I don't
do
think
it.
He
please.
hasn't really been repping the Barbara skin.
No. He's going through the skins right now. Looking like he's going to pick the color on Medvedev Bryn. He's going with Medvedev Bryn.
Not a bad choice, unfortunately, Medvedev Bryn. Not this year's Medvedev anymore. The new one's Bodvar.
Yeah, Mr. Medvedev Bodvar. Which people are already bothering me on Twitter about. I'm not going to give you one. But maybe if you bother at part of the Creed on Twitter, I've heard that he's given out some.
Yeah.
So just ask him.
There's a couple of people out there who have already started their
They're
retweet for the
Twitter giveaways.
Yeah.
I definitely know that part of Creed has an entire stack of them that he's wanting to give out to people on Twitter.
Again, that is twitter.com/PART.
At part of the Creed. Spelled like it sounds. The stage banding coming in.
Yes.
Twilight, Blackguard, and what is that one called? Mammoth. You know, the one that everybody plays on all the time, always.
And tournament map. Asuri versus Bryn for game one of this best of 5. Winner of this goes on to fight LDZ.
We were talking about weapon
scary.
matchups, but I think Isidru is going to have the range advantage regardless of what weapon he has and regardless of what weapon Wrenched has. Because Axe is going to out-prioritize in terms of range Katars and Sword. Same thing with Spear against Katars and Sword. But you already saw Wrench come in with the string. He gets those regularly and consistently. He's continuing to build up this damage really well against Isidru. Already has him towards the later stages of Orange.
Yeah, just really good positioning from Wrenched. But Isidru starting to see the Axe wake up. Getting some chunks. But Wrenched, again, just fantastic movement around Isidru. Gets behind. That's such a scary position with the way that the Axe recovery works. It swings backwards, and sometimes you'll see players get caught. But really good spot from Wrenched. Gets the recovery for the kill.
Wrench going up early on Isidru. staying very, very grounded, ends up getting procced by a sword side air. I don't know if Isidru meant to go through that platform or not, but he's going to pull out of that ground pound, maintain stage control. I agree with that choice. Don't go off stage against Wrenched. Ooh, nice side signature
Really
coming
good.
out from Isidru to pick up the kill, taking very little damage, 15 to 20 so far in this stock.
And he's going to be sticking with this axe. Has yet to make a connection onto Wrench's second stock, though. Dodges and jumps coming out. Again, Isidru still not able to hit Wrench. Finally connects with that down air. Down air. Can't get the down light.
So many down airs coming out from Isidru so far. Picks up the side air, but Wrench is still winning this damage battle so far. Due in large part to that small lead that he had. Oh! We saw that once before. It missed. That one did hit, though. Wrench using that very rarely, but to great effect here against Isidru.
Now Isidru on the spear, on the back foot.
Oh,
nice.
he picks up with
Down
the backside of it. Huge hitbox there.
Covers all sorts of space, and he slide charged it for the distance, and that will be the kill. Isidru really cleaned up that stock quick. Wants the spear this time.
At about the same deficit that he was before when he came into his second stock after getting the kill on Wrenched. There's the recovery coming out from Isidru. Looking to use this max range. You're seeing him try to hit at the very tip of that hitbox so that Wrenched isn't able to beat him out in terms of hitbox priority or frame priority whatsoever.
That's one of the biggest advantages that he has in this matchup against Wrenched is range, and there you see in the side sig, one of the extended ranged hitboxes that Isidru has in the kit. Oh, but Wrenched comes the strings. Couldn't continue it. Again, goes for the side sig. Wrenched is above it.
He's a D-Light into the recovery. No double recovery this time. There was too much force on the first one, so his second one wasn't going to be able to hit. There's the D-Light recovery. That didn't kill.
That was close, though. Wrenched had it at that extended height, just up above. Weapon spawns for Isidru. Not able to pick it up. The side air clips him. Wrenched again looking for that downlight for the recovery. Likely will kill if he gets it this time. And yes, it will. Wrench takes game one over Isidru. He's asking if he can swap out headphones, I think.
Be taking a breather right here for Flashpoint. Isidru hoping that this will interrupt any momentum that Wrenched had coming out of that victory. He has time to think about what he can do to adapt to what Wrenched was doing.
How many spare headphones do you think Wrenched has? Because, like, I normally only bring one pair of headphones. Like, so if he brought extra, like, that's, like, way forward thinking.
Do you travel with headphones or earbuds?
Earbuds.
Ew. Because it's easy to travel with multiple earbuds.
It is easier.
I use headphones because I'm a grown-up. And
sure,
I can only travel with one pair of headphones because they're big and they're bulky. Even if they
it is harder to travel.
You can turn
with
the cups and fold them up and everything. It's annoying to travel with more than one pair of headphones. I don't know. He may have like a really nice pair and then a really not so nice pair that he travels with.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Or he's just playing mind games.
Yeah. He's taking the momentum away from himself right now.
I think in Sun Tzu's The Art of War, I think in chapter 4 he talks about the headphone switch.
Oh, okay.
It'll mess up your opponent so bad. It'll tilt him.
Yeah.
And you'll get the big dub. That is
I think that's a direct quote.
Yeah, that's a direct quote from Sun Tzu. The Art of War,
Interestingly
chapter 5.
enough, didn't even have to be translated. That was like literally written by him. Yeah.
That language transcends language barriers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how progressive he was.
He was thinking ahead, all the way ahead.
As a strategist.
All right, Duke.
Waiting on Wrenched here. What's up?
I'm looking at this bracket right now.
Okay.
Just for a bracket update. If you want to follow along at home, you can hit exclamation point bracket in chat to follow along. If you want to look back on anything, it's super easy to navigate through the bracket on Smash GG to see what's coming up, see what happened in the past, see what set scores were, people are reporting, or whoever is reporting their characters, it's probably maybe Slosh, could be Expired. I don't know who's reporting characters for this on Smash GG, but thank you, because I love it when people report characters. It's looking like we got the bracket right in front of you here. You saw on the top, Boomy taking out LDZ 3-1. Then also in that round, Isidru losing to Sandstorm 0-3. Sandstorm moving on, guaranteeing himself top 3 spot along with Boomy in the winners finals. Then down on the loser side of the bracket, Wrench with a 3-1 against Koslix. If you're wondering what that little square is next to a player's name, that means they won. Also, their name is highlighted a little bit. And the other one is just a little bit grayed out. That is the loser of that
Almost
set.
like they ran out of jumps and recoveries.
Exactly. And they're not able to get back to the stage.
Can't get back.
Then right below that, Lil Cap beat out Noel. Looks like Wrench is back. He's swapping to headphones. A wise choice.
Over ears. Might be struggling a little bit with them. You can see there's this
headphones
slight shake in his hands.
They can be tough to put on. It's hard to find out which one is left and which one's left
and which one's right.
Also, they're Bluetooth headphones.
No.
That's why.
He's shaking his head.
They're Bluetooth headphones. He's probably turning them on and making sure they're going to pair to his phone. So interesting. He's not listening to game audio.
No. No, he's not. Neither is Isidru.
You were right.
Isidru's got his own earbuds. I don't know what track he was. He showed us the track last at Montreal.
Yeah, I don't know what he's listening to. He was listening to Astroworld from Travis Scott. I don't know what he's listening to this time. I was hoping he was going to hear us. He didn't hear us.
He's in concentration
Yeah, he's
mode.
too focused.
He's hyper-focused right now. But it looks like we're good to go. Getting right on into game number 2. Wrench took game 1 in fairly commanding fashion.
Definitely.
We'll see if Isidru has the adjust. We expected him to swap to the Ragnar.
Yeah, I was just about to say that when I saw that he's still on this Bren. He still does have one more game to lose to then switch to another character.
Right, but like a last-minute swap to a character generally isn't a great sign. It's kind of a panic pick at that point. But Isidru sticking with his Bryn. It makes some sense with the way that he was playing the Spear specifically. The Spear side signature really worked in his favor. He even played a stock with just raw Spear, and now you're seeing him swap to the Spear. He's just not having the success with his Axe that I think he was expecting to have this weekend.
Even with all the range that he has with Spear and with Axe, Wrench is just overspacing everything and then finding a way to get in. He's getting in and then backing up, getting 1 to 2 hits, punishing that side signature.
But Isidru remembers that side sig from Wrench, able to jump over it, but he eats the downlight recovery. One more of those will be killer. Weapon pickup for Isidru. Goes for the weapon toss, can't get the follow-up down air, but he still hits with the recovery, staying above Wrenched.
One more of those unarmed recoveries will kill. He tries to go for a gravity cancel down heavy, covering both sides and the stacked option if Isidru chose to initiate directly on top of him.
Sayer connects. Weapon toss. And that's
going to be the kill. Isidru finding this lead here that we didn't see him get in game 1.
It's very minor though.
Swapping back to the Spear when the Axe was a choice.
This is a fragile lead for Isidru. Wrenched. All he needs is one good hit. Oh, can't hit the recovery.
And that's something that we've seen Isidru do a lot, is throw his weapon in a more unsafe manner than like straight up or straight down and disarm himself so much. He does that more than I think any other player, and I think
Caught him spot dodging.
It's at his own detriment because his unarmed isn't quite as strong as we've seen from some other players like Boomy and the like.
I mean, that's what we saw in his matchup against Sandstorm, is he got stuck unarmed, was trying to just wait it out, wait for the weapon spawn to happen, and Sandstorm took full advantage, got an early stock, Wrenched with the offstage. That is going to kill. The side air keeps him from getting back to the wall. Wrenched with a very quick kill.
Now, don't take Wrenched off stage. I've said that multiple times, but sometimes you're going to get hit off stage. And if Wrenched is coming at you off stage, there's not really much you can do. He's standing in between you and the wall, so you have to go through him.
You have to challenge him on that wall. When he pushes you over there, it's just such a scary spot to be in.
Weapon toss down. That was a safe weapon toss coming out from Isidru. He's able to pick it back up. Now, throwing his weapon there would also be a safe option because there is another weapon spawn on the field. So if it did hit, he could go back and pick it up, or he could just swap to the other weapon if necessary.
But he likely wouldn't have done that because just the way that he's been playing this set, it seems like he's more
Yeah,
comfortable
he
with
doesn't
this
want
spear, but the neutral sig
You're
kills.
100% right. That was a 2-stock lead.
Woo. Big sigh. That was comfortable for Wrenched.
Now are we going to see the swap to Ragnar?
You know, I would have said maybe.
Don't do it.
I wouldn't have said this.
He's hovered on something right now.
I get it, though.
Y'all can't see it at home.
I get it. I get it.
I don't know if he's going to do it.
He's shaking his head.
Don't do it.
So the thing that worked the best for him with the Bryn,
He's doing
it.
this.
He's locking in an Ada.
Drew is switching to Ada. I don't know if I've ever seen him play blasters.
This is going deep in the pockets for the pocket pick, Ada. I agree. I don't think I've seen Isidru play Ada. I mean, his general character pool is Bryn, Ragnar, Ogrim. If we go way, way, way back, he had an Orion, but Ada would not have been in my list of characters to expect from Isidru. This is the top 8 stage for the World Championship, and Isidru is busting out the secret tech.
It's interesting that he's going this Ada. Maybe he knows something
His
that we
spear
don't.
did well.
But we've also seen him play Hattori recently.
True. Hattori makes sense.
Which if he's not going to go for the Ragnar, which I can understand of not wanting to go Qatar against Wrenched, that's fine. He hasn't played the Olgrim in really a while, but he's played the Hattori recently. He played
tough.
Hattori
That's
in Brawl
tough.
League Masters. He even really
That's
did
death.
play Olgrim at Autumn Championships. This pick seems way out of left field.
And Wrenched definitely taking full advantage of it. Isidru has had no time to warm up this Ada.
Nobody panic picks Ada. That's not a thing that exists in this world. I'm very curious what is going through his mind here. Because even now, his spear is struggling. Full stock deficit.
Okay, connects with a down sig though. Trying to find life, but
She does have a strong
underneath.
signature kit, and by his own words, Isidru said that he is a spammer. So that might be on his mind here.
Spammable signature kit. Maybe that was it. That was his goal with this pick. It's an odd pick to say the very least, but he's gotten Wrenched close to that kill percentage.
He's just going even in damage right now, but he's a full stock
trading-
behind.
He's just trading back and forth. Side air. Can he kill?
Oh, that
gets
was
the
so
wall touch,
close.
Yeah.
Wrenched had to use his dodge to ride that
Oh.
45-degree angle up. That recovery almost killing. Isidru is using the defense stance
Okay.
here on Ada, giving a little bit more survivability. That will kill.
Isidru evens
He
up the
chose
stocks.
blasters.
Yeah, he intentionally stuck with the blasters. You know what it might be? Because he's like, hey, maybe if I can't beat you, I'll at least prep you for your matchup against LDZ.
Oh no,
That's
it.
trouble.
That's it.
Yeah.
Isidru on his tournament stock here in the losers bracket, down 0-2 to wild cards Wrenched. And it's looking like this is Wrenched set to lose.
This is looking like Wrench's game and set. Stutter stepping at the bottom. Wrench feeling very confident right now. Isidru taking a little bit of advantage with these side sigs.
Okay, what?
Uh-huh. That killed. That killed from the left side corner of the main stage. Isidru showing the power of Ada.
Isidru has blasters?
He has side sig.
I mean, he does play with Cody Travis.
Yeah, that's true.
Cody Travis is a blasters boy.
Avoids the neutral sig. Actually catches the punish. with
Isidru's
that
like
down air.
actually about to do this. Like, this is very winnable for him.
Wake up down like goes for a ground pound read. More down airs. Chase dodges away for the turnaround. Can't hit the side sig. Wrenched underneath with the
That
weapon
will
control.
kill.
That'll kill. Wrenched closes it out 3-0 over Isidru.
Oh, they ended it with a hug. That's cute.
Friendlies.
Man, I wish I would have seen that Ada come out earlier. Never thought I would say that in my life
you
about
spent the
Isidru.
first half of the match being like, what is this Ada pick?
Well, usually when people play blasters who haven't played blasters for a while, they're not great.
Right.
There are really good players who play blasters. Boomy, LDZ, Cody Travis. but they're all longtime Blasters players. Nobody just like, you know what, I think I'm going to play Blasters today.
It's not exactly one of those weapons that you can just pick up and go.
Yeah, it's hard.
Sword,
It is
spear tend to be a little bit more easy to just autopilot with, so to speak. But
I've been playing Blasters
He's got
for like
decent
4
blasters.
years, and I'm still terrible.
either way, really well played from Wrenched. Clearly had a game plan against Isidru. Closed out convincing fashion. That means he is going to continue on to fight LDZ in the lower semis. Before that, we're going to be seeing Boomy and Sandstorm. But I think before even that, we're going to be taking a short little break.
Going to hear a word from our sponsor, Astro. And we are back with the rest of the top 8 for the Brawlhalla World Championship here at BCX at DreamHack Atlanta 2018. My name is Sparky878.
I'm Duke, and we have whittled that top 8 down to the top 4.
Yep.
And we are going to be getting into the winners finals. Both of these guys are technically top 3, Boomy and Sandstorm, and they're both looking amazing in their own way. Boomy 3-1 over the previous 2-time world champion LDZ. On the other side, Sandstorm storming through his bracket, 3-0ing Isidru in the winner's side to go up against Boomy here in the winners finals.
Boomy, of course, dollar for dollar.
I still don't know what 4 means. He does that
I
a
don't
lot.
either.
Okay.
The most valuable Brawlhalla player, #1 power ranked overall. I don't know if these two have really come up against one another. It was an Outplayer Dismay. They met. That was the tournament that Sandstorm won, really catapulted him onto the scene.
Yes.
And of course, he ended up beating Boomy there. And then let's see.
I believe they ran into each other in Autumn Championship where Boomy beat out Sandstorm, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And then actually earlier in the year at Winter Champs, Boomy beat Sandstorm. And actually at Outplayer Dismay, they both beat each other once.
Okay.
So Outplayer Dismay, they each got 1. Winter, Boomy got 1. And then Autumn, Boomy got 1. So 3-1 overall this year in terms of sets in the favor of Boomy. And they're on Shipwreck, which means early kills will be abound.
Oh yeah, any of these players could use a signature for a quick spike, but we're seeing Sandstorm start off with the Gauntlet String, keeping Boomy on the corner, throws out the down sig a little bit early. Boomy almost catches him with a ground pound. Boomy still able to touch the wall, another ground pound. Wall touch will happen because that weapon toss from Boomy helping to cover him from Sandstorm, but now Sandstorm's got this scythe in hand. Could see a quick dash jump ground pound, but Boomy stays underneath it, able to dodge through.
The toss is coming out from Boomy, but it's going to be a point-blank side signature from Sandstorm that's going to send Boomy off screen almost
into
to death,
death.
and that signature will send Boomy off the top. Sandstorm has taken 35 to 40 damage about midway through orange on his first stock. Boomy looking for the quick turnaround there with some unarmed offstage gameplay.
Lots of ground pounding. Definitely trying to stress this offstage against Sandstorm, which is such a scary thing to do. Sandstorm, with this Mordex, has 2 weapons that are very good at offstage, and you're seeing it a little bit now. Boomy with
Nice
the turnaround,
turnaround.
but Sandstorm able to get to that wall. Flash out, works out in Sandstorm's favor. Boomy with the
That's
turnaround
gonna
dare,
kill. Yes, it does. Sandstorm still basically maintaining a similar lead from before. Maybe it shrank down just a little bit after Boomy got that kill.
Down air from Sandstorm. Punish with the dunk. The down signature. Down air stops Boomy from getting the wall touch, but he still has the dodge.
Getting hit gave him an extra jump back, and then his dodge was off of cooldown, but that neutral signature, that lead has just grown to a full stock now. If I'm Boomy, I don't think I want to go back to this stage. No.
Get rid of this stage. Maybe get some more platforms. It looked like he and LDZ were favoring Enigma in their matchup, so maybe that's going to be the pick. But Sandstorm, again, clashes out with Boomy on the stage. He keeps shoving Boomy off this corner, and Boomy, of his own volition, going over the corner. Sandstorm with a punish from behind with the recovery. Still trying to keep him from getting that wall touch, keeps him from the wall.
That's it.
And Boomy's done for. Sandstorm takes game 1.
I think Boomy was dead before that down air. He didn't have any more jumps or anything.
Just in case.
I think he was dead regardless, but Sandstorm made sure it was so. I know Boomy doesn't like Scythe.
No. He's definitely tweeted out that
had
he's
very
not a
strong
fan of,
opinions.
of the matchup.
Pretty much a direct quote from him on Twitter is, "It's like Scythe plays the game for you."
You get a lot of options with that Scythe. Boomy gonna try to shut those options down. Going in with the unarmed for a little bit before he picks up his blasters. Nice damage being put out.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice!
good dares. Sandstorm gets up.
He was looking for the spike with that dare rather than trying
Yeah.
to pick up with a recovery because that wouldn't lead to the kill. He wanted the kill there. He's taking next to no damage.
Just a little bit of a tap. There's the weapon toss come out from Sandstorm.
kill.
Downlight into recovery. Boomy with a massive lead.
Definitely
over
regaining
Sandstorm.
his footing here on this map on Twilight Grove.
Sidelight recovery from Sandstorm. Boomy responds with a down air. Sandstorm has to build up so much damage onto Boomy's first stock. Going in, trying to get that clap, the nair, but it's gonna be the side air that punches Boomy away. Still needs more damage though, not getting the big strings that he wants.
Yeah, he's finding next to no momentum right now. Boomy seems to be controlling the pace of the game. You're seeing Sandstorm camp that island just for a second before going back in. Picks up a nice 2-hit ending in the recovery. That's not gonna be the kill option that he needs next.
Oh, good recovery, not gonna be the kill option. Jumps over the icicles. Sandstorm not finding the kill option. Can't set up for the neutral light into the neutral signature if he can't get the neutral light. Sidelight sends him off down air. Still needs to hit this, the recovery, and Boomy is done for, but all that just to get the first stock. Sandstorm's already stuck on his second in deep red.
Oh, tried to go for the
Yeah,
immediate
cheeky.
weapon pickup down sig. That definitely would have killed. That signature has
More
so
down
much
sig.
force. That's what he's looking for. Even with a bounce off the main stage, I think that will kill. But you're looking at this big damage from
flash.
Sandstorm.
The nairs and
look at
snares
it.
off
Still
the
going.
wall.
Weapon toss.
Weapon toss.
Is he dead?
Sandstorm
Yes, he is.
seals the stock. Over to the gauntlets. I'm surprised he's staying with the gauntlets. The scythe looks so clean for him.
There's the recovery. Plucking him right out of the air, something that Boomy has done for years now. Better than pretty much everybody in this game, except maybe LBZ. Even then, though, I would say that they're so close at that. That's what celebrates
Good
a
nairs.
great Blasters player from a near flawless Blasters player.
Ooh, trying to get him off that wall. Weapon toss into the setup, the neutral light into the nair turnaround. Sandstorm getting good damage with this scythe.
Great punish. It seemed like those icicles were still there. I would have been scared of active frames, but Boomy knew the timing perfectly. His last stock red to red with Sandstorm. You see Sandstorm looking for those kill moves. Goes for the instant.
Oh, he's
got missed.
unarmed.
That is going
The
to
dare
kill.
does it.
Sandstorm takes game 2.
Sandstorm, one game away from knocking Boomy into the lower bracket. Boomy, he tweeted 6 games left. It's going to be looking like close to 9 at this point if he wants to win it out in the grand finals.
Sandstorm in a very powerful, very strong position right now. Up 2 games against Boomy, who he's down overall against throughout this year in tournaments.
Here's the crux, though. Sandstorm, if he gets stuck on gauntlets, I think Boomy has the advantage. The second Sandstorm gets the scythe, he was looking much better. But when he was stuck on gauntlets, he was not finding the momentum. He was not finding the dodge reads. So Boomy, maybe he plays it in a way where he can force Sandstorm to those gauntlets, might have an opportunity. But Boomy is going right on in to the next game. Sticking with the characters, Diana versus Mordex for Twilight Grove.
Now, even though Boomy had more control in this game compared to the first one, or sorry, the last game compared to the first one, Sandstorm still has no problem opting for this map.
There's and
Huge
there's.
opening gambit.
Over to the gauntlets. Downlight side air or side light from Sandstorm.
Boomy did change his color.
Sometimes that's all you need.
I think you're right with what you said earlier about being stuck on the gauntlets. Does put him in definitely
good
a tough
icicles.
spot, but he has that scythe now, and he still has the damage lead.
There's a good Nair from Sandstorm. Nair, not exactly a kill option for Scythe. Back to the gauntlets, though. Might be looking for a dunk setup. Likes to do the downlight down sig, but Boomy's above it. Oh, so many threats there.
Yeah, that weapon spawn coming in. Sandstorm's able to get it switched back to the scythe.
Going in, recovery, sends him through
Man,
the
a
needle.
lot of damage on that stock.
Just threading that one, and Sandstorm takes a big lead over Boomy.
So other than that first initial time of being stuck on gauntlets, he has gauntlets now, but he has such a lead at this point. Boomy's looking for the big plays, trying to come in with the unarmed ground pound, get the spike, and yet again, only on gauntlets for 10 to 15 seconds before being able to get that scythe again. Now he is unarmed. This could be a big opening for Boomy. We haven't seen Boomy's bow yet against specifically Sandstorm. It's been mostly the gun show.
Yeah, but his bow looked really good in his matchup against LDZ. Likely might be able to bust out some good stuff here, but yet to get any momentum. Really, we've only seen him go for the down signature with this bow.
He hasn't taken very much damage, though. He has Sandstorm in basic kill
Oh.
percent at this point. We're seeing some of the gauntlet damage come out. Sandstorm with the weapon toss.
Nice down sig from Boomy. He's been really showing that he wants to hit that down sig, puts it perfectly on that corner to spike Sandstorm. That'll even up the stocks.
Sandstorm immediately able to snake that scythe. He gets it back so quickly, and you're already immediately seeing the damage.
Off the wall. Oh! Didn't hit the neutral light. He builds damage so well with this scythe.
There's the sidelight, the weapon toss. He has the gauntlets now. But he's going to stay on the main platform. Ooh, then quickly go for a jump ground pound. Another Nair.
Weapon toss from Boomy. Both of them throwing their weapons at each other. Now they're both unarmed, but Boomy's going to be able to pick up the weapon spawn. Oh, neutral sig connects.
Boomy the only one with a weapon at this point. One spawns in, and it's a scythe.
Ground
Ooh.
pound.
Sandstorm placed that ground pound really well to take out that stock.
He is one stock away from sending Boomy into the lower bracket and guaranteeing his top 2 placement. This could be big.
There's the neutral air, still not enough to kill at this point. There's the sidelight. What's he looking for the follow-up here? What is going to be his kill option?
Recovery.
That will kill. And it is
Clean
dead
stock.
even. Boomy on winner's bracket stock at this point.
Boomy with the weapon control. Sandstorm sneaking out, getting that scythe again.
The winner of this
Boomy
set
with
moves
good
on,
damage.
guaranteeing themselves a top 2 placement in singles where they don't have to share that prize money with a greedy teammate.
That's all yours if you win this set. Oh, just
I
underneath
thought he
the
might have
flask.
ended up going into
Yeah.
that, the bottom side of it. Boomy has the damage lead right here, but you know Sandstorm can negate that so quickly.
Boomy being very careful about his positioning.
Almost picking up the grounded recovery like we
he's
saw
disarmed.
LDC do earlier. Boomy has the bow in his hands. I don't know if a recovery will kill right now. I don't think Boomy wants to risk a signature. Unless
Maybe
he is
a down
for sure
sig.
that it'll hit. There's the inlight almost sending Sandstorm off the screen. Sandstorm
Sidelight
controlling
Nair.
the ground right
Recovery.
now. There's
Sidelight
that big
recovery.
damage coming out. Almost has Boomy in kill percent. Sandstorm 3-0ing Boomy here at BCX would be the upset of the century.
Neutral sig.
Almost, not quite enough just yet. Oh, Boomy takes it right out from under Sandstorm,
Barely.
keeping himself alive in this set.
Barely.
That was so close. I didn't think that was going to kill.
That was a very close finishing blow.
You saw Sandstorm was one hit away from killing Boomy.
Had he got that downlight
Yeah, the
on that
downlight,
right
yep.
corner, that could have been death.
That's exactly
that was
it.
Scary.
He would have done the active input to not pull Boomy the
Yeah,
other
kick him
direction.
forward.
Has a little bit more force, even without that extra little bit of force. When you're over on that edge of the island, when
You're
you're
so
as
close to the
damaged as
kill
Boomy
box.
was, that kill box is so close. Pressure is on Sandstorm now, because this is the first big momentum change.
He has gone 3-0 so far. Just now, he's 2-1, was almost going to 3-0 Boomy. But will Boomy steal the momentum away? Will the pendulum completely swing to Boomy's favor? We're going to find out as we go to our next map, Twilight. Interesting pick. Lots of places where you can return back to the platform. Maybe that's what Boomy's looking for. He's going to have a lot less risk off stage because he can go inside between the two major platforms.
Nice opening start for Boomy. Not quite as big as we've seen Sandstorm open up with before, taking his opponent from white to orange in the first 15 to 20 seconds. Sandstorm struggling to find a huge opening at this moment. You see him retreating to the wall, trying to get a little bit of a breather, going right over the corner of that with the scythe recovery.
Now he's over to the gauntlets. And there you see Boomy really utilizing this map to its full potential, going into the middle of the map so that he doesn't have to challenge Sandstorm on that right side wall. Downlight recovery, killing for Boomy.
And this map was a Boomy pick.
This was,
and I think being able to retreat to the middle, being able to give yourself room is going to give him a little bit more of an edge than we saw before.
Sandstorm chasing.
Sandstorm chasing him.
Boomy got the hit. Boomy got up. That might be what Sandstorm needs to do, though. Can't let him go underneath for free.
I don't know how Boomy is punishing those side sticks. He's done that twice now. When I swear there's still icicles out there. His timing on that is so good.
Weapon toss,
Nice.
pick up dare from Boomy.
Oh,
Going for another
nice.
one. Ground pound.
Did Sandstorm touch?
is out. One stock left for Sandstorm.
Oh my God. What an immediate comeback from Boomy this game. That's so crazy because it was last stock red. Now all of a sudden Boomy is 2 stocks up.
Downloading Sandstorm.
This is kind of the same thing that happened to Lil Capped against LDZ, but just a little bit more quickly with LDZ, as it only took 1 loss for LDZ to turn it around and find the edge.
Sandstorm needs to finish this stock off of Boomy. Can't get the dare. Boomy!
Are you freaking kidding me?
Boomy just 3 stocks.
Look at
Sandstorm. He is fired up.
Look at Boomy right now.
He is
I've never
so
seen
serious.
him look like that before. That is raw intensity.
That's so intense right now. Boomy is ready for grand finals.
Oh my gosh.
3 stocking Sandstorm on the turnaround, 1 game away for either of these players.
And we're going back to Twilight, where Boomy won previously. Because Boomy won the last game, this was his pick. We're in a game 5 situation right here.
Great gauntlet play from
Oh,
Sandstorm.
huge opening
Ground
gambit.
pound. Boomy's still living. The Nair. Boomy's still living. He's got the wall. Sandstorm backs up, tries to cover this off platform. Side air bounces him off of it. Boomy still has jumps. Boomy gets up.
Sandstorm basically saying, I shouldn't have let it get this far, utilizing the hit stun from the weapon toss to confirm the neutral signature.
Back and forth between these two players. Sandstorm picks up the scythe, picks up the damage. Boomy!
triple Sair!
Shoving in the Sairs, the turnaround! Sandstorm lets him get to the wall.
D-Light goes for the recovery.
Not
It's
gonna
not
kill.
going to kill.
Not
He didn't
gonna
even
kill.
proc into red before that final blast happened, so it's definitely not going to kill. Trying to pluck out of the air with that neutral signature.
Trying to deny weapons, he picks up the scythe. Waiting patiently, Boomy, not gonna
still
kill.
not enough. It was smart for him to go for that option, though, over just the D-Light into the recovery.
Again, a little bit more force
no, that's
behind
a
it.
punish.
Icicles from Sandstorm, the side sig doing some damage, goes for the recovery. Boomy
Nice
with a turnaround Sair.
I would be so worried about you using that side signature on the bow because you're stuck in that for so long. There's going to be big punishes from Sandstorm. That's why I think we haven't seen any of the GC down signatures on blasters like we used to see from him, because that is a very easy to punish signature.
It's got the 2 shots, but yeah, it locks you in place. Boomy still very damaged here behind Sandstorm in Game 5 of Winners Finals.
And Sandstorm's gauntlets are stepping it the heck up so quickly.
He's been warming them up each game.
Sandstorm on gauntlets is no longer a win
going
condition
in.
for Boomy.
Boomy!
Oh,
Boomy!
no!
He didn't touch the wall. He got the recovery, but he did not reset himself back to the wall.
In rare fashion, Boomy falls to his death there, running out of movement options.
Oh my goodness.
That's something Boomy does to other people.
Yeah.
And now Sandstorm is the one doing it to him.
Sandstorm going for the dash jump weapon toss. Boomy could take the stock off in just a little bit. Trying to keep Sandstorm back, but Sandstorm goes in. The weapon spawn is all the way to the right side. Sandstorm can't get past it. Barely avoids the flask. There's the spawn, picks up the scythe, and
Nice
Boomy
spot dodge.
disarms himself. Yes. Great spot dodge around it. Trying to deny weapons. Has the gauntlets, eats the recovery. Very patient. Neither of them wants to make a mistake here. The Nair not gonna kill. Neutral Light does it.
You're seeing him juggle those weapons up and down, trying to delay the next weapon spawn for Sandstorm as long as he possibly can. While Sandstorm spawns back in, it's that scythe. He has it again. He has Boomy in the orange. There's the strong downlight. Nair turning Boomy around.
Trying
Even
to
if
keep him
Boomy
on
is
that
in
left
center
side.
stage,
Ground pound.
Sandstorm
This
can
is
send it
trouble.
back to the edge.
This is scary. Boomy gets around. Oh, going for the neutral sig. Throws him over to the right side. Now ground pound, and Sandstorm sends Boomy to the lower bracket. Sandstorm is going to go to the grand finals, guaranteed top 2.
In his first Brawlhalla LAN ever, coming out big for the boy. I underestimate him. I know some people out there underestimated him as well, but there were also more than
There's
a few
believers.
that believed
There are believers.
in the boy.
I believed in the Sandstorm, and Sandstorm is destroying right now. He is
Oh
now
my
in the
gosh.
grand finals, and we are going to find out who he's going to fight. Up next, Wrenched and LDZ.
That's so crazy, man.
Right?
Sandstorm is nuts.
Dude, Sandstorm's so good.
He's taken all of these cool, flashy plays that we've seen from tournaments over the years, some online tournaments, some like pools matches against maybe lesser players who don't know how to get out of trouble. But the fact that he's continued that, gotten better and better and better. Look at these replays
Oh,
here.
these are the dares.
That huge opening gambit
Yeah.
from Boomy was insane. But Sandstorm's scythe play and later in the set his gauntlet play as well were just absolutely lights out. There's the weapon toss to finish off that stock.
Sandstorm makes those highlight reel plays look natural.
Yeah.
Like he just does it on the fly. He does it so incredibly well. That was a very close finish. And that was almost the turnaround. Boomy started to hold on, was starting to get some momentum.
That Thunder Guard pick was
Yeah,
so
that was a
good
big
for
pick.
Boomy. I wonder
3 stocking.
if Boomy gets the loser's bracket run and brings it back to grand finals against Sandstorm. I'm focusing on Thunder Guard.
Yeah,
I'm
he's-
not
he's-
going Twilight.
That's going to be his focus is Thunder Guard. But then if you're Sandstorm, you're banning that every single
Yeah,
time.
for sure.
You are not letting that map get through.
I wouldn't want to play a map that has soft platforms or anything just than a flat map.
Right.
So like Shipwreck.
So Shipwreck, Brawlhaven, and then Twilight.
And I would include Mammoth too.
And Mammoth, yeah.
Just because that soft platform isn't as
It-
big of a
yeah.
deal. But I'm worried about those weapon spawns that happen not in center stage. Because when Sandstorm was completely disarmed, like totally unarmed, Boomy had the edge. But Sandstorm was able to then quickly pick up a weapon and either spawned over here on the island or spawned over there on the soft platform or spawned up above on the soft platform. And on maps that are flat and don't have soft platforms, or even on Mammoth Fortress, there's lesser likelihood of crazy things like that happening. It'll be easier if you're controlling the main stage, which Boomy was doing quite a bit, to be able to get to that weapon spawn and keep his opponent, Sandstorm, disarmed.
Well, we'll see if that ends up coming out to play as up next we've got LDZ again, the 2-time world champion of Brawlhalla, going up against Wrenched. And Wrenched, he's just on another level when it comes to offline play. He just has game plans for everyone, and he busts out just the biggest stuff that he can.
You see him going up against LDZ, probably. Let's see if they played against one another. I'm not sure.
I mean, LDZ
I would say they
played
they
against
haven't.
very few
Yeah.
people, to be completely frank.
I don't think. Yeah,
No.
they haven't ran up against one another in even on like the early stages of the fall championship or anything. Power ranking wise, it's so funny to think of LDZ as 56.
Yeah.
Like LDZ straight up not even top 50 overall power ranks, even though he's a 2-time world championship, because he doesn't play in tournaments.
He doesn't. He's a bear that hibernates throughout the entire season, and then when he wakes up, it's time to play, and he does it so incredibly well. He's gotten so far here, and there's a lot of people out there who were watching him play yesterday and today, and we're like, he's looking real good. We could see the three-peat happen. Boomy putting a little bit of the brakes on that dream, but it's still a possibility. LDZ here in the lower bracket against Wrenched.
That's also a big question, is looking, let's just say theoretically that LDZ comes out on top here, and then even beats Boomy, and then goes into grand finals against Sandstorm. Because Scythe, at least for LDZ, is sort of a relatively new weapon.
Because he hasn't been playing.
What is he going to do against Scythe? I would be so scared of that, but he also has to be worried about Wrenched, the clutch king. This is a button check here. You're seeing Wrenched on Bodvar, which, look, Isidru pulled out of Ada, and
at this point, you don't know what people are gonna bust.
I'm respecting goofy picks.
Likely will be the Asuri though, coming out from Wrenched.
Does Crocky play red Ada? Or does he just
Red
play,
DJ Ada?
He plays red?
Sure.
Okay.
I think so.
So then Isidru was using the color scheme that Crocky used to use when he played Ada. I couldn't remember if he was red or just default color scheme.
They're similar, but I think they have their keyboards good. Just doing last-minute button checks between the two of them, LDZ and Wrenched. Before we get into this best of 5, winner of this goes into top 3. Loser of this goes home 4th place.
Tell you what, this Ada skin,
Yo, what headphones is Wrench getting this
she
time?
just looks like a mean girl. Like, she looks like a bully.
It's the detention Ada.
Yeah.
She's been in detention.
Like, she's straight up a mean
Might
girl.
be skipping out on detention right now to play over here.
I think that was cinnamon gum that LDZ is now chewing. It was red. Could be a lot of things,
But how does it feel to chew 5 gum?
if LDZ wins this whole thing again, probably a lot
Probably
like that.
Yeah.
Probably like
That'd
that.
be my guess. I think Wrench dipped to go find his other headphones. I don't know why he didn't just bring them up to begin with.
Yeah,
but
he should just have like a duffel bag.
Yeah. He brought his keyboard, did not bring the headphones.
Okay, so Sandstorm is sitting in grand finals, guaranteed top 2.
Dude, that's crazy.
The winner of this will be moving on to the losers finals to place Boomy.
Boomy knocked
guaranteeing himself
LDZ
a
into the
top
lower
3.
bracket. Who knocked Wrenched into the lower bracket?
Let me see. Let me go back in the bracket. Sorry, my computer's loading.
It happens.
Wi-Fi here isn't great.
Button checks again, I think.
Yeah,
between the two
we're
of them.
going into secondary button check. Unless Wrench just really going
Yeah, he
in
might
on
be,
this
might
boat
be
bar.
very serious about this boat bar and also equally unserious about the map bans because they zoomed through it. So it looks like Boomy knocked both of these players into the lower bracket.
That was my guess, but I couldn't remember if
I just
that
wanted
was
to
right or
double
not.
check. Boomy knocked Wrenched before top 8 and then knocked LDZ in top 8. So either of these players are going to be looking for that salty run back against Boomy in the losers finals.
What power ranking was Wrenched again? Is it 21, I
not
think? Yeah,
one.
he's 21. You're correct. He's not one.
Very much not
He's not
one.
one and he's not 56.
Not 56, yeah. Kind of splitting the difference on that one.
Somewhere in between.
All right, LDZ and Wrench. Looks like the button checks are good. Looks like the character picks are good. LDZ, Detention Ada. And then on the other side, Wrenched on the Mecha Asuri.
Now, Wrenched winning this set would guarantee him top 3, which is something that he really hasn't done very often in his career. He did
Only
it once
in
at
offline.
Montreal. He did it once in Austin.
That's
and
about it.
this year, that's it. He came in 5th at Brawl League Spring Fling, a couple outside of top 16, one right on the inside of top 16. But a guaranteed top 3 placement here from Wrench would be absolutely huge for him.
It also would mean that he's medaled for each of his offline tournaments this year,
Yeah.
which would be pretty good
That's
if he can
intense.
earn it.
I wonder, can anyone else say that?
I mean, what did Boomy place at Austin? What did Noel place? I think not.
Boomy wasn't top 3 at Austin because I think Wilson was 3rd.
Yeah. So I don't think either Boomy or Noel could. Wrench with a gimp. We were distracted about ranks. And Wrench getting that down air. LDZ already falling. Where's the weapon spawn?
Oh, no, Boomy was 3rd at Austin.
Okay. So I think Boomy can also say that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Sidelight from LDZ. Trying to get some damage built up onto Wrench right now. Ooh, just goes straight through the side sig.
Juggling nairs coming out from LDZ. Tried to pick up that downlight, reading the Wrench was going to move down.
Oh, wow.
Largely going for the recovery afterwards. There's the down air into the weapon toss to confirm the kill.
The crisscross there, Wrench read LDZ going up, so he went for that gravity cancel downlight. LDZ immediately pushes off, hits the down air to spike Wrench for the weapon toss follow-up. That was great. Now he's back to the blasters for more damage build-up on top of Wrench.
It's dead even now, and actually, as I say that, it's swinging in LDZ's favor, and it's looking like he's still going. He has Wrenched on the edge, which he's not going to initiate onto Wrenched on the edge. You don't fight Wrenched on the edge. He's going to throw out that neutral signature, covering that corner right there, but other than that, no huge commitments off stage. Occasionally, like we saw earlier, he'll throw in a down air and maybe follow it up with a weapon toss or something like that, but no real huge commitments.
Conversely, LDZ's been looking amazing off stage with his blasters, but now that he's on the spear, could be a risky position. Wrench going to be looking for that stock finisher. Oh, but he couldn't keep the pressure onto LDZ, couldn't keep him from getting back up onto the main stage. Now that we're on a neutral spot. Oh, great spot dodge from Wrenched to lead to the downlight recovery.
He's going to stick with Katars here, throwing his sword up, stripping that board. At least he's able to pick up blasters immediately. Side signature there on those blasters for the kill. And we're dead even on the final stock.
But LDZ has the blasters, and he is so good at putting the shots, putting the pain out onto his opponent with these blasters. Just barely misses the nair there. Wrench tries to read with the gravity cancel sidelight. Another one. More blasters play coming out from LDZ. Getting a couple of shots. Wrench getting inside the dead zone on these blasters.
There's the D-Light into the side air. Again, the neutral signature over the corner. Wrenched able to punish it again. Last blast of the downlight. You usually don't go for the recovery when you only hit the last blast of that downlight. Egg did a video on that too. Actually had a lot of information for an Egg Soup video.
He's a very smart player. Meanwhile, Wrench and LDZ very intelligent themselves. Wrenched! One hit from killing LDZ. The nair was so close to doing it. I'm taking him off the top. LDZ going in with the unarmed ground pound. Wrench!
That'll kill.
That'll do it. Downlight into the recovery, and Wrench takes game 1. Pensive. He has to replay the whole game. Photographic memory.
Are we going to see the clutch LDZ? Are we going to see the same thing that we saw in LDZ versus Lil Capped, where he loses game 1, but then gets the down
Turns
low
it around.
and just immediately goes to town?
That very well may be the case as we get right on into game 2. LDZ versus Wrenched going to Mammoth.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Neither of them going for an aggressive start. Sometimes you'll see players just go straight in, try to throw out a hitbox, but both of them just kind of floating forward, trying to see who picks up the weapon first. LDZ got the pickup, but Wrench was able to punish with the unarmed for a slight start lead, but LDZ already responding in damage with the downlight Sayer.
Now, before earlier yesterday when we saw spear play from LDZ, we saw a lot of D-Light Sayers. We're not really seeing that very much. We saw him just pick up the 1, but he hasn't been very lucky with picking up Wrench out of the air with those D-Lights. And of course, D-Light doesn't really pick up grounded opponents anymore like it used to a long time ago. So he's been struggling to find where exactly to place that D-Light based on Wrench jumping and fast falling, whether he's 1 jump height up, grounded, or 2 jump heights up.
Nice grab
That
down.
is going to be the kill, though, very early on. One of the very few offstage encounters that we've seen from LDZ with actual real commitment, definitely with something like a ground pound.
He knew exactly what he needed to do. Just hit that one dare, kind of backed up, waited for Wrench to get stuck in active frames before finishing off with the ground pound. Oh, but Wrench already trying to return the stock. Recovery underneath, not enough damage onto LDZ. Recovery underneath, not enough damage.
Ooh, no immediate punish there from LDZ. The recovery from Wrench is going to kill off the top, but LDZ has just a little bit of a lead. But we've known Wrench to come in the clutch. That's what the C in Wrench stands for, is clutch.
Falling nairs from the clutch kid Wrenched. Nice side air. Keeps LDZ off stage. Oh, clashes out. Ground pound connects. LDZ disengage. Not going to challenge Wrenched on that wall. It was not worth the risk. Ground cancel downlight into the side air. Throws away the blasters. Looking for the kill potential of the spear.
He threw that side signature. Usually he'll follow it up with another side signature shortly after this. Goes with a neutral signature this time. I was actually expecting a down signature just for a little bit more generality with it. He can use it more universally instead of, oh, he's
Just
right in
also
front
a
of me
little more
there, he
punishable,
finds
though.
it.
He does find the side signature onto Wrenched, but he's quite damaged. Likely won't be throwing out any signatures anytime soon unless he sees the perfect position for it. Oh, Wrench not able to follow up with the side air off that downlight. That time he hits it, that time he kills.
LDZ's been holding on. This lead has gotten so small. It's about 5 to 10 damage at this point. But still, if LDZ is able to take the first stock here, Wrenched will be dead. That will be his final stock, and LDZ will be tying up the set between these two.
His downlight Wrench with the back off. He's being very patient with his follow-up, so go for one hit, see how LDZ reacts. Goes for another hit, wait for the dodge. There you see it. Gets the downlight, and then just waits for the dodge from LDZ.
Nice nair coming out from Wrench. This last stock guitar play coming in so well.
He's going
that was
so
close.
low.
That was close
So
too.
much movement.
That
That's
actually
death.
hit, and that is it. Wrench going up 2-0 against LDZ.
He is one game away from taking out the two-time world champion.
Respect Wrenched, man. Respect Wrenched. That's what the R in Wrench stands for. Respect.
How about you just give me the full anagram instead of doing it one letter at a time,
If you read it
please?
backwards, it goes all the letters and then RW. Respect Wrenched.
Okay. What about the rest of the letters?
You'll see when
when we get there.
when it's
All right.
important. I'm not just gonna play all my cards right now.
exactly. Yeah, you don't want to reveal the hand.
What
too
if I
early.
run out of things to
LDC
talk
looking
about?
for the coach. He's
It's not
looking
gonna
for the
happen.
coach.
I'm not gonna run out of things to talk about with these amazing sets. Who's it gonna be?
I don't know. Is it going to be Boomy? Last
Yeah,
year,
okay,
it looks
yeah,
like
it's
Boomy's
Boomy
coming
coming
up today. Last year, when LDZ was struggling against Addy Mestic, Boomy was the one who came in clutch. LDZ, after the reset, ended up winning the set against Addy Mestic.
Does Wrench have anyone? I can't see.
And he gave a thanks.
He's talking
I think
to
he's
someone.
trying to listen to Boomy. I think he's literally
okay.
trying to listen to
Oh, yeah,
to
he
what
straight up
Boomy-
is.
yeah.
Okay. I don't know if he was
He's like,
talking
"Hey,
to
what
like
you
Mitch or
saying?"
anything over there.
I think I see you saying, do that. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, do that thing too. No, don't do that one. That's a bad one. That's a bad move, is what he said. Yeah, but that's a good one. You're right. I'll punish that one.
I think if LDZ wins the whole thing again, that's at least 5K right there for Boom.
That's the coaching fee right
Yeah.
there. All right, LDZ. He's now got to win 3 games in a row to take Wrenched out. Can he do it? We're going to find out as we get right on into game 3. What's the map pick? Wrenched. What does he want to do? Go back to Small Mammoth? Change it up? It's going to be Small Mammoth.
Second verse, same as the first. Third verse,
Similar.
yeah. And he wants the same outcome. He's up 2 games.
There's the weapon spawn. LDZ tries to challenge with that recovery, but Wrench stays low.
He was going
No
pretty
damage.
even with LDZ having just a slight lead. But on that last stock, Wrench really fired up.
Dodge up from LDZ. Sayer into Sign Light. Getting some taps. Getting a couple more taps. Fake out with the ground pound. Oh! Throwing out the sig. Another neutral. Wrenched with the punishes on it. Knows that LDZ is very punishable from that neutral signature.
Evening up this damage. It's very close at this point. LDZ with the recovery, sending Wrenched off screen, trying to get the read with the gravity cancel side signature.
Did pick up that spear, but Wrenched has the stage control challenge, but there's the nair. Sends LDZ up. He goes for the spot dodge, but Wrenched with the punish. Wrench is off stage. Spear toss.
Ooh, he's gotta be
down air.
careful.
Still has jumps. No, he doesn't.
Oh, that was it. A critical error that LDZ immediately capitalized on. Started it off with the weapon toss, then followed up with a down air. It wasn't quite an egg drop, but still excellent placement from LDZ. You're seeing him scoot across the stage.
kill.
He's going to end up getting hit by that signature. He is going to die dead even. That's what we saw last game.
Very close between the two of them.
It's pretty much the same 5 to 10 damage difference between them, with LDZ just a little bit in the lead, but last stock Wrenched.
Yeah, last game on the last stocks, Wrench did incredibly well. Was able to close it out. This time LDZ had a lead, but Wrench just dwindling it with these recoveries from the Katars.
That's what the E in Wrench stands for, is ending stock clutch. And the D is for don't fight Wrench on the edge. Yes!
I think there's a
See, look!
2 letters. Oh!
That's exactly what I'm talking about!
Oh, don't!
That's what the D
fight
stands for!
Wrench on
Don't
the
do
edge.
it!
Wrench is 1 stock away from taking out the 2-time world champion.
Ooh,
Side
side sig. Still not enough though, the weapon
Trying to
toss. That
harpoon.
harpoon going right under Wrenched.
Side airs. Still has movement. Recovery? Oh, Wrench with the spot dodge. Wrench with the punish.
Now Wrench is the one
Okay.
scootering across the stage, tried to position himself. LDZ saw that opportunity to hit the ground pound. Wrench wasn't going to be able to get away in time. LDZ has just a little bit behind in damage right now. Wrench is a little bit in the lead, but you know what that E stands for. LDZ needs to get the stock here to get the win, to keep himself alive in this set and not go down 0-3 against Wrenched. LDZ wants guaranteed podium spot.
Downlight Sarah from LDZ. The damage is even between the two of these players. So incredibly close. The neutral light tapping away. Wrench with the Sair. One more hit.
He's waiting.
No! LDZ is out, and Wrenched is going to continue on. The 2-time world champion will not be able to repeat. History is changing.
That's what the N stands for in Wrench. No three-peat for you, LDZ.
1 letter left. What is the H?
I don't know, man. I'm going to need some more games from Wrench for that. Oh my gosh. Respect Wrenched.
Respect. Wrench did very well. Took out LDZ.
It's top 3.
3-0.
At Worlds.
He has medaled in every offline tournament that he has participated in, but coming up next, he's going up against Boomy, the person who knocked him into the lower bracket.
This is the losers finals. The winner of this set will be going up to face Sandstorm. If it's Boomy, he's looking for the salty run back. If it's Wrenched, he has a lack of information to deal with. He doesn't have a full set like Boomy does before that.
He's got a plan.
That's
If
true.
you ever talk to Wrench,
he's clutch,
always
man.
saying, I know what I'm going to do.
He really does always have a plan.
He really does have a plan for every single opponent.
And for a while, I always took that as like, oh yeah, Daiku also
Yeah,
says
dude,
he has
me
a
too.
plan
I got a
for
plan.
every opponent. Like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do now.
I took a college prep class once.
Dude, give me one more set against him.
Exactly. I
easy.
would have had it if he
But
wasn't
Wrench,
such a
man,
spammer.
Wrench like actually does have a plan, and that's crazy.
And it's showing. It's working really well for him. Wrench making it this far, top 3 at the World Championship stage, going up against Boomy now. Boomy unexpectedly in the lower side of this bracket. This is a crazy time, and I am so thankful to be here watching it live with all you guys here and at home. Coming up next, Boomy versus Wrenched. for the losers finals.
Now, Boomy was the one, when we looked it
Knocked
up
him in.
earlier, was the one who
Knocked him down.
sent Wrenched down here. Have they really played? They played in Outplayer Dismay. Boomy won. They played in DreamHack Montreal, and Boomy won.
Did Wrenched beat Boomy at Austin, if I'm not mistaken?
No. Wrenched lost to Phazon and then Koslix.
Right. Phazon knocked him into the lower bracket, where they both fought in the lower bracket, and Wrenched won against Boomy.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I didn't go up to Boomy. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm sorry. Let me go up to Boomy's. Let's see. Boomy has 2 victories.
Linfei Caspian.
Yeah, and then at Spring Fling, Boomy lost to Wrenched. And then at DreamHack Austin, Boomy lost to Wrenched. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yep.
So it's 2-2. They're
2-2
in sets overall this year.
This one will be the
This will be the
deciding one.
tiebreaker.
This is their best of 5.
This will be the tiebreaker.
Their best of 5 sets, but their best of 5 game 1 getting started in just a little bit. I think this is also button checks.
Yeah, they don't have names on, which is usually apparently the new giveaway
That's
that is
the
button check.
The notification.
Which I think is great.
They're super swinging on each other. Well, actually, no. One's just going for unarmed stairs.
If we saw losers finals of Linfei and Caspian,
I'd be like, yo.
with 2 players who don't play Linfei or Caspian,
But hey, Wrench plays guitars.
That's
Both of these
true.
characters have guitars.
Boomy has played Sentinel in the
think-
past.
I think Boomy tweeted, or he said something along the lines of like, if I run into Wrenched, it's gonna be nothing. Like, I'm gonna run through Wrench.
I don't think I ever saw that.
But Boomy, very confident in this matchup. He's out for blood. He's got the intensity already. He had such an intense look in the winners finals when he was starting to make the comeback. I think he's just getting more and more fired up here. How hot can this furnace burn?
Now, he is changing skin and color scheme for Diana. He's going to the post-apocalyptic in the black color
Well,
scheme.
because the apocalypse happened, and now he's here.
That's why he's in the
This-
losers
yeah, this
bracket.
is
Is
the
the apocalypse
post-apocalypse.
happened? So I think that is very fitting, and he's wearing
Yeah.
black.
Yeah.
Solemnly wearing black, and he has the Sweden flag.
For who?
All of the Swedes.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like a specific thing. Like, you know, for a while there, you'd have players who would like rep their teammate. Some people would put the Brazil flag when playing with Fiend, or like.
I think this is just for like all the Swede boys.
Yeah. Okay.
Some here, some not here.
Some who couldn't make it.
Miss you, Eram.
All right, Boomy.
You're seeing
gotta
the,
stretch the wrists. Gotta stretch the fingers.
The Boomy wrist twist. They
Dude,
used to be a cheer
I miss
in the
when
audience.
everyone in the
Yeah.
audience would start.
Everyone would either
twisting
put their
their
freeze
wrists
up
for Boomy.
or they would
Threes
do the
up.
wrist twist cheer.
Hey, there's one.
Yeah, there's Frone. That's my boy.
Yeah, Frone.
That's my boy. I can always count on him. Astro's not here to put his threes up.
Yeah. Not exactly sure what we're waiting on. I think Wrench does yet to lock in. Might still be in that concentration mode where he's trying to decide exactly what he's going to be doing. I don't see the headphones
Yeah,
on
he doesn't
either.
have his earbuds and or headphones on. Man, what a high pressure situation.
He's got to be replaying that set from yesterday, the one that decided who made it into the top 8, where
Yep.
Boomy beat him 3-0.
And it was a 3-0, yeah.
Replaying it in his mind, trying to figure out everything that happened. But this is a different Wrenched, a lower bracket Wrenched, a last stock Wrenched. He just
Ending stock.
turns up.
We call it
Sorry,
ending stock.
So can you give me a rundown of the letters again?
W. I don't remember.
W was for Wrenched, because R is for respect Wrenched.
Oh yeah, it was. W was for wrenched. Man, that was stupid. That was the dumbest one. E was for ending stock. Something. Maybe it was for ending stock.
Sir.
N was for no three-peat for you, LDZ. C was for clutch.
You haven't given me an H.
H, that's the season finale. The series finale.
Gotta keep watching.
D is for don't fight wrenched on the edge.
All right.
Man, you like how that all kind of came together?
Yeah. Whew. I appreciate it. Somewhere out there,
I
there's
love it
gonna
when a
be
plan
there's
comes
gonna be a
together.
tweet where it's got all of
It's
the
an
letters
acrostic?
broken out. Yeah, it's an acrostic.
And that's cool because LDZ was actually using an acrostic.
lacrosse.
I stole that line from 30 Rock too. I love that line.
Good show.
I hope my son gets me an across stick so I can have it when I play across. That's what happens when we have to wait. I'm sorry.
Minor technical
This is not my
difficulties.
choice.
We apologize. All right.
I know you don't want to listen to it.
What are Boomy's letters now?
He doesn't get he's just boomy.
What are LDZ's letters?
I can't say what they mean.
What are Sandstorm's letters?
I'm not going to spell everyone. Everyone doesn't get one.
Why not?
Sandstorm is the
Wrench
song. That's
special?
already a
Okay,
thing. Or
okay.
the weather pattern from the end of Mission Impossible 4.
That's literally the only time Sandstorms ever
Also,
existed.
the thing that happened a
Wasn't
lot
it in The Mummy?
to my pet when he lived in Dubai. Also, the Mummy, yeah. And then Boomy is just the guy from Avatar.
Okay. Do you know if that's what his name is like from?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
I don't. Yeah.
He never had like Boomy as his Avi on
Yeah.
Twitter or anything like that. I don't know.
He has a K-pop lady now. I think.
I don't know.
Not on Twitter, but I
On
don't
Discord.
know. Yeah, on Discord.
I don't know. He switches it around.
Yeah. I think he had a picture of Prophet for a while as well.
Yeah, it's I don't know exactly what the theme is for shopping it around, whether it's like just Overwatch players.
I think it's just whenever he's in the mood, he's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna rep this thing.
I think we're going into another button check.
Yeah, one more button
we don't
check.
have names.
No.
Also, Wrenched is on Bodvar.
Button check
Making
again.
sure everything is
Yep.
working 100% perfectly because these two players need to play at tip-top shape
So much on the line.
under the best conditions.
So much on the line. All right.
Looking like it's
Looks
good.
Like we're good. Gonna
Yep,
be putting in
names
the names.
are being entered.
And it's going to be Boomy versus Wrenched for the losers finals. Boomy likely will be going in with the Diana, Wrenched on the Mecha Asuri. Is he still post-apocalyptic, Diana?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
It's a good skin. Real good skin. That was like one of the first skins I actually bought.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she had cool blasters.
Yeah.
Also,
I
thought
don't
Diana was cool.
notice a lot of blasters, but when I do, I always really appreciate them. Like the 1911s are cool. The Cupcake Cassidy ones
Who
are
has the
always a favorite.
AK-47s? Because I want those.
I didn't
Because
know that was a thing.
Well, Dolce said that there was an AK-47 skin, and that like glow box with AK-47s just looked real weird.
I don't know. I know he has mosquito blasters right now, but I don't. I actually, I don't know who has AK-47s off the top of my head. Maybe Isaiah.
I don't know. I don't know, y'all at home,
Yeah, can y'all hear
if you're getting like a
Foda?
direct feed. I'm
maybe
sure
you're
you might
hearing
be
it
able to hear it
picked
in the
up over
background.
ours?
Yeah. I don't know how Foda's still standing.
He's been running wild.
That
but
man
he just
has
gets.
a gas tank that
Yeah.
just apparently doesn't run out, or he only runs on fumes.
I think he's been pretty conservative with his energy, though, across the weekend. We haven't been seeing him up on the stage screaming it out. He saved it all up for today, for this moment here. Boomy and Wrenched in the losers finals. Winner of this goes on to fight Sandstorm in the grand finals. Boomy with the blasters. Yet to get some damage. Offstage attempt. Wrenched actually disengaging, not challenging Boomy. Giving respect to Boomy.
Back-to-back neutralites. Wrench going back to the platform, maintaining that stage control. Falling side air. Is Boomy going to be able to convert that into any real damage, or is it just going to be that one hit?
for the side
Ooh,
sig.
that was a real hard read there.
Oh, another signature attempt from Boomy. The pause into ground pound. Boomy with some odd options, but they work out well for him. Now there's the nair. Damage is good for Boomy. Almost caught him with that recovery. Almost caught him with the dare.
Both players dead even here on the first stock. I would say that usually people who get the lead hold on to that lead, and that becomes who wins the game, but we've seen what Wrench can do. We've seen what Boomy can do in do-or-die situations when the pressure is on and they need a Hail Mary. Ooh, oh, actually a really weak punish coming out from Boomy. Something very uncharacteristic of him.
I expected something bigger, maybe like a Sair from behind, but the recovery from underneath is going to be the kill option. Boomy going to try to juggle, going to try to widen this gap here. Picks up the blasters.
And that's something
Down
that's,
into recovery
that's
from Boomy.
interesting. We're seeing Boomy juggle those weapons. I don't think I've ever really seen him do that, and I think that's because it didn't really matter to him. He was like, okay, I'm better than my opponent. It doesn't matter if they have no weapon or if they have weapons. I'm just better than them. And I think he's putting so much respect onto Wrench that he's saying, what a turnaround from Wrench. That he wants the absolute best possible opportunity, the best advantage for himself over Wrench. So I think that's really cool for Boomy to do. That says a lot about
his
him
way
and
of
Wrench.
respecting Wrench.
Yeah.
He's going to be min-maxing. He didn't even do it against LDZ, the 2-time world champion. Now he's going in for the down signature onto Wrench. Wrench evening up the damage.
Nice.
Oh, what?
Fast fall into the neutral signature off of the gravity cancel D-Light.
That was amazing. Boomy didn't get the kill on that one, but was looking for another one here. As the bow in hand weapon toss, not going to connect onto Wrench. Picking up the blasters. What's the hit? The side air, killing from center stage for Boomy, and this is a big lead.
Weapon juggles coming out yet again from Boomy. He has a really big lead right now. Looking to play the bow into the Qatar matchup so far. Wrench almost finding a way in, found 2 hits, just didn't quite have the spacing for that. Again, Boomy trying to use those active frames on that side signature. That's the second time he's been punished for that. I wouldn't be surprised if we stopped seeing him
use that signature. He was really close to getting it on that one. He's also, he's trying to hit it in so many ways off stage that Wrench is just ready for it. And Wrench's off stage is good enough that he doesn't have to worry. He can just get those big punishes, those big turnarounds for kills.
Solid damage coming out from Boomy. Nice little 2-hit.
Oh, no.
The movement,
turnaround.
the reading, the chase dodge into the turnaround down air. Incredible chasing coming out from Wrench.
Oh, and he chase dodges down for the side air. Boomy gets to the wall. Neutral 6, sends Wrench off, weapon toss, avoided. Wrench gets the turnaround opportunity, but Boomy from underneath will get back onto the main stage. Just back and forth. The dash movement from Boomy, avoids the weapon toss this time. Recovery's high.
Sidelight trying to get the turnaround down air, trying to poke with those sidelights, use the max range that he can.
Recovery.
The recovery, not quite going to kill on Blackguard yet. Is he going to get another one? Oh, it's so close with that. He was careful not to go too close to that weapon spawn. He didn't want to get picked up by a sword downlight, leading to recovery, leading to a kill.
Downlight recovery, not going to kill. Either one of them could get this kill now. Oh, the downlight recovery. Wrench takes game 1.
Again, very pensive, exactly what you said. On the inside of his eyelids right now, this last game, replaying in his head.
Boomy, knowing what he did, knowing what he can do better, thinking through. Gonna go right on into game 2.
So far today, Wrench has only lost a single game to Koslix.
That's huge. That is massive.
That is huge today.
Not losing a game to Isidru, not losing a game to the 2-time world champion LDZ, and yet to lose a game to Boomy, the #1 power ranked player.
Both of these players have lost one game in their set and then come back and won. Boomy against LDZ and Wrench against Koslix.
Great Qatar stuff coming out from Wrench, but Boomy able to trade damage a little bit more efficiently. Oh, inside.
Yeah, the double D-lights. No recovery follow-up this time, though.
Great nair. Wrench has no weapon, but he's underneath. Going to be using the unarmed. Bounces him off, almost catches him with the weapon toss.
Oh! With the taunt, bringing out that book entitled You, saying he read it.
He read the panic. Boomy gets the turnaround kill, but Boomy not going to taunt. He's not going to taunt until this set is done. Big blasters, Sair, Dare, recovery. Down light into recovery for Boomy. Little taps of damage. Boomy adding it up.
He has wrenched on the edge in kill percent, but again, you're seeing him not initiate over that corner and down onto that sidewall. He knows what the D stands for.
Respecting Wrench's offstage.
He also knows what the R and the W backwards stands for.
Recovery from Boomy will get the kill under Wrenched. He has the strong neutral game using the weapon toss. Nair and Neutralite working out for Boomy. Almost a full stock lead.
Nice chain dodge right over that corner. Coming out from Wrenched, showing some tech here. Back to back inlights into the recovery. Has Boomy a kill percent.
Has him off stage. Chase dodges Boomy with the turnaround.
What
Weapon
a
toss.
turnaround.
Still has movement.
Oh!
Wrenched with the spot dodge. Wrenched over to the right side. He's still living. Boomy is unarmed. The recovery underneath will take Boomy's second stock, and Wrenched is not too far behind despite the pressure off stage. Oh, catches him on the dodge up. Flashes out with Wrenched.
Both players even damage in this game too.
That was a scary chain dodge right above Boomy.
Weapon toss down, giving Boomy an entrance down to the main part of the platform. Taking so much
Catches the
damage
dodge
though.
down.
One or two more recoveries from Wrench Guitars might be the end of this game.
Oh, misses the recovery. Wrench misses his.
There's the weapon toss.
Another
He's gotta
opportunity,
be
Wrench!
so careful with that. Did he grab the cancel taunt?
He did.
Ooh.
Pulled out the book, same page. Boomy, one game away from being knocked out by Wrenched.
Now Boomy is changing his skin. I don't really know what that one's called, but y'all will see it in a minute. And he changed to home team colors. Wrenched is still on this Mecha Asuri with the black color scheme.
Now over to small
Brawlhaven.
Emphasis on the small. This map is very
was
tight.
Wrenched's pick. Boomy left this open. I guess daring Wrench to go here.
Lots of offstage. Boomy disengaging into the neutral. Down light, neutral light. Down air sends Wrenched off.
Weapon toss down. Boomy's going to switch to these blasters here. He hasn't found any connection yet. 2 moves coming out, 3 moves coming out, no connections. Wrenched finding
just getting the
his
hits.
guitar connections.
Both of them spot dodging. Dare, Sair, Wrench is off. Boomy chasing. He's underneath, but he picks up the recovery. Weapon toss up, goes for the haymaker. Wrenched avoids it.
Ooh.
Oh, Boomy missing the punish on the down sig.
He was a little bit slow. It looked like his fastfall either didn't come
didn't
out
come
or
out,
came
yeah.
out too late.
Exclamation points coming out. Boomy finds his way up. Oh, just barely misses the
they're
nair. That
so
nair.
close to one
not gonna
another.
kill. Neutral light. Not gonna kill.
Both players in kill percent. Definitely on this map.
Oh yeah, the side air will do it for Boomy.
That's something that I think will be really effective for Boomy here. I think he will probably be able to kill earlier than Wrench will be able to kill. I think his bow side airs will kill earlier, his bow down airs will kill earlier, his bow nairs will kill earlier, much earlier than Wrench's moves will. Like he has the D-Light recovery and the D-Light side air on sword. But I think other than that, it's going to be harder for Wrench to actually send Boomy into the physical blast zone.
Good movement from Wrenched around the recoveries. Still hitting Boomy, but Boomy has been getting these wall touches. Oh, goes for the turnaround. Boomy still living on this first stock. Different blasters. Recovery!
Oh my God!
The top! Boomy gets the kill!
That was in yellow!
That's small Brawlhaven. Top of the map into the recovery. Wrenched evens up. Gets the kill. Not going to even up the stock, sorry, but puts him to the second one.
Just a neutralite. Turnaround nair.
Stands still into sidelight from Boomy.
They're trading basically hit for hit right now, and Boomy's going to have much more damage per move, except Wrench is finding the string that he needs.
Great guitar string from Wrench. Boomy over to the bow. Tries to catch Wrench returning. Goes for the downlight. Able to punish the Sig. But not a big punish, only the sidelight.
Boomy switched back to the American flag. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's the overlay. Yeah. I'm real dumb.
Oh!
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 Oh, the taunt coming
Bust out the book.
That's the third taunt from him.
Wrenched is feeling good right now. He is deep in the red, but the set is still in his advantage. 2 games up on Boomy. Weapon toss interrupts the recovery. Goes for a recovery of his own. Side air,
Wrench is
almost
one more
killing.
side air away. Boomy has to win this game if he wants to stay in this tournament and not take a third place finish.
Neutral air will do it. Boomy
Wow.
holds on barely, not even going to pump his fists. He's like, let's go to the next one. Give me the same map. I dare you.
If I'm wrenched, I'm banning
I
Brawlhaven.
dare you. Wrenched thinking right now. He's really taking his time between these games.
This is a tense set. And the one after this is going to be really
be
tense,
even
too. It'll be
more.
grand final. Sandstorm is waiting.
Sandstorm is watching every single moment of this. You gotta believe he's studying up, seeing what he can use to his advantage. Map bans starting in just a minute. It's gonna be Wrenched, leaving small Brawlhaven.
I would go back there. Boomy's hovered on it right now. It's between Mammoth, Great Hall, and Small Brawlhaven. I would go back to Small Brawlhaven. I think the close blast zones just benefit him more. They benefit Wrench too, but they benefit Boomy more. Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be the pick. He was really thinking hard about that one, trying to make sure that Wrench didn't have something new in store for this map.
Now, stance-wise, Wrenched is using the string stance, giving him a little bit more damage and more force on all of his moves. Standard for a Surrey players, going from 4 to 5. But Boomy is using the movement speed stance. He's really valuing his movement to get in, out, around, over, below, Wrenched, to find his punish opportunities and to escape.
He has some of the most precise movement in the game, but
this is
does
maybe why
Wrenched.
Wrench left it on the board.
Boomy! Falling to his death, Wrenched with a huge lead over Boomy now. There's the weapon spawn. Boomy, can he return the favor? Oh, doesn't hit the recovery.
Boomy's over deep on the edge. He's able to get back now. Tossing his weapon down, trying to go back safely to the main platform. He's unarmed for just a second. Picks up the bow, continues his
Nice
damage.
side sig. That'll kill.
That's one of the first side sigs that he's hit against
That he's
Wrench.
hit,
Not
but
only
it
hit,
killed.
but that didn't get hugely punished.
Boomy trying to equalize this lead.
It's close.
Side light, down light, neutral light. Old school bow plays. Over to the blasters, gravity cancel, neutral light, into the nair. Recovery,
Ooh.
not gonna kill. Wrenched. Good movement around Boomy. Boomy was looking for that down sig for the spike off the side. Avoids it, punish from behind. Boomy! Just back and forth.
Brawlhaven, an extremely smart pick from him. If Boomy wins this and we go to game 5, Wrenched, you bet, will ban this map.
Nice downlight into the recovery though. Boomy not with a massive lead currently. Downlight recovery. This is close to even.
Yeah, this lead is so small. Everyone here, you and I, Boomy and Wrenched, and everyone watching at home knows what the C in Wrenched stands for.
The tension is equally high. Edge of your seats, hearts racing. Boomy, one stock away from getting it to game 5. Wrenched with the Qatars, evening up the damage.
The wait right before he went into that second downlight.
Oh, throws out the downlight. Oh, misses the Sair, throws out a recovery.
Oh, both players missing each other.
Oh, the double downlight into the Wrench! Wrench knocks out Boomy!
That's what the H stands for. He's going to grand finals.
Wrenched, sitting in the hot seat, has 2 more sets before he can be crowned the grand champion. He has to go up against Sandstorm, and then once more after the reset.
Everyone thought it was a joke when Wrench said he's going to win DreamHack Austin. He didn't, but he got second. He was this close.
It was close.
Then everyone thought it was a joke when he said BCX isn't going to win itself. He hasn't gotten there yet, and this is going to be his toughest test to date.
He's darn close.
But he's close.
Darn close.
Wrenched, Sandstorm, grand finals at BCX.
And you saw him.
What?
You saw him bust out the book for Boomy. It says, I read you. He's got a book for everyone.
No taunts last game, though.
No
taunts in that
serious.
final game.
But he has a book for everyone. He had a book for LDZ. He had a book for Kostelix, a book for Isidru, a book for Boomy. Does he have a book for Sandstorm in the grand finals?
Let's see if they've played.
Here's a replay of that last set. Boomy versus Wrenched. It was so incredibly tense. Wrenched, a sigh of relief knowing that he was taking that lead.
Wrench lost to Sandstorm in Brawl League Ascension. As Sandstorm lost to Wrenched. And Sandstorm lost to Wrenched in Summer Champs.
So
they're 1-1.
One apiece.
And this is the tiebreaker, the biggest tiebreaker of them all. Grand finals. Huge money on the line here. $100,000 total prize pool for doubles and singles here at BCX. So much is on the line at this point. Wildcard knew what the heck they were doing when they signed Wrenched.
They believed in the kid. And they believed in Wrenched, and they respected him.
The Indianapolis Colts know how to draft football. Wildcard knows how to draft Brawlhalla players.
They chose themselves a good one. Quick recap of the bracket. We are getting right on into the grand finals. Boomy running up to the winners finals, getting stopped by Sandstorm, losing 3-2. Sandstorm beating out Flashpoints. Isidru to get to the winners finals, beat Boomy, and now he's been sitting in the grand finals. Meanwhile, Wrench doing that lower bracket run. Kostelix, Isidru, LDZ, and then Boomy to make it here in the grand finals.
This is insane. I don't think anybody would have called this.
Very few people would have predicted this grand finals. I mean, coming into this, Foda, Daiku, myself, we've been saying almost anyone could win it. But even then, there were people that were leaned on a little bit more. A little bit more expected.
Definitely.
You had your predictions on Boomy. Some people were saying LDZ could make the three-peat, but neither of them are in here.
Yeah, none of them are in this conversation now.
And Wrenched. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Not to mention twos.
Twos hasn't even happened yet.
Everybody's fantasy bracket is like everyone just crumpled it up and threw it in the trash.
Twos hasn't happened yet. EU on the top side of the twos bracket. That's going to be happening after this. It'll be a little bit of a break, but as we swap. But right now, grand finals, Sandstorm and Wrench.
Going into button checks right
side. Now. Going into button checks. Sandstorm on the upper side. Likely will be busting out the Mordex. Wrenched on the lower side. Will likely be sticking with that Mecha Asuri.
So they have come up against one another before. One set each. They're 1-1 overall this year. But other than that, I don't think Wrench has had much experience against Scythe. And let's see, when did Wrench
I mean, he did say that he was going to swap to Scythe, so maybe he's put in at least a couple hours on it.
Wrench won at Summer Champs. And then Sandstorm won in Ascension. So, still, that's months ago.
Still, what's the 4?
I don't know.
He keeps doing it. What is 4?
It's not for 4th place, because he is guaranteed much better than that.
I mean, he's still in 2v2s. Maybe he's saying he's going to get 4th over there.
Or maybe he's
He'll
saying
get 3rd
that
over there and 1st here.
on screen, there are 4 players at a time
In 2v2s.
when you start in 2v2. I bet that's it.
Maybe he's saying his age. He's just a very well-aged looking 4-year-old.
Maybe.
It's quite possible.
Yeah, I'm really curious what the 4 is. Maybe he's saying it's going to go to game 4. I don't know. It's probably something random. It's probably like his area code.
4?
Yeah, just 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived.
He's just a big Abraham Lincoln fan, 4 score.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, he was not the 4th president.
Literally worth $20,000.
I don't know who it was, but I know it wasn't Lincoln.
Who thinks it's going to be
Couple of presents
Red?
between them.
What was he, like 13th?
Now tell
15th?
me who thinks it's going to
Sure.
be Sandstorm?
I'm bad at history. Like
Gentlemen, when you're ready.
Sandstorm versus Wrench. Sandstorm, a little bit of an easier run. Had to do less sets coming up from the upper side, as well as the fact that he doesn't have to go for a reset. If he wins the first set, it's done. He's the champion. Give him the award, give him the crown, get him out of here.
All right, guys.
But
3,
no
2, 1,
names.
brawl like you've
Left
never
side,
done it
Mordex
before. Give me
is
everything you've got.
Sandstorm.
Here we go.
Mecha Asuri is
3,
Wrench. We've seen Wrench on the Mecha
They didn't put
Asuri
names on.
all day. It's fine. That's what I'm explaining
Okay,
it.
yeah.
Oh, they just heard it. 3, 2, 1. Just kidding.
3, 2, 1. Put your names in the computer, everybody. The first one was just a dry run. It's like whenever you say,
just make it, it's,
how are y'all
I can't hear
doing?
you.
Yeah, it's, how are y'all doing today? I can't hear you.
It was a practice run.
Come on, Mitch.
All right, hey, we get to do it more than once now.
You can see that singles trophy
for real
right
now.
there
Right
in the
dead
middle between
center.
them.
That's what they're fighting
On
for.
my count.
That and the lion's share of the prize
Ooh,
pool.
it is a lion's share. Man!
Here we go. Sandstorm and Wrench starting it off. Wrench, first one to pick up a weapon. Has the Katars in hand. Sandstorm over to his characteristic weapon, the Scythe, as he gets chopped up by the Katars.
Now, Duke already mentioned it earlier, but the W next to Sandstorm's name on the overlay means he's coming from the winner's bracket, so he has to win 1 single best of 5. Wrench, on the other hand, the L next to his name comes from the loser's bracket. That means he has to win 2 best of 5s. The first best of 5 would effectively
Flash
send
out.
Sandstorm into the loser's bracket.
Goes for the neutral
which
sig.
Wrench
Still
is
had a
looking to
recovery.
do.
Wrench already trying to knock Sandstorm down, trying to go for the reset. He knows that he has to do 2 best of 5s. The longer this runs, the more exhaustion he'll start to feel.
Yeah, Sandstorm's been on break for a while now. Sometimes that's good because you get to eat, you get to rest, you get to think about what's ahead of you. Sometimes that's bad though because you don't have the momentum
cool
on your
down.
side. Exactly, it's a cool down. You have to worry about getting your fingers, your muscles going in. You might struggle early on with mechanical execution of the more difficult things. I know Daikyu struggles a lot with that. That's why he was wearing those shooter sleeves earlier. Even though he's not LeBron James,
He gets
wants
very
to keep
cold
those
hands.
arms warm.
Sandstorm looking for the finisher. Wrench able to get back up to the wall.
If he can find it
Side.
here,
Yeah, can't hit the
even
hit.
though it was a
There's
huge
the
opening for
Wrench.
Wrench.
Great dodges. But yeah, you were saying, even though it was a great opener from Wrench, not too much damage put out onto Sandstorm. Could see this get evened up if Sandstorm gets this kill soon.
What are we going to see from
Wall
him on the
slip.
edge? He's just going to wait. Wrench
to
going
the wall.
back to the wall, going back to the platform, back and forth.
Long game. Side air. Will do it. Sandstorm able to even this one up.
There's a sidelight, immediate back off
There's
into the nair.
Turnaround nair. Interesting option.
Neutral trying to poke for that nair. See if Wrench wants to play floaty. Sandstorm has options.
Jumps over the weapon toss, throws one of his own. No weapon spawn. Still no weapon spawn. Over to the right side. Wrench going to try to cover. Punishes the pickup.
Ooh, so close to one another.
Yeah.
Wrench was too afraid to commit to anything huge because he didn't want to get punished.
Spot dodge from Sandstorm. Looking to swap over to the Scythe. Finally picks it up. There's the recovery. Another one finishes it off. Sandstorm on the edge guard. You said Wrench, the D stands for don't fight him on the edge, but Sandstorm has one of the best characters for fighting on the edge.
Truly he does, absolutely. Scythe on the edge is amazing. Scythe recovery on the edge is an incredible tool. Scythe down air on the edge is an incredible tool as well. Then of course you have the Gauntlet kit, which we've seen Gauntlet players for years now play Gauntlets on the edge to an extreme level and take out every other weapon in the game.
A little bit of a slowdown as neither of them wanting to make any over-aggressive approaches. Wrench trying to go in with the fast fall in there. Sandstorm swaps over to the Gauntlets. Couldn't quite get that down signature to connect though.
Yeah, this game is really slowed down a lot. We're coming in at 3.5 minutes. Both players only really in yellow on their final stocks.
Oh, good wake up dare. Goes for the neutral sig. Wouldn't have killed. Sandstorm really likes throwing these ground pounds over the corner, and they have yet to connect. They're not the biggest risk in the world, but he does end up burning a jump for it. So if Wrench gets a solid punish, could see a kill.
I love that he
Dodge
threw the weapon high
Yeah.
and then did the signature low to cover so many options there. As he tried to initiate on Wrench.
Throws up.
Not quite gonna kill yet.
Couldn't deny the weapon. Down sig from Wrench. Sandstorm has side airs. Should be able to get out.
Oh, the backside!
The kick, the ground clash. Sandstorm got the touch, the turnaround, side air, and Sandstorm takes game one.
Wow.
That was close.
Wow.
That was close.
What a
I thought the clash
turnaround
killed
there.
him.
Yep.
That clash was so close to killing him.
What happens with Clash and Force?
Because of the way that some hits work, it's you each hit it, but it's some hits have like
Yeah.
different
So he
active
didn't
frames
get,
of it.
yeah, he didn't get like the dump
He didn't
of
get
the force
big,
that might happen on the last one.
Yeah, exactly. Wrenched, unarmed. Getting some decent damage on the Sandstorm to start it off. Again, very patient. Still trying to feel each other out. They haven't had that many sets against each other. Back to the Scythe. Wrench not able to connect with a neutral signature.
Took Sandstorm to orange though. It's the D-Light Cider getting wrenched further and
the
further
recovery
in the
connects.
lead.
Looking for another
Sandstorm
one.
has him on the edge. Good job
the
waiting
nair.
at that recovery. That's why
Wrench got
Scythe
touched.
is so scary. Even though Wrench got the dodge through on Sandstorm, all Sandstorm had to do was turn around, throw out that nair, utilize that active input to turn Wrench around and send him back closer to that blast zone.
Oh, but Wrenched. Yep, he's going to get the kill. The downlight side air. Sandstorm did not have enough movement in the kit. Wrenched, very damaged though. Sandstorm right underneath him, likely looking for the downlight into the recovery. Great kick, great recovery. Sandstorm evens it up.
There's the nair. Tries to go for the recovery. Isn't going for the nair sair, nair sair.
I mean, the nair sair is very easy to get out of if you have the dodge. So
Yeah.
he's hoping Wrenched will burn a dodge so he can go for it.
Wrench again has the damage lead.
Great recovery from underneath. Wrench with a big lead. Sandstorm barely avoids the sig. Punish. Small punish. Getting bigger.
Wrench has to be
Getting
careful.
bigger. Needs to finish it. Wrenched able to touch the wall. Great dodges from Wrenched.
That was basically one signature punish that took him to orange. That's Scythe and that's Sandstorm.
He's gonna throw him up, get some good damage. Both of them at that kill percent. Punches come out. Oh, he's chasing. Oh. And that's just scary. The downlight stare comes out.
That's exactly what Wrench
Wrench
was waiting for. He didn't want to get too close to that corner to where any of the moves from Sandstorm right over that corner might hit him. But he wanted to stay there so he could throw out that downlight, pick up the side air.
Oh, that's a kill. Active input on the down sig lets him throw it backwards. Keeping it even. This is going to be very close. One good signature punish from Sandstorm could see him putting Wrenched into the orange, though. Get back up onto the main stage. Just pulls him up here.
A win here for Sandstorm would put him in a tremendous spot. It would mean one more victory would give him the entire tournament, coming out first place in his first Brawlhalla LAN. Ooh, this could be it.
This is close. Wrenched getting into that kill percent. Can Sandstorm do it? Can he put himself one game away from being crowned our Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion? Down sig, throws up. He's close. Sandstorm, the up-and-comer. He has not participated in a Brawlhalla tournament until this year, and he's about to win the world championship.
That's so nuts. That's so nuts for how quickly he got up to speed in this game. Platform fighter experience or not, that's incredible.
Wrenched, concentrating hard, replaying it all, thinking about his adjustments. Can he get Sandstorm to the offstage? Can he win against Sandstorm in the offstage? So far,
I don't think
Sandstorm's
so.
been looking
Yeah,
really good
I
in the
don't think
offstage.
so. You know what the C stands for, though.
He is the clutch. He can clutch it. Last opportunity for Wrenched. He has to win 3 games in a row just to reset.
And then win another best of 5.
Just to reset, just to go to another best of 5.
That is the privilege that you get when you are on the winner's side of the bracket, is you don't have to do that.
Here we go. Potentially the last game for 1v1.
Yeah, this is huge.
Wrenched and Sandstorm. Sandstorm picks up the spawn weapon, has the gauntlets in hand.
That last game
Chasing down.
wasn't even really that close.
No.
Sandstorm got Wrenched to kill percent on that final stock so quickly without taking hardly any damage at all.
Oh my gosh,
And
the
it might be another
gauntlets.
huge opening gambit. That was the first hit Sandstorm took. Wrenches in the orange.
Charging
that up. That big woo.
Side air, covers high and low. Over to the scythe now. Starting to look for the kill option onto Wrenched. Throws out the down sig. Great spot dodge from
Had
Wrenched.
just enough invulnerability frames in that spot dodge.
Oh, can't get the punish from behind. Sandstorm kicks him off. Another hit. Wrenched has jumps. Gets the wall touch.
Side sig, that's gonna kill. Even though Sandstorm is using the defense stance, which takes 1 out of strength for a little bit more survivability, he didn't struggle to kill there. And he has so little damage on him. He's like just in the latter stages of orange.
Oh,
Wow. That's the
Okay.
strength stance. On the other hand, Wrench putting 1 into strength gives him a little bit more power on all of his moves, including his signatures.
Also utilize that soft platform to get him closer towards that kill box so he could throw out that down signature. Wrenched evening it up, keeping this close, and these past 2 games have been incredibly close between the 2 of them. Wrenched just like 1 hit from finishing out any of them.
Wrench doing a great job putting out this damage. Almost has Sandstorm in the orange.
There's-
He's taking 3 hits now, though. 4 hits, 5 hits.
Good damage from Sandstorm, looking for the down sig read. Double downlight from Wrench, not working as Sandstorm goes low.
Sandstorm without a weapon. The spawn
Oh,
comes
he
in.
charged it.
Oh, contesting that signature. Wrench gets the
Slapping
side air.
him. Wrench with the lead.
Has the lead here about halfway through his second stock. Has some room to go. Strip that field so Sandstorm can't get.
Oh, that was scary. But another great dodge from Wrench. He is doing so well at avoiding these edge guards with the final blow of these edge guards with these dodges. Oh, can't punish from below with the down sig.
Wrench being very careful, putting a lot of space between him and Sandstorm. Trying to maintain this lead. 2 hits coming out. Ooh, a delayed recovery.
Yeah.
Trying to wait for that dodge. He wasn't quite in the position to hit it, though.
Too far to the left there. Goes out the sig. Second one!
You see Wrench hesitated for just a second.
He's like, can I punish
No.
this?
And that slight hesitation gave Sandstorm the perfect opportunity.
Because generally you'll cover with a neutral light. So he backed up, saw that there wasn't going to be a neutral light, but Sandstorm was like, this stuff is already off cooldown, going for it again. Sandstorm able to even up the stocks.
He still is just a little bit behind. He has Scythe. There's the side light. He's going to wait for
Nice
just a
ground
second
pound.
to go off stage before going for that ground pound. That turnaround ground pound on the edge that covers right below him and sort of a cone over along the wall as well. Dead even in stocks. Dead even in health right now. Oh, that could be in trouble. He dips just down below the level of the stage.
Wrench running out of movement. Barely avoids the side air.
Not going to kill just yet. But that
Still
did
good damage.
move
Got him off screen.
Sandstorm into orange. I mean, sorry,
Here's the
red.
scythe. Wrench staying very low, trying to avoid the ground pound. That will do it!
Sandstorm just did it! 3!
Sandstorm!
Oh!
Sandstorm is the Brawlhalla 1v1
Unbelievable!
World Champion!
Unbelievable!
And there you see it. His
His first
teammate
Brawlhalla
Ethan is
match!
there, along with
He
the
is
rest
the
of his
world
team.
champion!
Sandstorm has done it with the Mordex. He dropped one game.
He dropped,
is that right?
He dropped 2 to Boomy.
Oh, 2 to Boomy.
I'm going through loading. It's loading right now. I'm going to look at the semifinals to see how many games he dropped total. Where is Sandstorm on this bracket? He 2-0'd Cody Travis, 3-0'd Simba, 3-1 Lil Capped. So in semifinals and top 64, he lost 3
games.
Total games. 2 to Boomy, 1 to Lil Capped.
That's big.
That's insane.
Sandstorm.
That's insane.
With the upset. Again, I don't think a lot of people really expected Sandstorm to be the one to walk away with this one, but he played
and a 3-0. Like, are you
out
serious?
of his mind with that.
Are you serious?
And against it's Wrenched, who did so well in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
He beat LDZ, the 2-time world champion. He beat Boomy, the person who knocked him into the lower bracket, the #1 power ranked player, and he got to the grand finals. And Sandstorm's like, I still got this.
Sandstorm
man.
straight
3-0.
up whooped him.
3-0.
3-0, man.
And
Insane.
Sandstorm's not done yet. He's got 2s to play
Yeah.
next. Like, he's like, I got more money to make. Get out my way. But he's on the lower side. We'll get into 2s later today. But I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to say.
The only problem with Sandstorm winning this tournament is that I'm now going to see a ton of Mordexes in my ranked games.
Oh.
And Sandstorm, I hold you personally responsible for that.
I
Because
thought
I
you
am
were-
not a fan of playing Mordex.
I thought you were going to be more upset about the just sheer amount of doo-doo-doos that are going to be in Twitch chat.
Oh, well, I don't have to look at Twitch chat, so
Okay, yeah.
we're okay on that one. That will be it for the top 8 of singles.
Do you want to break down the top 8 real quick?
Yeah, let's break down the top 8.
So in first place, we see Sandstorm. In second place, Wrenched. Third place, Boomy. Fourth place, LDZ. We're bringing up that bracket. And then we have Isidru and Lilcap tied for 5th place. And then in 7th tied, Kosalix and SSG's Noel.
Man, what a top 8. What a
That's
singles
amazing.
top 8. We
Boomy.
started off with Boomy
Boomy
versus
is here.
LDZ,
Please
which
come to
is
the stage.
grand finals, like, of any
Yeah.
other tournament ever.
Yeah.
That's amazing. What a match to start off with. What the matches that came after that were so incredible as well. It looks like Foda is doing the ceremony.
He's doing the awards ceremony
right now.
Do we toss it over to him? Is that what's happening?
I swear, we never know.
Yeah.
If we toss it over
Okay,
there. It looks
so
like
I
we're
think-
going to be sticking here for just a few moments. I
they're-
hope
they're
chat is
collecting
going nuts
everyone.
right now
I would be.
with doo-doo-doos, with, man,
Pod
I
champs.
wish this guy won, or I knew Sandstorm was going to win, bro.
I knew him in the beginning.
I called that in 2015. What a top 8.
That is amazing. Sandstorm not done for the weekend again. He's still got 2v2s later. A quick recap of what's going on in 2v2s. The North American favorites, they're out. Boomy and Remy knocked out of the 2v2 top 6. Faison and Little Cap knocked out of the 2v2 top 6. In the upper side of 2v2s, Addy Mystic, Cake, Viper and Agzo. On the lower side, Sandstorm and Ethan going up against Daiku and Dobrain. And then Cody Travis and Isidru are going to be fighting Tiffany and Starlight.
Something that was really nice about seeding for both 1s and 2s was that we weren't seeing EU versus EU, brother against brother.
See EU knocked out early
because that
like that.
always somehow ends up happening, and I'm so glad that we didn't see that. Really, I mean, until like winners finals with Viper Axo and Addy Cake. Then down on the loser side of the bracket, it's Daiku who's like fake NA now, and Dobrain who's real NA against 2 NA players, and then Cody Travis, Isidru NA, and Tiffany and Starlight NA. So I'm glad that we didn't have brother against brother in like quarterfinals.
And it's crazy because it's not like the usual, because EU hasn't won an offline tournament. The closest they had is what, Daiku?
Combo Breaker, technically.
Oh yeah, Combo Breaker.
If we're strictly talking about
like,
2s, they haven't
maybe.
been. And if we're talking about anything other than Combo Breaker, that's Luxury won.
But it's very rare for EU to be looking this strong. And 2 EU teams in the upper side, that is amazing.
If North America yoinks it,
that's gonna be funny.
I'm gonna pop off.
Yo, but if
so
Sandstorm
hard.
and Ethan win it, like
that would be crazy.
that would be absolutely. And they're looking really good.
Yeah.
They're looking like a really good team.
Now we've had joint champions for the seasonal champs,
Yes.
and we've had joint champions for other Dream Hacks, like Montreal, where Boomy came in first, and then Boomy and Remy won 2s. We haven't had it at BCX though. Came close with LDZ and Stevenator when they teamed up, and then LDZ won singles.
Also, equally close, Addy Mystic got second in
That's
both.
true.
Like, he was very close
That's
to completing it that year. But
so we've had people get
to
close,
happen.
but we've never had it at BCX. We could see that
It's
happen.
possible.
There definitely is a possibility.
It's possible.
2s is going to be insane. I know everybody in the crowd is going to love it. There are going to be some insane, crazy,
I'm gonna be going
crazy
wild.
moments.
If you hear someone screaming, that's me.
Yeah, I bet.
It's probably.
I believe it. I believe it.
It's going to be happening. But I think we're getting ready to do the awards ceremony. Up on stage, Foda and Sloshala. I think
All right,
Sloshala is
ladies and
handing out
gentlemen,
the awards
it
to
is
people
our
while
pleasure
Foda
to
announces them.
introduce to you the top 8 of Brawlhalla 1v1.
Photo's reading out.
He's reading off the
In
list.
I still don't know if y'all at home can hear.
Give it up for
I actually don't know if they can
Kostelix.
hear.
Kostelix
Oh
in
my
7th
gosh.
place.
Kostelix.
Foda, a little bit of a puberty moment. I think his voice is starting to give out.
He's still got 2s, man.
Yeah, he's still got 2s.
He's still got 2s.
And he's going to go nuts at 2s. Foda loves 2s.
And you see Global Breakouts Kostelix.
In 7th place. Give it up for
7th
Noel.
place, Noel. Space Station Gaming's Noel.
The
I know they got
giant.
more than a few teams here at DreamHack Atlanta.
I don't think. Is my mic?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I think
Can
we're
they
off.
hear us? What?
Oh. Wait.
What?
In
Hear us?
5th place. Give it up
Oh, Stream
for
can hear
Lil
us.
Cat.
Okay.
I was like, I can't hear myself, so I guess I'm good.
I'm super deaf, so
Sorry about tapping the mic there,
Funky P
Stream.
was like saying it in my ear
Yeah.
like 4 times, and I just couldn't hear because I'm deaf.
It was one of those situations where I couldn't tell if he was saying can't or can, and I was like,
So
but
in 5th place.
That's Lil Cap,
give
by
it
the way.
up for Isidru.
Isidru coming in.
We found out that Little Cap's got an older brother named Cap.
Yeah.
Hence why he's Little Cap.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Flashpoints, Isidru.
I like his style, man.
I do too.
Isidru's got style.
Rectifies a little cap. I didn't say that, and I don't want to leave them out.
No, you gotta
In
support
4th
the
place.
orcs.
Give it up for LDZ.
4th place, the 2-time world champion,
Two-time world champion.
LDZ.
Very close to medaling. He did very well this year, despite not showing up at all. So
That just shows
congratulations
like
to
how
him,
good
man.
people have gotten at this game.
Yeah.
Like the entire player base itself has gotten better. It's harder to get diamond
3rd place.
every single season.
Every single time, it just gets
Give it up
tougher and
for
tougher.
Boomy.
Now Boomy
Boomy.
coming in 3rd
Who is
place.
unfortunately not here right now.
Oh.
Oh no.
He might have gone
In
home and gone to
2nd
sleep,
place
honestly.
with an incredible
I'm sure he was here
lower
bright and
bracket
early.
run.
Oh, yeah.
Give it up
He was
for
here
Red.
way before I got here.
That is Wild Card Gaming's Wrenched. The W stands for Wrenched. The R stands for Respect, Wrenched. The E stands for Ending Stock. The N stands for No 3P
These
for
guys
you,
are all
LDZ.
incredible Brawlhalla
The
players. They've
C
dedicated
stands for
so much
Clutch.
time
The
to
H
the
stands
game,
for He's
for-
going to
for
Grand
them and for
Finals.
us.
And the D
Give
stands
it up
for
for
Don't
these guys.
Fight Wrenched
They
on the
are
Edge
amazing
unless you're
players. They deserve
Sandstorm.
all of the praise.
And then your grand champion.
All right, guys, I'm going to ask you to leave the stage and make way
You can't share. Sorry, he's above
for
you
our
now.
champion.
He's an above average gamer. All right.
Look how tall Noel is.
Why is Daiko over there?
I don't know.
I didn't know if he was like hanging out or if he was like specifically doing something. Like Matt needed help.
And
carrying
in first
the check or
place,
something.
your 2018 Brawlhalla World Champion. Give it up for Sandstorm!
Sandstorm, man.
Raise that above your head, Sandstorm.
Wow.
Sandstorm, everybody!
That's pretty crazy.
That's amazing.
All right, Sandstorm.
This is his first
Got a
year
big-
joining
we got a
Brawlhalla.
big
Yep.
page
He just
for you.
started.
This is first BH land.
Matthew Woomer,
20K.
everybody. Co-founder
That's the first check
of
he's
Blue
getting.
Mountain
Yeah.
Games.
That's following in the footsteps of LDZ, whose
$20,000
first BH land was BCX
for
and whose second
Sandstorm.
BH land was BCX2. But I'm pretty sure that we will see him at more lands. I hope so
I hope
next
so,
year.
too.
I can't wait
All right,
to
guys,
see
hang tight.
what Sandstorm
We got
has
some
in
big
store for
giveaways
us.
for you. And then we're going to get
Absolutely
into
amazing
the
stuff from
2v2
him.
World
Congratulations
Those
to
Championship.
him,
wins
man.
are a blowing. Put your face masks on. Close all the doors. Put like
Probably cover
towels
your
under
eyes,
the door
get
and
some
everything.
goggles.
Yeah,
The sandstorm's coming.
storm's coming. I'm sure someone's gonna pick him up real
They
quick.
have to.
Someone's gonna pick him up real
Yo, imagine
quick.
Tempo Storm, Sandstorm,
That'd be a mouthful.
right?
That'd be a mouthful, man.
Be like Echo Fox, Sonic Fox.
But I think,
I think that's
if
it
I'm not mistaken,
for
I
us
think that
right
is it
now.
at
We're gonna get
least
ready
right
to
now.
get
It's a
into the
short break
twos.
though, so if
Yeah.
you think you're gonna get up and go do something, don't.
Just get,
Because that's a bad
put
idea.
the popcorn
This
in
is
the
for you.
microwave,
I'm
but come
telling
back
you,
immediately.
Our advice
because
is to not get up. It's
gonna be a short one.
Stay where you are. It's going to be a very, very short break. I still don't know whether or not we're going to break right now.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll get into the top 6 of things. Thanks for watching, and stick around.
This is the 2v2 Brawlhalla World Championship here at DreamHack Atlanta. I'm joined by Taza. I am TWK. This weekend has been insane. We just wrapped up 1v1s, and the action is just boiling hotter.
Sandstorm making his first World Championship victory, being able to knock out tons of players that we were expecting to be tournament winners, showing it that his Mordex is absolutely incredible, and he has a chance to even make another run through here in losers for 2v2s to take 2 titles at one event.
Yeah, I mean, he is teaming with Ethan. They are sitting down in the lower bracket. We are at top 6. So let's kind of run through what teams are we going to be seeing here.
Okay, so the first thing that we've got, well, I think we're going to be starting with losers, but on winner's side, we have 2 So this is the interesting dynamic. I want to highlight this first, right? Top 8 all North American players.
Sure.
And top 6 for 2v2s. 3 of the teams are completely European representatives.
And you know what? It's not just 3 teams. The 2 that are sitting in winners finals
are EU.
EU. So EU is guaranteed top 2. This is monumental. I mean, everyone is just waiting for them to claim their first land. It's been NA dominance for so long.
An incredibly long time. And on the EU side for winners, we've got the legendary team of Addy, Mestic, and Cake going to be going up against Viper and Axo. On losers side, I believe we've got Sandstorm and Ethan. Going to be fighting against Daiku and Dobrain, the other EU representatives, although Daiku's kind of been wearing 2 flags recently.
You know what? I mean, he spent the better part of this
EU
year.
in spirit.
I mean, absolutely. That's where he's going to be bringing that trophy back to.
Oh, you know it.
And then we also have sitting Tiffany and Starlight versus Cody Travis and Isidru. You see Tiffany and Starlight sitting down there. Now, Starlight actually is a former 2v2 world champion.
That he is.
From the first BCS.
Improving that experience here today, even though he wasn't able to make it too far in 1, seeing him in top 6, keep in mind, this is top 6, not top 8. That is a huge difference. Many sets have already been played through for them to be able to work this hard to get to this point. And their first match is going to be against the 2 players that we see on screen right now. On the left is Cody Travis, on the right is Isidru. They're going to be fighting, and this was an interesting upset because Boomy and Remy, the reigning champions of 2v2s all year, were knocked out by them in pools very early on into the losers bracket. This team has been showing up and really doing well because Cody Travis, not really known for his ones play, absolutely phenomenal 2v2 player, sticking to that Barasa, a legend that we rarely see, and Isidru doing really well on ones today as well, showing up in the top 8.
Yeah, so we're going to expect a lot of Axe legends from Isidru and Cody Travis. Cody Travis,
that's right, they're kind of an Axe duo, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. I mean, but Cody Travis, widely known for his blasters. Absolutely crazy. I mean, we saw some blasters actions in the top 8 of 1v1, but Cody Travis is another beast altogether.
And it's so exciting because Barasa is such a unique legend in the sense that his dexterity is low, changes up the options that he has both with blasters and axe, but still he's able to make it work because I think certain weapons, the way that you play them change more depending on the stat distribution as to say to other weapons like sword or hammer.
Yeah, and you know what? Axe, it's got a lot of range, but Starlight and Tiffany are going to be able to contest that. They've been running the double Hattori comp. They've got the sword and the spear.
The terrifying duo of 2s in general. Double Hattori, you see more players pick out their pocket Hattoris for 2s than anything else.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's so versatile, right? Sword and spear, they're nice, easy to pick up weapons. They do exactly what you expect, kind of jack of all trades going on there. And then the high speed lets you rotate for team combos and plays.
Yeah, movement speed for the characters in particular. And I like what you were saying about how they're versatile. The setups for spear and sword are almost identical with the inputs and the timings that you have to go through. Even though where it puts your opponent might be a little bit different, you know that no matter what weapon you're picking up, if you go for a downlight, most likely the follow-up is going to be a side air, usually a recovery, something like that. And it's really nice because sometimes players will go for things where they'll prime weapons and they'll pick weapons up on unarmed and immediately buffer a neutral light or a downlight to be able to get a combo finisher or a combo start.
Yeah, and I mean, that's another kind of great thing that we're going to be seeing from Cody Travis and Isidru. A little harder into this matchup because Cody Travis's blasters, those attacks, they last a long time. They lock you and your opponent in. So that's going to give Isidru the chance to really follow up, confirm into those big team hits. But Cody Travis needs to be so careful with his placement.
Yes, indeed. And I'm expecting him to be very careful because some of the most impressive plays I see coming out from Cody Travis is how he works with his teammates to be able to get those KOs. I really love the team combos that Isidru and Cody Travis are able to come up with specifically with their signatures. I don't think there is a more signature-heavy axe player out there that besides Isidru. No, I think he is.
Isidru, I think everyone would say he is the most signature-heavy player.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't even matter what weapon you're playing. He just lands them.
And he's able to get away with that specifically because of how incredible his spacing is on the axe, which is a skill. And when we say spacing, we're talking about where you position your character and where you position the moves that you're putting out as well, so that you can apply that pressure to allow you to use signatures so often without getting a return hit upon yourself if they miss.
Yeah, and you know what? Since we mentioned his signatures,
Sure.
we're still going to see a lot of those. Starlight and Tiffany, I'm expecting a lot of spear neutral signatures.
Oh, gosh.
She just teleports forward, rockets right into the sky.
And not to mention, if they're able to get the 2v1 situation that is so coveted in 2s in general.
Oh, yeah.
The signature finishers that are going to be coming out from the black hole combos. And when we talk about black hole combos, it's essentially meaning if they're able to pull off the attacks in the right order and sequence them correctly, they're going to be able to zero to death their opponents.
There
to
is
get
no
them to each
escape.
other. Yep. Before, way back when you used to be able to do this infinitely with neutral lights, combo DI upon the same moves was added on, so it forced players to be much more creative with their combos and add that little bit of watching where your opponents are going to be going based off of the hits to be able to get those confirms. And Tiffany and Starlight are more adept at this than anybody else that we've seen in this top 6 bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see the openers of either the sword or the spear neutral light knocking straight forward along the ground, and then they just turn it on from there.
So right now we're making sure that every one of their controls are working. It's twice the effort when it comes to twice the amount of players that are coming onto the stage. We want to make sure that their competing experience is as good as possible. We're now seeing the stages being banned out, and I'm not even sure this is a button check. They may already be done with it. That looks like stage bans to me.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've got Blackguard Keep, Small Enigma, Great Hall. There's a lot of soft platforms to be had on all of these maps.
Yeah, such a strange way. So Isidru and Cody Travis are definitely moving their opponents towards places where they can play around with the map and maybe even split them up. We see Blackguard Keep as the first pick. This is different than ones. It's not small Blackguard Keep. You have platforms on both sides, and the blast zones are enormous when it comes to 2. So you can definitely do something where you try to control center stage or separate your opponents.
Whoa,
Cody
Isidru invading and stealing the weapon drop from the blue team, leaving Tiffany unarmed.
What an excellent play. Yeah, there's only 2 weapon spawns at the very beginning, and they can continue to try to deny Tiffany, but that new weapon spawn on the top platform goes over the tip. The spear is now being in the hands of Starlight, already sending Isidru over to Tiffany to continue that combo. Cody trying to go in for the support for Isidru, but every time we see them try to go for some sort of D-Light startup, it's being interrupted by their opponent's team member.
Yeah, I mean, look at Starlight just swooping in from above.
Oh, and Isidru.
Ready to, beautiful confirm. Tiffany with the wherewithal, just knocking Isidru off to the side. Danger into the red, the most damaged one on the field.
Cody Travis barely hit, even though he's on one of the highest defense legends on the screen. Tiffany going for that downline and turning around into Isidru. Isidru trying to help out Cody, but instead getting punished by Tiffany.
Whoa.
Turnaround and the combo. Isidru manages to actually live because of that, and Cody Travis takes the first stock off of Tiffany, sending him flying. Isidru accidentally neutral singing Cody Travis, but he has the health to be able to take that kind of beating. Isidru so deep in the red, but somehow being saved every time he gets hit into the stage.
You know what? I mean, Cody Travis, he's playing Barraza. Barraza has a ton of defense. Oh, Bryn does not getting nailed off the right-hand side. Stocks are dead
The
even.
neutral sig.
So much damage. Cody Travis falling to it. Starlight extending his stock. This is what we saw from him all through the weekend.
Right, and now Starlight securing that blue lead because of that stock extension. And we were seeing that earlier. So many of these players, the gravity cancel, neutral light to catch the jump, sends Starlight off stage unarmed. Cody Travis guarding the weapon. The down sig does not work out. Barraza's down sig being very unique, and he falls back, but a nice neutral light to send Starlight falling to his death. Stocks are even now, and Starlight has an opportunity to be able to extend the stock very far if he does not get hit, but Tory defense not as tanky as Cody Travis.
Tiffany doing a fantastic job right there.
Oh,
when
that
your
ground
teammate
pound.
gets knocked out, they have a momentary 2v1 power play against you. It's your job to survive and not take too much damage. And Tiffany is really just crushing it.
And I am loving the awareness coming out from both of the players on the blue team. A lot of the times when you hit a downline on Spear, you want to go for that side air follow-up, but they're paying attention to their surroundings, falling back, using a neutral air on the Spear, which covers the entire area around you in case the opponent's teammate is trying to save them from that combo. Good falling Spear, but Cody Travis finds his own, sends Tiffany falling to her death.
All right, now Starlight trying to survive here. He's pretty healthy, so Tiffany going to be able to find her footing. Oh no, team combo coming out. Starlight with the save.
Oh, and the recovery barely to KO. But the second recovery goes through the Spear. The Spear, when you throw your weapon, it's not active on the hitbox right away, and it takes a little while to be active, so they can go through it if the moves are close enough, clash, and still get the KO despite being interrupted by the weapon toss. Starlight was able to get that KO onto Cody Travis, and now stocks are dead even, but Cody Travis a little bit more damage than Starlight. Good recovery on Tiffany. If they can isolate Tiffany like they are doing right now and take her out, it's going to be a 1v2 against Starlight, and that stock lead won't really matter in a case like that.
Oh, Tiffany dodging up, just getting onto the platform there. It's Isidru against Starlight and Tiffany in a power play. All that damage he's taking.
Isidru has to be careful about Cody Travis' positioning. Another recovery hits him. Nice D-Light. Starlight accidentally hitting Tiffany off the side of the stage. Very risky here for Tiffany. A falling Sarah or recovery from Isidru will definitely take her out. Recovery, the tail end of it, barely surviving the blast zones on Blackguard, keeping her alive. Isidru trying to follow these stairs, but you can see Cody Travis and Isidru, they smell blood in the water when it comes to Tiffany. They just want to be able to take up the stock. They don't even care if that Starlight's near kill percent. Tiffany trying to survive on the side of the stage. Stage bounces off into down sig. A double KO coming out for Cody Travis here as the red team is poised to take game number 1 in this best of 5. Starlight has to work his butt off if he wants to be able to take out this game because he is only on 1 stock against the 2 stocks of Isidru and Cody, and the team combos are already happening.
Yeah, you're going to see every little confirm just working against Starlight. I mean, Cody Travis and Isidru, they are in the orange. This is winnable.
This is amazing how Cody and Isidru are using that top platform Blackguard Keep to almost extend the reach of both of their characters. They're working as one. Sidelight Nair normally ends there as the combo for Isidru, but he was able to find that stair, but Starlight finds a good recovery. Damage is actually being put both onto Cody Travis and Isidru. Starlight finds a nice D-Light, but the recovery from Isidru catches him. You have to be careful. If you're trying to go for auto combos on sword, yes and ones, it's great. D-Light means you get that confirmed follow-up, but when there's another opponent waiting for you to happen, you are stuck in that animation until the move finishes, and that recovery was able to take him out. Game 1 goes over to Cody Travis and Isidru, and they're already talking about their options for game number 2.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you know what? That's the strength of Cody Travis's pistols with Isidru's axe, because the axe, you know, it's got a lot of startup time. It's usually a slower weapon, but it has a ton of coverage. It's incredibly hard. And you get to place those attacks so much better when you've got the support of a teammate to force out the opponent's options.
And I really want to highlight the team play that happened there towards the end. So we were talking about Starlight and Tiffany really like to go for those black hole combos, but we saw that Isidru and Cody Travis weren't positioned for that. What they were doing was they were taking 2 parts of the stage, allowing Isidru to be the combo starter and Cody Travis to be the combo finisher to slowly put Twilight into a position, or Starlight into a position where he just could not get damage without taking a ton more in return.
Yep, and it's that map control, and that's going to become even more important here as we go to a slightly thinner map, Mammoth Fortress. There's only that one soft platform that moves around and medium-sized
But
walls.
occasionally it can't, because it moves around, it can position itself in a similar fashion. But Cody already having Tiffany off the edge.
No.
One downer connects, Tiffany manages to recover very high, just wants to escape back to the stage. Good D-Light Stair accidentally nairs his teammate, but finds another nair onto Isidru. Falling Stairs, Tiffany doing much better on the opening here. A few hits being exchanged between teammates here, and Isidru and Cody Travis seem to be stacked, and there's not nearly as much room to run away as there is previously on Blackguard Keep.
Tiffany trying to find someone with the spear. Oh no, but Isidru hunting with the axe, finding hit after hit.
Oh, D-Light. Okay, D-Light downer into Starlight, accidentally combos Isidru into Cody Travis's stair, trying to save his teammate there. Isidru taking such a huge beating, and the recovery KOing from the center of the stage. Starlight immediately turns over to Cody Travis, going for his own double kill here to the ground pound. Punished by Cody. Side air into recovery, clips Tiffany, but it does not KO off the top. Blast was a little bit too high. Another recovery will do it, but the side signature from Isidru connecting with Cody Travis.
He's tanky as heck.
He could probably even take another one of those, but it's still not a good thing to see. Fully charged neutral sig connecting in the side sig. Such a slow move coming up from Barasa, but still being able to catch Tiffany on the landing. Takes Tiff out off the side, and Starlight's trying to put even more damage onto Isidru. Cody Travis has got his back though. Oh, the recovery just still not killing. Barasa's so tanky with that defense.
Absolutely, and I mean, you know what? Starlight deep in the red, Cody Travis even deeper, really extending these stocks. It's going to be very telling which one of them manages to hold on longer.
That side air lands onto Tiffany, turns over, puts it onto Starlight, still not disarmed, but the weapon tosses are coming over left and right. Tiffany trying to find that side, but the falling stair still doesn't KO Starlight, but this time they're disarmed, and they put Tiffany off the side of the stage. Weapon tosses hit Starlight. Zip jumps. Whoa, that ground pound
gets right
so
around.
Close.
Perfect punish, just pummeling Cody Travis off the bottom of the stage, claiming that stock. Starlight, again, just always the last one to go down.
And the recovery coming out from Isidru as he goes for a fully slide charge down signature. Tries to go for that chase in downlight. Does not connect on the Starlight. And more damage onto Cody. No. Starlight is still on this first stock, and it looks like he's going to be taking out Isidru second at this rate. Cody Travis can't get the recovery. Starlight and Tiffany. Oh, that's Sarah finally KOing all the way from the other side of Mammoth Fortress. But that's the first stock loss from Starlight. They have the option, the red team, while significantly behind, if they can put all that focus onto Tiffany and take out those stocks, this could definitely be doable here for them in game number 2. But blue team has got a very nice position going into here. Falling Sarah still not going to be able to KO. Cody Travis trying to turn on the Starlight. The team combo, it gets interrupted as they both go for moves at the same time. Tiffany finally sent falling to the death, and Starlight's going to be waiting carefully for that respawn on the side of the stage.
Yep, Cody Travis is just happy to go for, all right, when Tiffany comes back, tries to arm up, that's where we get our team combos. That's where we build the damage. She's down on her last stock. Oh no, and Isidru is as well?
Okay, Cody Travis trying to get the turnaround. If he can get that ground pound, it was so close. Starlight trying to fall really far, but he gets it. Starlight lost his second stock incredibly early considering how long he held on that first one, and now Cody Travis is a stock tank. That defense saving him from the recovery KO. Tiffany trying to team up onto Isidru with Starlight. They now want to take out Isidru before Cody Travis. Ground pound barely clips him as he fades away. The spear ground pound so slow, but covers so much space to be able to get that unarmed recovery coming out from Cody Travis, and that's one stock all around.
That's right, Cody Travis, still pure white. He hasn't been touched yet. He's getting tons of blasters damage onto the Starlight, shoving him into the orange.
Oh, and Isidru with the follow-up down air. Finally, Starlight finds a weapon, but only after being sent into the orange down air. Oh, the gravity cancel side to catches Isidru midair, sends him flying unarmed. He can't get back to the stage. He finally finds that Mammoth Fortress platform spear. Cody Travis on the side, and oh no, Isidru is gone.
Not
Cody
in
Travis
time to save.
has a 1v2, but a very doable 1v2. Many of Barrasa's signatures are so potent at being able to kill early. If he gets the gravity cancel down, sticks something onto Tiffany, but the Sarah catches him out of the recovery. He has to dodge back into the stage. He gets the dodge. Okay, Tiffany gives him the recovery, sends him up, finds that axe. Maybe if he falls with the side air, if he gets Tiffany on the left side of the platform, he can definitely do it. Starlight sent off the stage. He turns over to Tiffany, bounces them towards him, kind of playing a little bit of baseball, both of his opponents. Starlight and Tiffany both trying to recover, and Cody Travis goes up for a falling Sarah. He doesn't want to go for any downlight. Some of these gun moves take a very long time to finish. Even if they connect, it could spell death for this last stock. Weapon toss, goes for the ground pound, maybe on the side of the stage. Cody Travis playing so careful, that platform working out so well in his favor. Starlight trying to find these side airs. Weapon toss comes out, but he just kicks Tiffany off the side of the stage. Gravity cancel down stick doesn't connect to the double D-light. Sarah into side air, Starlight. And those are the team combos that I love to see from Starlight and Tiffany. An absolutely amazing setup. Gravity canceled that downlight into another downlight, sends the Sarah towards Starlight, and in the middle of the trajectory was able to catch him. Such amazing positioning coming out from the team of Starlight and Tiffany.
Just boosting that signal. You know, I mean, that three-piece spear combo, it sends them so far to begin with, but Starlight just enhancing it further.
And now we've got one game in both directions. We have ourselves a best of 5 here. No 3-0 in the first round of losers, top 6. Isidru and Cody Travis are going to be thinking carefully about the next map that they go to.
Man, you saw Starlight and Tiffany really talking about what the strat's going to be for this next set. Shoutouts to Astro for giving us these headsets so that way teams can have comms between them. Isidru, I mean, he likes the earbuds. He's got to be pumping the tunes. So
yeah, every
Cody
player
Travis
has
to lean in.
Some players put a lot of value on being able to hear in-game audio, and other players are kind of like, I'm all visual when it comes to being able to play. It doesn't matter to them. He definitely wants the tune to be able to help him out. So we're going to be going into game number 2 here. Run back to the Mammoth Fortress. Definitely seemed to work out a lot better for the blue team. There's less space to run around, and they were able to work together with their team combos. Already going for the pivot slide charge down signature. Didn't really work out though. And now Cody Travis.
Man, you'll see Starlight really just kind of pick up this flowing method of movement. He's always the one to go swing wide, swing up, just interrupting whenever they go to try and get any kind of strikes on Tiffany.
Correct, and he's been making that adaptation over the course of the set, as Tiffany was definitely being focused by the red team, and now we're seeing a double D-light recovery both on the Cody Travis and Isidru, and Cody Travis accidentally falling with a down air onto his teammate, putting him into the red. Another spear recovery like that will definitely KO Isidru. Fine, there's the second spear recovery. As I was saying, he tried to drop his weapon down to cover his landing, but Tiffany was very well about being able to space around it, found that second spear recovery, and now Isidru finds himself on his second stock here. Both the blue team, though, heavily damaged in the red, and if Cody Travis is able to find the Sarah, maybe a recovery onto either Starlight or Tiffany. The problem is that large Mammoth Fortress has such a wide range when it comes to the blast zones. That down air into weapon toss, Tiffany doesn't even have the jumps to be able to make it back. Starlight's now in a 1v2, could possibly be taken out by Isidru here, but the recovery does not connect. No weapon toss combo, but Cody Travis with the landing Sarah secures the lead.
Man, you know what? I think it's going to be a concerted effort from Starlight and Tiffany to take out Isidru. That's where the less defense is. That's going to be the weak link of the team. And then Starlight and Tiffany have amazing team combos if they get Cody Travis in the 2v1.
Oh, and now Isidru off the stage by himself. Nice recovery. Doesn't spend too much time on the ledge, even though Starlight now has him off stage. Tries to get the falling downer for the spike. Starlight perfectly capable of being able to go for this edge guard, but helps his teammate instead, saying, okay, Cody Travis is pressuring Tiffany. Going to be able to provide that help. Starlight and Tiffany both on the side of the stage. Oh, that side light doesn't combo into a side air. Isidru still holding on to the second stock here. Definitely a kill percent, but can make this work if Tiffany continues to get damaged, as he went from white to red really quickly here. And now Starlight getting team comboed by Isidru and Cody Travis. Nice Sarah finisher. Tiffany providing some of that support, but nothing is happening to Isidru. Good recovery. The weapon toss interrupts Starlight, allows Tiffany to get Sarah, and they're trying to work with each other here. Side air into side air. Neutral taking sense to Tiffany flying. Cody Travis and Isidru just Sarahing Starlight left and right.
Completely separating them.
Down air.
Complete stage control. Starlight down off the bottom. Tiffany off the left. That's going to be it. There's
Isidru killed off the top. Players are flying all over the place. The map was the camera was having difficulty following where everybody was getting sent to the blast zones. But now we see a similar lead coming out here for red team. But the problem is, blue team was able to capitalize on how often they were able to get connections with Isidru. And we already see Starlight off stage. If they could get this KO, maybe some more down airs. Isidru was brought into yellow with that edge guard. Now, Starlight has both players off the side of the stage, goes for the gravity cancel, neutral sig does not connect. Isidru is holding Tiffany at bay while Cody Travis is winning here with these downers, but downers are being exchanged. Can he get this early stock from Cody Travis on the recovery connects? And now switching over to Tiffany. Isidru so deep in the red here, though, on his final stock.
Cody Travis still alive. That Barraza defense really coming into play, and every single strike that they get onto Tiffany is pushing her closer and closer to being knocked out.
Oh, and that side signature spells bad news for Isidru. There's the downer. He doesn't have the jumps back. Okay, the 2v1 once again.
This
a little
is
bit different
huge.
because Cody Travis has one more stock, but oh no, the ground pound coming so low. He gets the chase
the
dodge
chase.
activated. Weapon toss. Can he get the ground pound? Okay, downer sends Tiff down. Cody Travis is trying to edge guard two players at once, and he gets it. Starlight is taken out, and now it is a 1v2, but one stock advantage for Cody Travis. This is looking like his game, but Tiffany falling with that cider wants this to make it anything but easy for the opponent team. D-Light doesn't get the stare. He's at that percentage where he has to drop down, and the fully charged down Sig. Cody Travis was not ready for that charge. Sometimes it's so unusual. It's like, why did the player hold it that long? Usually they just try to get it for the speed, but Tiffany was ready for it, and Cody Travis just didn't respect the range coming out from the Hattori signature, and he is sent flying, and now the 1v1 on last stocks is happening, and Cody Travis can't find any connections. There's the
side
stare.
air.
It's not going to KO just yet. Weapon tosses two in a row with a
Perfect
dive
dodge,
kick.
but the dive kick's going to seal it for Cody Travis, going up 2-1 in the set. This is best 3 out of 5. More matches to go.
And Cody Travis celebrating a little bit with a pat on the back for Isidru. That was a close game, and he clutched the 1v2. I get it, he had a stock more, but we were talking about how great Tiffany and Starlight are at those team combos. To be able to pull that out, to be able to pull out an edge guard against two players instead of one, incredibly impressive. Granted, there is the risk of, like, because there's friendly fire, Starlight and Tiffany can't do as many recovery moves as they would like. He still was able to pull out a situation which was at his disadvantage and win.
I mean, that's just the power of the axe. I mean, Tiffany and Starlight, they were already in the red. He just needed a couple good chops. But choosing your placement for those really slow, powerful attacks, I mean, Cody Travis is just a legend.
A legend indeed, and that's what I'm talking about. I love watching this man's twos play. I highlight it all the time because sometimes you'll have those players like Sandstorm, for instance, who is doing really well in ones and twos.
Oh, yeah.
Cody Travis is just so much better when it comes to twos. Maybe it's because he cares about that much more. He practices it that much more. But watching him do the things that he does with Barraza and twos is so phenomenal. And we're going to be seeing even more of it here in this game number 4 as a 2-1 lead is for the red team as they're trying to make it onto the losers bracket. Starlight and Tiffany fighting for their tournament life.
Oh, Cody Travis with just the unarmed damage into blasters.
No recovery.
Almost off the top. Tiffany just escaping with her life.
That was so dangerous that the second nair was able to catch him. And if that recovery was connected, there's several hitboxes on Gunwood's recovery, so you have to be able to follow your opponent appropriately. But Isidru is continuing the combo. Nice Sair sent Tiffany off stage. Recovery to be able to turn onto Starlight here, but Isidru is the one that's not actually taking too much damage here. And Cody Travis able to get it. Okay, good side stick coming up from Isidru. There's that axe, that signature heavy Bryn play that we're used to seeing from Isidru. Recovery coming out, forcing Starlight to dodge down. Does not able to save his teammate Cody Travis, but a recovery connects on the Tiffany, and Tiffany's been unarmed for so long. Recovery sending him flying to his death. Red team solidly in the lead here, and that side stick being able to finish it off.
The story of these first stocks is Cody Travis and Isidru's rotation.
Yes.
Always giving each other coverage, coming in, okay, you're fighting Tiffany, boom, now we got a momentary 2v1. There's the save.
And now Cody Travis being set high with that recovery, but that high defense from Barraza. And the downer in a sidelight from Isidru. I'm loving the team combos. Falling Sair finally gets a D-Light recovery. Doesn't KO Isidru just yet. And Tiffany's in the orange. Use that gravity cancel neutral stick. I like the idea from the mix-up. It was a risk. Unfortunately, didn't quite clip on the Starlight, and Starlight was able to get that downer. And now stocks are completely evened up here in game number 4.
Isidru hunting with the axe. Still undamaged, but perfect dodge up
And the
out
side
of that
air.
combo.
Okay, Starlight had to use the recovery very early on. Okay, downer comes out. Is he going to go for a ground pound? Nice dodge up from Starlight, but Starlight returns with his own ground pound. Guns are picked up by Cody Travis. Isidru fighting Tiffany off on the right side. 2 1v1s happening at the same time.
Look at the
Fully
rotation.
charged down. Sig Tiffany doesn't fall into it like the previous game for Cody Travis. But there's an air into the side air. Amazing pickup. Tiffany has to use that recovery really early on, and he just doesn't have enough jumps. Starlight on the other side of the map. Cody Travis, both axes swinging here for Starlight's life. Down airs are avoided out of the way, but the side air sends Starlight flying other side of the map, and now Tiffany is taking the brunt of the attacks coming up from Cody Travis. And Isidru is looking so good for the red team. Falling ground pound. Weapon toss dodges out of the way. Starlight trying to get back onto the stage. Recovery coming up from Tiffany to put more damage on the Isidru, but it's looking so good for red team here. Starlight so close to being KO'd here. The downlight Sair not even connecting from how much damage that he has.
All right, knocking Starlight up into the sky. Tiffany in the yellow. Starlight about to be knocked out. Cody Travis and Sidger
Oh, the
still
nice
with
down
the
air.
stock lead.
But the
Oh my
recovery
gosh.
barely clipping at the very end. And Sidger has Tiffany off stage. Cody Travis going for the falling dare. Recovery connects, disarms Tiffany, sent flying, but he finds a new weapon right away. Starlight trying to fight both Cody Travis and Sidger off the side of the stage. No falling down
I
airs.
do not
The
recommend this.
combos. Starlight falls to his death. No, okay.
No, he's
Manages to
saved
make it back.
Tiffany, separating, taking out Isidru.
All right, and that is the kind of balance that blue team is looking for here. They need to be able to take Cody Travis out for an even game, but Tiffany is so close to death here. Falling stare, Starlight trying to defend his teammate, but the side sig charge sends Starlight flying to the other side, and they're just trying to find one fleeting signature to be able to finish Tiffany's last stock off. Weapon picked up from the side from Cody Travis. Stares his teammate on accident, but the recovery comes out. Cody Travis is looking for a neutral sig, maybe a down sig. Recovery comes out, and Tiffany side sig so close to getting a double KO there for the end. The finisher, they're both off stage, but they're still managing to avoid every single heavy move Cody Travis is throwing out, and the recovery from Starlight does it, but Tiffany
finds the signature.
sent flying. Starlight,
Another
KO.
Isidru.
Double KO coming out from Isidru there. That signature, heavy Bryn play that we were talking about, shrumping the team combos coming out from Starlight and Tiffany. They're able to move on in this losers bracket from top 6 to losers semifinals.
My gosh. You know what, Isidru, he was only in the yellow on his last stock there. That's why he started, all right, it's time. I'm great with my signatures. Let me start throwing these out.
Throwing them out and placing
can't
them
dodge 'em all.
appropriately. It looked phenomenal. And that entire set, Isidru seemed to be the focus between Starlight and Tiffany. But
Oh,
towards
yeah.
the end, Cody Travis was taking more damage, but still living the regular amount. And Isidru was avoiding more and more hits. It
Yep.
showed that as the game progressed, this is why we do these best of fives. We watch the players adapt. And Cody Travis and Isidru were able to do just a little bit better than their opponents today here at the World Championship.
Yeah, I loved watching Cody Travis, oftentimes in a support role, those blasters,
Yes.
giving him that extra range.
And to highlight that, there was a moment where they were on the Mammoth Fortress platform, and Cody Travis was positioned above with down airs specifically to launch them into Isidru's spear sidelights so that they could continue the combos,
and
keep them off the
real.
stage. And when you have multi-hit moves like that, it really affects the durability of the weapons. If you could
Yeah.
disarm your opponent, it makes weapon starving that much easier, and then you could focus on the 2v1 on the opponent that still has themselves armed.
Yep, so Starlight and Tiffany, unfortunately, going home, but they did make top 6. So
An incredible
very good
showing coming out from Starlight and Tiffany. But
Oh,
that
yeah.
makes one less NA team to be able to fight against the 3 EU Titans that are coming up. And I believe we
mean,
have
it
one of
had
those
to
teams.
happen.
It had to happen. It was North America versus North America, but we're whittled down to 5 teams now. 2 from North America, 3 from EU. And one of those teams is going to be going up against the Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion, Sandstorm, and his up-and-coming player, the Scythe dynamic duo, Sandstorm and Ethanator, are going to be fighting against Daiku and Dobrain, the classic duo
All right.
since the inception of Brawlhalla.
Let me talk about this for a
Go
moment.
for it.
Daiku, we just mentioned Starlight, former 2v2
Yes, we
world
did.
champion. Daiku, also a former 2v2 world champion, teamed with Starlight for that tournament.
That they did.
This is the real story. He was supposed to be teaming with Dobrain that year. Dobrain wasn't able to make it. Daiku would drape Dobrain's jersey over his chair before playing every single match. So now that they are here together, top 6,
This
2v2
is their
world
opportunity to
champion.
make what was supposed to happen on the first year happen in this year. And
Yeah.
it's going to look pretty good because Daiku and Dobrain are kind of surprising people. They've been off the radar of a lot of analysts'
Sure.
guesses, I guess, when it comes to being able to say, like, okay, who's going to be really contending for top 6, top 8, top 4 of 2v2s or 1v1s. I don't think Daiku and Dobrain were even really in the list of many players. And so they're really
No.
showing up and being able to show that the preparation that they were able to take by being in North America as early as they were, because Daiku has been staying in North America for a while. Dobrain flew in 2 weeks prior, has been practicing with the names of Noel and other NA North
I mean,
American
he's been
players,
there every single night, just grinding matches.
grinding these games out. Brawlhalla has definitely been their 100% their focus, besides like sleeping and eating, I hope.
You
I'm
know,
kind
you
of
would
guessing.
imagine so. They
well,
made
they're
it
definitely
here.
still here, and they definitely have made it to top 6. Now, Sandstorm and Ethan, on the other hand, are really the only representatives of Scythe that we have in North America in general. And I don't. Do we have any Scythe players in EU that have been playing Scythe this weekend? Other in top 2?
Not entirely. I know, like, Dobrain sometimes has, Mordex as, like, that pocket pick.
Yeah, but I don't think
But-
we've seen it all weekend.
Yeah,
for
he's
2v2s.
been, like, shopping around, going around to different legends.
And I'm bringing that up because I'm curious about how Europe is going to do against the team combo of Sandstorm and Ethanator, considering that maybe they don't have as much Scythe practice. For example, Lance, almost purely represented by Kosalix and Double Dime.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
it.
Kosalix took out like all of the EU players on his way up through 1v1s to get into the top 8. I think he's like actually the reason why many of them weren't even able to make it through, because they have so much inexperience with that weapon matchup,
Yeah.
the region difference. Is it going to be the same deal with Scythe, or maybe they're so used to being able to fight against Scythe that it's not even going to be close?
I mean, there was a time where Dobrain was the main innovator of
Yes,
Scythe.
when it came to Mordex. And
He was playing that Mordex, so I'm sure he's going to be familiar with that matchup, that character, how it
Correct.
works. He knows the inner workings. He even styled a lot of the early game, just all these crazy Scythe strings. Its place in the 2v2
And you can
meta.
even see evidence of him innovating those things with some of the guides and tutorials that he's able to post onto his YouTube channel. Dobrain does a lot of content creation, specifically with the goal of improving players in general when it comes to Brawlhalla.
Now, you know what? The Scythe in 2v2 is a really interesting weapon because it extends itself really well into a number of team combos.
Right.
It's got that active input. You can choose which way you want to send your
And
target.
it is the only weapon, and we highlight that because it's the only weapon with its neutral attacks that it has those active inputs in.
Right.
I know Mordex has an exception with the gauntlets where he has active input on the down signature to be able to toss people up or down. But when it comes to weapons with like their neutral airs or their down lights, you can, when you connect with the move, depending on the direction that you hold, and I believe it's only one direction or the other. There's not like a four-way choice select. Because it's kind of similar to if you're familiar with other 2D platformers like Super Smash Bros., where you grab and you choose a direction to send an opponent.
Right.
Very similar sensation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that way, if your teammate happens to be in front or behind you, you can easily send for that confirmation.
Yes, and it's important to highlight the amount of practice that it takes to do that because you have to be familiar with the weapon and then familiar with your teammates using the weapon and deciding where they're going to be throwing to them. And we've seen Ethan and Sandstorm do more setups off these active frame combos than anybody else that's used the Scythe.
I mean, it's crazy. You'll see Ethan, he's an amazing Scythe player in 1v1. In 2v2, he kind of favors Hattori. He's been playing like that sword and spear.
Although we have seen him switch off the Hattori into the Mirage when the timing is right. It was interesting because sometimes players will have pocket picks where they're kind of like, I'm not feeling it, let's go over to something else. But it almost felt like he leveled up. When he like when they were suffering a little bit and the Hattori's not working out, when switch over the Mirage, didn't drop a game in that set. I was able to
It's
watch
unlocking his final form.
And so it's exciting to see him showcase what we were talking about where like Hattori has all of the tools that players are looking for in twos, but still has his primary practice tool ready to go in case that they actually need it.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're going to like one of those wider maps like a Blackguard Keep and it goes into the two separate 1v1s, that's where you really want to see him playing that Mirage.
And not to mention Scythe, if you catch them on the platform with the active frames, being able to choose the direction you're throwing them. The blast zones are very close to those platforms than anything else.
So dangerous.
But we have our players being able to lock in here, most likely going to be doing their button check pretty soon. This is the final decider to get into top 4 for loser semis.
Oh, man.
And the player who wins this, so if Daikun Dobrain wins, then that means that there's only one NA representative going into this. And it's making it even more likely for an EU win. And I want to emphasize this even more because those of you that are just tuning in, Europe doesn't usually win lands.
I think legitimately the only offline tournament that they have won yet was way back, the original combo breaker with Zaloxery.
That's true. No, was it? Yes, actually. Zaloxery was, and it was one of the first lands that we ever had.
Yeah.
And it kind of spawned the meme of like EU is that much better than NA, and then it just never
again
happened again. So this 2v2 is really monumental when it comes to the performance that the EU teams are being able to bring out. We see right now sitting down on the left, that's Dobrain next to his partner Daiku, representing Gangstars, being able to be one of the amazing orgs that support some of the Brawlhalla players here in North America. On the other side, we'll probably be seeing their opponents, Sandstorm and Ethan. Sandstorm, you're very familiar with. You were watching 1v1 today. Absolutely dominating, taking that 3-0 in grand finals over Wrenched, not going down to losers once.
You know, I wonder, sometimes players who win a tournament previously, they do a little bit of the power play. You know, they sit down to play, oh, okay, I got 2v2s, now I got to play through top 6. Let me just set my grand champion trophy on the table. Take a look at that.
Are you trying to make the hard read that Sandstorm's going to be doing that today?
I mean, he very well could. He's got it.
Walks up to the stage, kind of gives a little look over to Daiku and Dobrain, places it right here, adjusts it slightly. Like
turns the label just so.
Make sure they can see it. Brings the check, puts it behind his chair, like leans against it as a like a backboard. Why not? Do whatever it takes. But now we can see them on the screen. Ethan sitting on the left, Sandstorm on the right, and they are feeling very good about the performance they've got coming up against them because if they get into this, it is top 4 confirmed for 2v2s here at the Brawlhalla World Championship. This is an amazing feat being performed by Sandstorm, but by all means, these two players are rookies of the year when it comes to their performance.
Ethan was voted most improved player.
Yes.
He got the community award for that on Friday night.
And Sandstorm was a candidate for most improved player as well. It was most likely a very close race when it comes to being able to get that. So they might as well be sharing it together here with their 2v2 performance, because those decisions were definitely made before BCX.
Oh, yeah.
And this kind of cements why they were both nominated for most improved player, considering that he went from most improved player to the best player of the year, considering that he won the world championship.
That's a very strong message.
It's pretty strong. I would agree with that. And now we're just making sure that everything works out. And this is kind of cool. I like to highlight this every once in a while, where we see Sandstorm using the keyboard, but Ethan Ayers using a controller. There's no right way or wrong way, I guess, to play Brawlhalla. You can choose whatever tools that you want. And we're seeing right here that this is a team that's like, okay, I think even some people play with the fight stick when it comes to Brawlhalla, depending on what their preferences are.
Logic was using one
as long as it plugs into a computer, you will most likely be able to get it to work when it comes to Brawlhalla. I was joking earlier with Sparky about how, like, I think, are DK bongos supported by this? I know Guitar
I don't know
Hero,
about that
I know
one.
Guitar Hero
controllers
controllers actually is, and that sounds more ridiculous to me, but I'm just like looking forward to the person that comes up with like a GameCube bongos just clapping loudly into the microphone.
I mean, it makes sense. We had Lands who, the player Lands, would use his keyboard, except kind of hold it like a keytar or a guitar.
He would hold it in his lap almost and hold it downwards.
So I imagine he could play. I mean, other methods we've seen, Zaruga using the steering wheel, actually steering left and right for his movement. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Actually, it's even crazier that that's supported. I'm not really... there's so much support that comes with this game. And now, like, not to mention the controllers that you can play the game with, but the consoles that you can play it on.
It's on all platforms.
Yeah, and a lot of these players that we see here are dedicated PC players, but like next year, now that we've got it on all platforms, we're going to be having players coming out from all over the place, whether it's going to be on the Switch, the Xbox, the PS4, and they're going to be able to use the controllers respectively for that on the PC when they're able to compete here on these lands.
Yeah, so that's really exciting, but you know, there's a special place in my heart for Ethan. I always caught his training streams and using that DualShock 4 controller. Love that D-pad.
D-pad is absolutely fantastic. We'll be seeing him showcase that today. Dobrain and Daiku making sure that they're all warmed up, giving his hands a little bit of a warm-up, making sure that everything's in, putting their names in. I am so excited for this match. I personally, now that you've really brought up that Dobrain has experimented and known about the Scythe, it's hard for me to call who's going to be winning this best of 5. Because out of all the EU teams, I think that the ones that are going to give Sandstorm and Ethan the most trouble, even though the other two are on the winner's side, is going to be Dobrain and Daiku.
Yeah, and I mean, Dobrain being probably the most cerebral player in the game. I mean, he spends hours upon hours in training mode. If Daiku doesn't have the experience against Sandstorm Scythe, he's got his coach right next to him, in the match, no less.
That's true, and you don't have to really worry about calling up with your coach. You can kind of have this kind of communication between each other. That team communication definitely being an extra factor when it comes to 2s as opposed to 1v1s. But it looks like that we have our characters being selected. Definitely button check characters.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
not to put down Zol. He's my favorite character.
There's a double Zol on stage for you folks at home. That cannon and axe.
But definitely not being the characters of choice. As we're going into just to be able to watch the button check. Now, Dobrain most likely will be doing Jala. He's been picking Jala a lot in these 2s, and I remember seeing a little bit of him comment about why that is. Even though the defense is really low, and most likely we'll be seeing that stance to be able to put some of the dexterity into defense, he's been saying that there's a really great frame advantage on Jala's down sigs, both on the sword and the axe. And if you gravity cancel it, you get the extra property where the axe move descends almost towards the ground.
Oh, yeah.
And it covers even more area. It's similar to, like, if you're familiar with Cassidy down signature on guns and you slide charge it. It covers a ridiculous amount of ground, and it seems like it even extends past that while you're sliding down. Because people that are going to get hit with those blasters, it's the same deal with Jala. And I'm looking forward to being able to see some of that. Now, on the other end, Hattori, Daiku is definitely just like that pocket Hattori player that you need in every 2s team. Because we're kind of seeing that more and more. Mordex being the Sandstorm main.
Sure.
With the Hattori. And then we've got Jala from Dobrain, where Dobrain kind of prepares a character per tournament, this time being the Jala, and then Daiku representing the Hattori.
Yeah, now, you know what? Since we have these 2 Hattoris, she is one of the fastest legends in the game. Tons of movement speed on her. Daiku actually opting for the speed stance to get a little bit of extra movement.
Actually? I can't.
Oh, yeah.
I guess we'll see that. He is.
Yeah, so he locked in that extra movement speed. We're going to expect a lot of quick rotations from both Hattori
and quick
players.
off-stage conversions, too.
Oh, yeah.
Being able to do those dash jump stairs and anything else with the fast falling. Wow, that's surprising because a lot of players opt for defense in 2s. Just because you get hit by 3 more things instead of 1. But, I mean, that just shows how confident that he's going to be able to play with his movement. We see Photo being able to give out the announcements here as we're going to get ready to go into game number 1 of this best of 5. losers quarters, finals, again to losers semis to be able to fight against Cody Travis and Decidu. This is going to be really high.
So which region is getting whittled down here right now in the lower bracket? We've got EU versus NA.
Making sure that everything's ready to go. A little bit of sign of recognition that they're going into the game.
I
Map
like
striking
Sandstorm.
is occurring, and they're thinking very carefully about this. Dobrain and Daiku are going to be able to ban. Ethan and Sandstorm will be the ones that will make the decision. We're leaving open Blackguard Keep, Mammoth Fortress, and Thunderguard Stadium. We had a Blackguard Keep start on the previous set, but it looks like Mammoth Fortress is going to be the hover. All this is very exciting.
Thinking about the final ban
all
is
three
so
of these,
important.
all three of these stages are so incredibly different. Oh, a reban. Okay.
All right,
Mammoth
we're going to
Fortress is going to
Mammoth
be it.
Fortress. Definitely one of the most stable
But see how
neutral stages.
Yep, definitely all defense stances there except
Oh,
for
yeah.
Daiku.
Especially in the first match, where it's a lot of information gathering if you haven't played against the team before.
Oh, and here we go. Dobrain on that Jala, Daiku on the Hattori fighting against Sandstorm and Ethan. Okay, all weapons are on all players here, and they're already kind of putting some focus onto the 1-1 on Ethan. Dobrain
Great
takes him off stage,
rotation.
and there's those active frames that we talked about, that neutral from Sandstorm, sending Dobrain back onto the stage, saving his opponent from those pressure. Daiku barely hit here in a nair, trying to go for 2 nairs on the Sandstorm, putting a lot of damage onto him, and those Daiku and Dobrain moving in sync to be able to go onto the other side of Ethan and Sandstorm. That gravity cancel down stick, that's what I'm talking about. He tries to jump, put it in the position, fall with the down stick on the sword or the axe to be able to put a lot more damage to his opponents. Daiku accidentally neutral sticking his teammate there, but a lot of damage already put on the Sandstorm here in the game number 1. Good separation by the red team.
Oh my gosh, sending Dobrain up into the sky. Ethan looking to close it out.
Oh,
but
that
Dobrain
ground
just
pound.
punching him out of the way. Daiku with the confirm. Is that going to be it? No.
Sandstorm goes low, but it gets interrupted on his own ground point. Ethan can't make it back to the stage. Dobrain forces off that dodge. Daiku trying to go for the side air, but the side air from Sandstorm connecting, enabling that chase dodge. Daiku gets that side light, sends Sandstorm flying to his side light into side air. Blue team takes a solid stock lead here for both of their players.
All right, Sandstorm, yep, splitting Dobrain and Daiku, saving Ethan from some team combos.
Dobrain putting up that side light, trying to get something started off here. Java very squishy, the sides are connecting as I say that D-light into Daiku. Getting hit by that recovery from Sandstorm. They even things up very quickly, and very little damage was taken by both Ethan and Sandstorm as well as we get the stocks even across the board.
Still in a healthy position, fighting off into the 2 separate 1v1s. You do not want to fight Sandstorm there.
Okay, active frames puts Daiku off the side of the stage, and Ethan and Sandstorm are very careful to say yes. The scythe with its active frames can choose the direction that they want to throw their opponents. Those strings in the air so potent. And now the neutral light tries to go in for that neutral light to catch him. Ethan and Daiku clashing. Sends Dobrain into Daiku's combo. Neutral light connecting, and Dobrain has to recover back to the side of the stage. Sandstorm and Ethan are definitely having Dobrain and Daiku on the ropes as they're able to edge guard here. And he gravity cancels side sticks back to the stage. No punish though. Neutral light comes out, and Ethan returning his own side stick. And all players are being knocked left and right. Jumping side air forces Sandstorm to stop his pressure on the Dobrain, and Dobrain picks up a sword. Ethan are barely damaged out here, but Dobrain could be killed by so much here. Even a sword neutral light would be able to do it. Instead gets sent into the stage for even more damage onto him, and that sends him flying. Will Daiku go down as well?
There goes down Daiku, the exact opposite corner. 2-stock lead for Sandstorm and Ethan. They are deep in the red, so Dobrain and Daiku only need 1 solid hit to knock out either one of them.
Sandstorm maybe needs a little bit more, but yes, definitely for Ethan Nader's case. And neutral light stopping Daiku, and then double D-light Sair going off on stage. Dobrain trying to support his teammate, but Ethan Nader, the damage was already done. Sandstorm is now living on a second stock here. Daiku put into the orange from white from a single spear string, and they're trying to get this finisher off on the Ethan Nader, but that falling Nair covers so much. Downers as well. The weapon toss connects with Ethan, but that's not going to do too much damage. Sandstorm loses that second stock. Ethan loses his as well. Stocks even across the board, but Dobrain with the low defense on Jala already in the deep red.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the primary target here as Ethan arms up with the sword, smacks him over to Sandstorm. He's looking for the ground pound. Dobrain, danger off the side.
Finds that Nair to be able to get back and uses that ground pound almost as a repositioning tool. Daiku with a good recovery, but Sandstorm and Ethan are feeling very comfortable here as that recovery puts Daiku even further into kill percent. Dobrain has to be careful about that wall slip indicator. Dive kick into neutral air, but gets pulled aside by Sandstorm. Ethan here given some room to breathe. Going to deny that weapon from Dobrain as Dobrain just tries to get back on the stage. Good side air into recovery. Sandstorm being put dangerously close to the red. Blue team's doing such a great job avoiding getting hit here. Side stick not punished by Dobrain. That very quick side signature move coming out from Jala. Okay, Daiku sent flying to his death. Dobrain sent off to the side. Sandstorm wants to finish Daiku off. Daiku can't find the Nair. The ground pound doesn't connect either. He's trying to go for that chase, dodge, or chase jump, pivot, ground pound. Daiku drops the side air from the D-light, but Dobrain's fighting Ethan off the side. Daiku doing such a great job against Sandstorm. If he's able to get this KO on the Sandstorm, he can do it, but the recovery coming up from Ethan
alone
takes Dobrain out, and Daiku heavily damaged alone, sent towards Ethan, but the team combo not working out, just barely dodged all the way to that recovery, and that will...
No, he's still alive off the edge. Look at Sandstorm dipping low, getting the side air, taking game 1.
and an excellent finish there coming out from Sandstorm. Damage being done across the board evenly by Ethan and Sandstorm, showing that they're both carrying their weight, and that Scythe just barely pulling it out, but a very close game one coming between these two teams. NA versus EU. NA takes a little bit of the lead, and Sandstorm is looking just as good as he did in the ones.
All right, so I've got to mention Dobrain and Daiku. If you watch them, whenever they both get tagged by one of the moves from Sandstorm or Ethan, they choose separate dodge directions. You have to imagine they've kind of built that memory between their team, or they're making the comms calls. All right, I go high, you go low. But Sandstorm and Ethan, they're always there guarding one of them to confirm for extra damage on at least one of their targets.
And it's important to highlight that because we'll see, heck, in the previous match, sometimes there'd be a situation where Starlight would get a D-Light recovery on both players, and that's because he read the same dodge direction. And being able to separate that, sure, if somebody gets hit by the read, you'll be able to have your teammate to be able to follow up and punish or get the return stock if they're able to agree on the ways that they're going to be fleeing from any neutral exchange they might lose.
All right, map bans coming out. No legend changes.
No legend changes indeed. This is kind of what they've been sticking with the exception of Ethan switching over to the Mirage. Blackguard keep, Great Hall, Miami don't know, and they looks like they want nothing to do with Mammoth Fortress after that game one.
All right, so Great Hall, there's a lot of platforms. If you are fighting on that top one, it makes it so much easier to get knocked off vertically, and you see that a lot from Hattori's. When they have that spear, that neutral signature, KOs off the top exceedingly
even with
well.
Sword with D-Light recovery.
Oh yeah.
It makes it so much easier to do that. But Dobrain and Daiku find themselves on the side of the stage. Ethanator winning out here. Dobrain's still unarmed. Tries to go for that weapon, but he's just getting knocked away. Okay, Daiku with a double D-Light side air. Gets into the Sandstorm, but Sandstorm finds two nairs. Has Daiku off the stage. Carries him off the bottom. Ground pound finishes it. Daiku is done. That ground pound does not allow him to touch the side of the stage, and that stock has lost another 30 seconds. They're now turning over to Dobrain. Recoveries left and right. Two recoveries connect with Dobrain. One from the gauntlets, one from the spear. Dobrain trying to find these downers, but Daiku's trying to get his own return kill. The weapon toss does it, and Daiku says, "You can't gimp me without gimping you back." And now Ethanator gets hit by that ground pound. Daiku is furious. Double kill coming out from Daiku here. He's like, "I do not lose that stock that early without being able to show you what I can do back." And now blue team, what was looking at a horrible deficit, is now in the lead. Nice neutral from Daiku, and Daiku has turned things up here in game number 2.
It's really his confirms and his plays off stage that turned this one around. Dobrain finally losing his first stock, but building that lead
on the stage.
Okay, manages to get back. Daiku smartly resetting back to the left-hand side, but Sandstorm is there just waiting.
And Daiku managed to get the recovery. I think Sandstorm may have thought that Daiku didn't have his recovery, but he managed to get it back. Hits Sandstorm on the way back as well. Dobrain been kind of getting knocked around this match. He's being put into the orange here on the second stock, even though Daiku has done the brunt of the damage. Sandstorm sets Dobrain off again, and Daiku is just trying his hardest to be able to get in. Is he looking for another downlight? No, he just jumps around. Okay, there's the downlight that he was fishing for, but Sandstorm was able to punish for it. Ethan trying to keep Dobrain on the side. A nice neutral and a side air combo coming out from Dobrain and Daiku. Tries to go for that downlight, maybe to go for another ground pound kill. Dobrain holding onto the sword. He's trying to be able to do something against Daiku. Oh, set so far. That Jala defense is so low. He dodges past Ethanator. Okay, Daiku is now on to the top side of the stage, and things have calmed down a little bit. With that down sig sends him flying. Active input on that down sig, being able to choose the direction that he wants to send him in the spike diagonally, sends him to his death. And now Dobrain is on his last stock here, as Daiku is yet to find any more of those explosive conversions that he got in the first stock.
I mean, he's going to have to. Ethan, Sandstorm, they are both very damaged. Can they get the confirm on Sandstorm? No, back safely on the stage. Ethan really going for the KO. Sandstorm, how is he still alive?
Weapon toss came out, but he dodged in place, and Dobrain didn't go for the ground pound to be able to get the finisher. Ethan gets sent flying high. Daiku ground pounds into Daiku. Okay, Dobrain was looking to hit Ethan, puts out the gravity cancel down sig, but Daiku doesn't finish his ground pound descent and ends up getting KO'd by his teammate there. And Sandstorm taking advantage of that, finds another down sig on the Dobrain. Dobrain accidentally finding that Sarah onto Daiku, and Daiku is on his last stock here. He needs to be able to get this finisher onto Ethan, onto Sandstorm, onto somebody, because this great opening that they had is looking like it's going to be a loss. As Ethan gets the ground pound off stage. Okay, recovery connects, side air into Sandstorm, gets sent flying, even though he gets knocked in a dominating status into the double KO. Daiku has gotten every single stock so far in this game number 2 off of his opponents.
All right, and it's going to be his job to protect Dobrain. That low defense really showing up. Dobrain deep in the red, hanging out, doing that back end support role. Oh no, Daiku, that's going to be it off the side. Dobrain alone. Sandstorm, Ethan, so healthy.
D-Light Sair, he misses that Sair dodge out of the way by Dobrain, but Dobrain has taken so much damage, and Ethan has yet to be touched. Ethan looking for these down airs, maybe going for a weapon toss, but that side sig was a little risky, I will say. He spent his dodge to be able to get back onto the stage. There's a little bit of ending lag, and if it didn't connect with either of them, they could choose one of many moves to be able to finish that off. Dobrain recognizing the deficit that he was at, but an impressive turnaround from Daiku, what was looking like almost an auto win for Ethan and Sandstorm to make it that much closer. But Dobrain did very little there on the Jawa, and I would almost expect to see I'm wondering if he's going to stick to it because they're now on their tournament set. This is a 2 elite for the Scythe duo. And if he continues to get knocked around like that and Daiku can't be as clutch as he was in game number 2, it's going to look really rough for them in game 3. And it might be an EU team being knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, you see Ethan Sandstorm just looking so calm, so collected. They've got to be feeling good. I mean, you're up in the set. You've got so much time left to try out different things, find what's going to work to just secure the victory. Dobrain and Daiku, a little bit on the hot seat.
But that's why we got best of 5. So we were seeing some adjustments there, and Daiku really turning it up. And Twilight Grove is going to be our game number 3 here. Even more shenanigans with that floating island on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you're going to see a lot of work done from Sandstorm. He wants that scythe. He can get a lot of solo combos bouncing off of that wall, but it also does limit the area of play that you have for dodging away from team combos.
That it does. It's definitely one of the smaller 2v2 maps as far as 2v2 maps go. Sandstorm trying to get Dobrain into that. Oh, he combos it into Ethan's recovery, and already we're seeing Dobrain taking so much damage here, and this is a huge deal because he is on that 4 defense legend. Dobrain trying to get back on the Brawlhalla. Nice neutralite, and he does the double chase dodge. He tries it again, tries to go for another side air, but that side signature just finishes him. He goes flying to his death, and already the red team takes a solid lead. Daiku trying to fight Ethan off the side of the stage, but getting knocked around. Sandstorm already focusing on Dobrain, even though Daiku is still on his first stock. But there's the combo into Ethan. Dobrain tries to finish it off the recovery a little bit too slow, but the side air into the island. We get the finisher.
Going
Sandstorm
for the save,
with the
rips
support.
Daiku out of there. Can he do it again? Ethan going back to the outside of the island. Daiku just waiting. Beautiful confirm, all that extra damage. Daiku going deep into the red.
And Sandstorm with the finisher takes Dobrain out, and he is on his last stock while all of his opponents still have 3, but Daiku is looking close to being able to go down. He does not have the jumps. Red team has yet to lose a stock, and they are just beating on the Dobrain. The black hole combo starts, a clash with the ground pound. Dobrain trying to get that finisher on the Ethanator, but it just doesn't work out, and Dobrain was sent into white and orange real quick while Daiku was busy spending his time respawning, and the D-Light Sarah kills Ethanator, but puts Dobrain even further in the orange. That's not what he wants here because he can't share this last stock.
Yeah,
Sandstorm,
honestly, I'm going to call that worth. Getting that extra damage on Dobrain.
Yeah, Ethan might be like, yeah,
sure.
I'll get hit by that. Why not? I still have 2 stocks to work with. Sandstorm getting hit by that neutral signature. Still not KO'd here on his first stock. Daiku trying to find something here, but it's looking bad for the EU duo as Daiku is trying to find something on the Ethanator. Dobrain finally gets that KO on the Sandstorm. Stock 1 taken away. Here's the black hole combo, but he misses the downlane and accidentally connects with Daiku as they try to go for a finisher. Sandstorm sends Dobrain flying to his death. Down sig upwards. Input on that active input is able to take him out, and now Daiku is fighting off stage.
Can he get the double?
This could be the 1v2 of a lifetime.
Stage.
Sandstorm falls to his death. Ethanator could be taken out. Daiku only needs to find 1 signature here. Goes for that sidelight, has him off stage. To that ground pound. Oh, right, Daiku, the clutch factor dominating, coming in, showing that maybe he can do it all on his own.
He actually evened up the stocks. It is 2 stocks to 1, but you can't afford those team combos. Absolutely beautiful. Sandstorm confirming off of Ethan in fantastic
And after
fashion.
that, Daiku's got to be going like, wow, this is going to be really hard because if they're able to get that conversion into 1v2, Daiku's got to be away from weapons. The active input setting up towards Ethan. Ethan barely misses out on that downlight, but you know that they're not going to let that happen again. Dive kick comes out, Daiku trying to get whatever moves he can, but that neutralite puts him in such long hit lag when it connects. Ethan's able to get over with a nice punish. Daiku waiting on the side of the island, just waiting for one weapon spot to work in his favor, but they're all in center stage. He finds the spear, but that sidelight's not the move that he's looking for, and Ethan's just waiting for Sandstorm to grab maybe a downlight, a neutral air, send him his way so that the combo can start and they can finish off the stock and move on in loser's bracket, but Daiku is holding on for dear life. Jumps over that top platform, nice pogo stick, every bit of damage counts. If he can get something and run away, another nair, no punish. There's the cider from Ethan, but they haven't started anything off, but there's the combo starter. No, another downlight, missed. Daiku still holding on.
Man, his movement has been absolutely stellar. There he is getting some damage on both Ethan and Sandstorm. It seems like Sandstorm has been his main target. That is the one in the front.
Okay.
Team combo. Oh, just outside. Daiku's still alive.
Daiku holds on, but another combo like that they might not even need to use both their players. Dive kick goes to the ground, but he has to. I get it. He was putting himself at a risk. The recovery connects, but Daiku needs to be able to get one of these stocks to have that 1v1 because it's going to make it so much easier for him. He has Sandstorm off the side of the stage. Neutralite connects, no nair into Ethan, but Ethan's being very careful. The ground pound goes off the down air. Daiku tries to go for that ground pound. Sandstorm off the side of the stage. Can he nair him or something? Sandstorm runs for his life. Ethan off the side of the stage, but no dare. Okay, they're stacked. Ethan on the bottom. No down air connects. He just goes for the side of the stage. Sidelight into recovery. Gets it. Ethan and Sandstorm take out Dobrain and Daiku 3-0 and move on to fight. Cody Travis and Ninja to make it look like their losers finals dreams alive. Sandstorm continues onwards to probably to try to take 2 titles in one day here at the Brawlhalla World Championship. What an amazing upset. One of EU's teams is down, 2 are left, and they're both in winners finals.
I mean, that was a dominating performance from Sandstorm and Ethan, especially those 2v1 team combos at the end. Absolutely unreal. They can just delete stocks.
they're hugging it out there up on stage, obviously being very lots of respect between both players, because when it comes to 2v2 teams, it's like when games are that close and things are that exciting, it's got to be feeling good. A little unfortunate that Dobrain got focused out so hard. I really wanted to see that legend swap there on game 3 because the Brawlhalla just wasn't working out. I know he had an idea with the down zigs, but honestly, they killed Daiku more than they killed his opponents.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But Daiku in those 2 situations, despite not showing up at ones, looked absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he always says he is absolutely a stellar 2v2 player. That wants to be his main focus.
I mean, we were talking about this. He's had more, I think he's had more 2v2 wins than he's had 1 wins, being able to pull it out with Boomy and in Starlight over the past few years. Unfortunately, they're knocked out here, but it is top 6, so that is a 5th place finish.
Yeah, incredibly fantastic. So we've got more action of this top 6 2v2 World Championship coming up. We'll be right back. We are back with the 2v2 World Championship for Brawlhalla 2018.
And we're going right into winners finals, where we're going to be having Viper and Agzo fighting against Addy Mystic and Cake, 2 of the EU teams that are left Daiku and Dobrain recently. And now we're going to be going to winners finals. A best of 5 to decide who's going to get into at least the top 2 position to get in grand finals here at the Brawlhalla World Championship.
Okay, so to set the stage here, Addy Mystic and Cake, longtime 2v2 team, dominated the EU region for almost the entirety of last year and the first half of this year. They took 2nd at last year's World Championship, but they are going up against the new rising stars, Viper and Agzo, who've really just been taking the world by storm.
Yes, and unlike the team that they lost to the previous year, Viper and Agzo are they're actually within their region. So this is a team that they've had practice against and know how actually scary it is to fight against them, as opposed to, say, something like Boomy and Remy, where they only get to meet them at these lands. But that being said, being 2nd in previous tournaments, this is the first one where their road to 1st is completely different than anything else that they've seen before, considering that the reigning Titans, Boomy and Remy, are definitely gone.
Yeah, and I mean, NA almost out entirely, really just Cody, Travis, and Sidrew. I know they were fighting Sandstorm and Ethan, but so it's got to be NA versus NA. One of those is going home, and then it's just going to be 1 NA team versus 2 EU.
Correct, and there's a possibility for an NA versus EU Grand Finals, or just a straight-up European Grand Finals here at DreamHack Atlanta.
That's a long road.
It is a very long road indeed, because each week you could be saying, oh yeah, it's only like 2 sets, but these are sets against the best teams in the world. We see on stream right now, Agzo on the left, Viper on the right, getting ready to go into this first game of the best of 5. They're most likely to be selecting their legends. I'm very excited to be able to see these 2 players play. I'm expecting Agzo for sure to be being able to pick up that Bodvar. Now Viper, on the other hand, axe-heavy player.
For sure.
But I'm not really sure what a legend is going to be able to pick out here, because sometimes Viper, I do want to call it spite picks. Sometimes sometimes he'll be fighting against a player, and depending on how the game match is going or what he's doing, he'll switch over to the character that the opponent is playing. Usually that's in 1s, though, not so much in 2s.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that can send a strong mental message.
Like the strong mental message that he just sent the entire audience.
I mean, no kidding. He's got the beard. He's got the long hair. It's that Viking strength.
And he's got the death stare.
You'll see sometimes after taking a match, he just lets loose that roar.
Yeah, you'd think
bear.
Viper would be the Bodvar main, considering the beard.
Right, sure.
But unfortunately, he's instead a dragon. But he's got his partner Agzo on Bodvar, which we haven't actually been seeing too much Bodvar in 2s, and surprisingly, Cake opting for the Queen Eye pick. I want to talk a little bit about that team soon. Queen Eye, Cake has been the pocket Hattori of this team.
Yep.
And he's been playing Hattori a lot throughout the day, but he's kind of been doing a secondary thing where he switches between Queen Nai and Hattori depending on the situation, and Addy Mystic, of course, the Val main. It's kind of fun to see all these 2s teams have like the one dedicated player main and then the other person that's willing to switch between Hattori and other characters, but I think Game 1 is going to be happening right underway here on Small Enigma.
Yeah, so it's got those 3 soft platforms in that triangle formation, gives you different levels of play, and Cake just missing the weapon toss, getting punished by it for Agzo. With that hammer, there's going to be a ton of damage from very few hits. Viper and Agzo using those big, heavy weapons.
Ooh, that nice little dash back in the stop, but Addy Mystic was ready to punish with it. The gauntlets being pulled out here against Agzo. The Viper ready to support. That Nair accidentally hitting his teammate and the opponent decides to KO so early. Addy Mystic taking a very quick lead here in game number 1.
Man, that was under 30 seconds. That's that team confirmation. You hit him once, I'll end it.
And now Cake getting knocked around here. He has a little bit less defense than the Queen I normally would to be able to exchange it for that movement speed off the side of the stage here now. Ooh, nice neutral light, but Viper comboing both opponents, tries to go for the recovery read, but unfortunately Addy Mystic and Cake for him go off to dodge downwards. Addy getting knocked around, unarmed here, but Viper needs to be able to find one of these side airs because they're already down a stock. There goes Addy Mystic stock. Can they confirm on Cake? No, he dodges the Sair, manages to downlight out of the way of both Agzo's moves with the Sair. Also KOs from the other side of Small Enigma.
So much distance to cover, but the strength of the hammer.
And now stocks are completely evened up except for Viper, who is surprisingly taking very little damage here on his first stock and doing a great job on the Ragnar, playing almost purely with the axe. The guitars, Ragnar's secondary weapon, almost has not been seen completely.
You know, I mean, it makes sense that he wants to play with the axe. You see that a lot in 2v2s. It's got slower startup, but tons of coverage. So when you have your teammate to cover you, that can be an incredibly strong starter.
And the Axel falls to his death there. Cake on the bottom of the stage is able to recover after the edge guard. But yeah, the benefits in twos, even though you have that slow startup, that can kind of be negated if you use it in team combos to be able to finish things off with that powerful Sair. But we see here, Axo is kind of losing out on the other end of the stick. He gets that KO on Viper, and Cake and Addy Mystic are sitting okay on these second stocks. Cake is rather damaged, but he is on Queen Nai, and Axo's already getting into the deep yellow here on this first stock, or last stock.
Yeah, I mean, Viper's really been the stock tank for their team. Barely getting hit. He's still got 2 stocks left. Incredibly healthy. Addy Mystic off the left-hand side. Axo, Cake with the rotation. Beautiful coverage, saving his teammate, but can he save himself?
Cake manages to make it back in the recovery from Viper. KO's Addy Mystic as Cake attempts to recover. That Sair is so close to being able to take off Cake's head. He now makes it back onto the main stage. He's trying to put out these snares to stop people from getting towards him, but he has to be careful because Viper is completely destroying Addy Mystic up the side. Still, the recovery going towards the top, tries to get the second recovery, the weaker one, the down leg. Addy Mystic still unable to land. Axo cannot find the nair, but the nair hit his Sair from Viper, disarms Addy, and Addy has not touched ground in over 30 seconds. Finally manages to make it, but this game that was looking like it was in the lead for the red team has Addy Mystic almost nearing his last stock, and dive kicks out of the way of that down air. Viper switches over to Cake,
but
and
look
Axo
at the
and Viper.
rotation. I mean, Cake just taking punishment. Addy Mystic needs to help his teammate, but so far off the side, just sniped by Axo. Cake sniping back.
And now Viper fighting Cake off the side of the stage. It is a one-on-one, but Viper very healthy here. 2 stocks in the orange. The damage is in the lead for Viper, and Cake is down a stock. Goes up that side to try to get an early KO, but Cake is perfectly fine with his edge guard. 2 down airs. Can Viper make it back? He cannot. The Sair finishes it, and Cake has a 1v1 here in game number 1 and can very easily take this back with the defense stat that Queen Eye has.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's not only high defense, she is high strength.
Yes,
absolutely. There's going to be a ton of damage. Cake, a longtime spear player, lots of strings, high damage that can be dealt, and her signatures are amazing.
And before the signatures even coming out, Cake is hard reading Viper here. 2 sidelights just dashing back and catching Viper, dodging down in place over and over again. Tries to go for the downlight, avoids the neutral stick, but he quickly turns around, neutrally into weapon toss. Viper definitely carrying his weight in that game number 1. Axo was taken out very early, and he recognizes, he's like, this is why I've got you as a teammate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just look at the accuracy between the two on their weapon tosses, closing out both Addy Mystic and Cake in similar fashion. Addy Mystic and Cake trying to discuss strategy.
And this is where that case of, like, because Cake is more of a dual main when it comes to twos,
the
likelihood that he'll switch over to Hattori if he feels like what he's doing on Queen Eye isn't working as well. Addy Mystic, on the other hand, will definitely just discuss how he's playing as Val and most likely not switch off of Val at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a pocket mode bar sometimes. It's that Addy classic, but his Val is such a dominant force. I want to see it all the way through.
And game number 2 is going on to the Great Hall here. Basically 2 stages, one above the other, one close to the blast zone, one less. And now Cake and Addy Mystic are going to be fighting over here. Cake and Addy seem to be taking towards the skies as Viper and Axo get to start onto Cake. Now separating Addy Mystic. Notices Viper's on the other side. It's with a downer. I wouldn't expect him to go towards Axo, but Cake instead joins up with Addy, and they combo all the way onto Axo, recognizing this is the weak link before. This is probably the best chance that we have of being able to take a lead once again. Addy Mystic chasing Axo around, but Viper is actually just winning out against whoever he's fighting against.
And look at the rotation going high for Axo, sending him off the top. Not quite enough yet. Oh no, now double against Addy Mystic. So much damage deep into the red. Cake short to follow.
Topsider. Viper had an opportunity to comment on that Sair, but these Sairs are sending Cake and Addy Mystic flying so fast. The side stick, Axo being the one that's finishing off the opponents here, is trying to get Addy Mystic to not pick up a weapon. Goes for that Sider, interrupted by the Nair. But that Nair from the hammer will send him flying on that platform, brings you that much closer to the blast zone. Addy Mystic loses his first stock, and blue team is solidly in the lead as opposed to the last game.
Just absolutely devastating, and Viper just continuing with it.
Viper showing such amazing prowess here with the axe. Axo takes out that first stock, but Viper now against Addy Mystic. That falling ground pound connecting with Addy Mystic on the way down to the platform. He's putting out even more ground pounds here. A very rarely used move from the axe, but so much more. It's much more realistic to use correctly in a 2v2 match when you've got
it's that big spin, the 360-degree hitbox, and it can knock players down, up, left, right, anywhere you want them to go.
Cake manages to get the recovery on Axo. Viper still not losing this first stock, and Cake is so close to kill percent. Addy Mystic trying to find these dares, but he doesn't fall to the platform. The neutral light on the platform itself will do it. Viper loses that stock, and now they have an opportunity to gang up onto Axo. Axo very cleverly dodges out of the way, but Cake with the neutral sig.
That's what we've seen from Addy Messing and Cake. What's led to their dominance in previous years. Oh, the snakes biting, sending Axo down, but Cake soon to follow Addy Mestic, incredibly damaged. Viper continuing his role as the stock tank.
And now with that neutral stick accidentally connecting on the Axo, he's trying to be able to get this confirmed onto Addy Mestic. The benefit of the 2v2 situation is that Cake, while on a fresh stock, can definitely just be comboed into red, and that's what looks like what they're trying to do. Neutral light does not connect. Addy Mestic has Axo off stage. The ground pound barely clips with Viper, follows up with his own downer. Addy Mestic on his second stock trying to recover, uses that gauntlet recovery, only vertical, makes it back in that sidelight, read into the recovery. Viper being set very high, and Axo is almost towards kill percent. This could be a 1v2 for Viper in a very scary situation because it would be 3 stocks to 2, and that is definitely more players to fight against in a low, but Axo, nice side stick, gets Cake first. Cake dying out before Addy Mestic even loses his second stock, and now the 1v2 is in the opposite direction. Blue versus red. Axo with the D-Light recovery gets that KO, and this looks bad.
It really does, but
Yes,
Axo, incredibly damaged. That is the path to victory. That is the keystone that needs to be knocked loose to fall the arch of Viper.
And Addy Mestic looking for those recoveries, but Viper just fighting offstage so hard. That down air catching his unarmed recovery. He still hasn't picked up a weapon. Axo getting the down air. Viper looking for that Sarah. If Addy Mestic recovers high, Axo is ready to cover the Nair into the Sarah. Viper's looking for that ground pound, and he gets it. There was no opportunity for Cake to be able to come back there. Viper and Axo playing impeccably, not allowing him to get a single hit in or even pick up a weapon. Addy Mestic respawned, went to the ledge, and never came back.
I mean, that was 3 stocks left for Viper and Axo at the end there. Such a dominant 2-0 early in the set here. It's been crazy fast games.
Game number 3 is coming up, and it's looking like Viper and Axo are primed to get that grand finals winner side position.
Oh, it's so crucial to go in on winner's side because it's another best of 5 set at the end. But coming from winner's side, you only need to win 1. Whoever's coming up from the lower bracket, they've got to win 2 sets against you.
Addy Mestic and Cake are considering their options. I haven't heard the switch over to... Oh, there is the switch over to Tori. So this is what I was talking about. The Coin Eye definitely wasn't working out. The extra defense wasn't providing anything. He's exchanging that defense for movement speed, carrying over the spear, and having that sword for extra consistency on their combos. And the Great Hall is where we're going to be going for Game 3 and potentially the last winner's run game of Addy Mestic and Cake's go here in the 2v2 tournament. We're opening it up in Addy Mestic.
Combo caught the double. Look at the damage just pouring onto Axo deep into the orange, just like 10 seconds in.
And Addy Mestic trying to follow those side airs. Viper on the guitar, strangely enough, must have been the first weapon that he picked up, and no weapons have come since, but he's doing so amazing on them, showing why he likes to play this Ragnar. Chase dodging after Addy Mestic. Addy Mestic still being carried around by Viper's guitars. Tries to go for that side air, but Cake is able to cover it up. Cake is now on the center of the stage, keeping Axo off. Cake has been definitely doing the stock tanking here, while Viper has been holding on to his own. Addy Mestic manages to find something, trying to get this finish on Axo. Nice silent recovery on the Viper, and Addy Mestic gets disarmed. Cake trying to take out Axo, but Viper's so ready to help out his teammate. The support being played by one player on the
Can he get the ground pound? No, dive kick sending Cake away. That's going to be it. Addy Mestic not in position to save, but he does trade the stock for Axo. Addy Mestic deep in the red. Viper still fairly healthy.
Addy Mestic going for that unarmed recovery and new weapon spawns, but Addy can't seem to be able to find it. Axo and Viper are fighting it off, and the blue team has a lead by 1 stock once again. They will want to focus on the Viper here with Cake. If Cake can win this offstage exchange, it would be amazing, but the neutral light just barely misses. Viper trying to find these downers. Cake gravity cancel downlight does not connect. Puts Viper off the side, and they're switching over to Axo. Definitely the player that's been taking more damage more frequently as Cake tries to convert with that recovery. Does not quite hit, and Viper with a nice down sig on Addy Mestic puts him a little bit into the yellow.
Man, Ragnar's signatures, they can be absolutely devastating. They fantastic anti-airs, so you can't really go around and set up team combos against them because that positioning, no, it's all on fire.
Yes, and it's definitely not something that you can clash with. It's definitely just active there to catch you out of the sky and send you flying with a meaty accident at the very end of the signature. Axo getting that nice D-Light Sarah to Addy Mestic, putting him onto the ground, and Viper still on his first stock. He has an opportunity to put Addy Mestic on his last one, and Axo off the side of the stage. Addy doesn't go for the ground pound, the recovery, nothing connects. He's very low. If they're able to take Axo out in this situation, they could. Amazing
Clear
team kill coming out from the red team.
field.
Okay.
Addy Mestic and Cake deep in the red, trying to set something up. They need those team combos. I think that's why they went for that Hattori switch. You get the faster rotation, so that way you can get those trademark confirms that Addy Mestic and Cake are known for. But Viper just splitting the team with Axo.
And now Viper fighting Cake unarmed off the side of the stage, picks up the guitars, but Addy Mestic doing that for the sidelight recovery on both the blue team's members, holding on to the second stock and avoiding that nice signature attempt from Viper. Viper downers Cake off the side of the stage. The gravity cancel down to giving that puff of smoke onto the stage, spiking Cake to his death, and Addy Mestic follows shortly after. Viper and Axo are poised to be able to take this 3-0 in the grand finals. Addy Mestic and Cake will need to focus on the Axo. There have been so many 2v1s in this situation, and they need to get this so they want a chance to be able to continue the set because they are down 0-2.
I mean, that's going to be a tall order. Viper's support with that axe coverage
It's been
is
phenomenal.
I mean, how do you contest that? He is everywhere, just flying in on that dragon.
And now Cake seems to be trying to get through the Dragon's defense here onto Axo. Down air, comes out. Axo tries the recovery, still manages to dodge back onto the stage. Is touching Addy Messi, goes for the ground pound, and Cake is trying to get the recovery. Viper separated, and the D-Light Snare gets it. Axo is down, and Viper is going to follow shortly afterwards. No, manages to dodge the weapon toss, gets the Snare. Recovery comes out. Viper, if he can win this 1v2, he secures that spot on the Grands, but the D-Light recovery will disarm him. He has a lot to do here, and the ground pound actually connects with Cake. Neutral Light sent forward. Addy Messi not able to follow it up. Dodge is expended. The weapon tosses are coming up, but Cake gets in the way of the sword. A little bit of a flub here from the team synergy of Addy Mestic and Cake, and Viper is just waiting patiently for an opportunity to get back on the stage.
I mean, he needs a weapon, but they are doing a phenomenal job just starving, guarding the areas he needs. Forced to fight on arm. No! Cake clearing off another stock. Only one left for Viper here. Addy Mestic and Cake, a mountain of damage to get through.
Viper now picks up the guitars, finds that recovery onto Cake. Cake and Addy have not gone for any setups necessary to yet, and Viper is just a little bit too quick for them to be able to find anything. A Nair might be able to set something up, maybe a falling down air. Down line to get a combo started, but then Nair comes out, chase dodge, change to another dodge to be able to get out of the way of Addy Mestic, and Viper's doing such a great job using these platforms with the combo
team
starts.
combo.
He dodges out of the way, Cake drops it after that neutral light.
Viper using those side airs, it's one of Axe's strongest attacks, and it kind of lets you still be a little bit more mobile.
Hits.
You don't want to get caught out. You don't want them to start the team confirmations.
Oh, that gravity cancel side stick would have been amazing if Addy wasn't able to pummel it with that side air. He's been finding so many down airs. Neutral stick not punished. Cake tries to catch it with that neutral light. Nair comes out, but Cake is so close to red. Addy Mestic is not getting any confirms off of this, and the down light sets him up. Tries to go for the side air, but the weapon toss stops Viper from going in. Viper, even though he's in the 1v2, he looks like he's the one applying the pressure to Cake and Addy. Cake and Addy can't get back, and these platforms for the Great Hall are working so much in his favor. He has so many places to recover as opposed to just onto the main stage. But he falls in the neutral light, double neutral light, sends Viper at an odd angle, disarms him, and that punish to the neutral stick gets it. Addy and Cake maintain their winner's bracket run. A game goes over to them, and game 4 is going to be our next match.
They need to win the next 2 in a row if they want to avoid getting sent down to the lower bracket.
But winning one game is definitely a good start. And boy, oh boy, did it look difficult. We can see what the main terror is for Cake and Addy here, and that is Viper. Viper, usually when you have a 1v2, that player will slowly be taken out, either by a team combo or just slow, methodical pressuring. But Viper made it look like that it was the most confusing thing ever to chase after his model, especially on the Great Hall. Maybe that's why they're favoring this map, considering this is just so easy. You have so many more options to recover with 3 layers of stage to touch to.
I mean, it makes sense. We've gone to it just about every single game. And that last one, it really looked like the adaptation that Cake and Addy Mestic needed to start chipping away at Viper and Axo.
Viper might have to play a little bit more heavily on support, though. Axo was definitely taken out much too soon for his comfort. Now Cake and Addy are going at it, and Viper trying to get that recovery. Axo is trying to find his nairs, following something. Neutral light comes out, and Cake is trying to work with them, but Viper managed to stack with them, and the 1v1s are now happening off sides, but Cake, a nice down air, spikes him, and stops Viper from being able to get that neutral light finisher on Addy Mestic.
Man, Cake's rotation is so good. That Hattori pick really paying off. I mean, he's taken a lot more damage because he doesn't have as much defense, but he's able to save his teammate that much more, maintaining the stocks.
Viper put out a fully charged Ragnar down sig, which is something you don't see too often. It puts out those flames and they last longer. It doesn't necessarily get more powerful, but it just gives you a longer time for somebody to run into it, especially if they accidentally dodge back.
Or maybe for your teammate to knock somebody into it.
Absolutely, but unfortunately it didn't work out there. Cake gets that side sig and a combo. That Mestic signature got caught between 2 sigs, and now Viper trying to recover. Weapon tosses are all that's going to be taken, but he barely touches. There's that down air. Addy Mestic gets hit by the recovery on the way back because he throws his weapon through the disarming, and now Viper makes it back in the recovery, nearly kills Addy Mestic. Viper somehow miraculously holding on to the stock after Axo lost his first one.
I mean, that's going to be his main role on the team. We've seen it time and again. He is the main stock tank. Axo might fall early, but Viper is always there, keeping the team even. Wow, Cake and Viper both going out, trade across the team, but Addy Mestic coming out on top of the screen to lose his first stock.
All players taking the same ticket out of the Great Hall there at the very end, and now all the stocks are completely evened up 2-2. Even the damage is very similar. Viper, however, losing out on those trades against Addy Mestic, finds a Nair on the Cake and is trying to follow Addy Mestic. It's like Addy Mestic was knocking Axo off the stage as he was being knocked off by Viper. Cake needs to be able to provide a little bit more support here for his teammate, and a nice downer from Viper is putting Cake into kill percent. Cake looking very damaged here as he fights against Axo. Nice snares coming up from Viper. I would love to be able to see the damage after this game. The ground pound comes in. No recovery punish there. He's expecting Addy Mestic to jump upwards, and Axo gets the recovery that manages to kill Cake off the top, dominating his Axo, which previously Viper was definitely getting a lot more of the finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. But Exo really hunting with these signatures now, fighting Addy Mestic. He knows he's got him in the red. He's going for the edge guard. Oh no, a little bit of friendly fire coming out. And Viper, that axe off stage. You do not want to get caught out. Get back to safety. Addy Mestic dunking him down. Cake going for the confirm.
Oh, no.
No, not even necessary. Viper down to his last stock. Dead even across the board.
And the roles of stock tank have definitely been swapped here in game number 4. Addy Mystic is fighting against Agzo and trying to get that K off the top, because if he can secure that one stock lead, that could mean so much if they're able to find a team combo on Viper directly afterwards. Nice Sair, but Viper finds the recovery, and now they have an opportunity to go back onto Cake. Cake gets stomped. Weapon toss interrupts that knockback. Cake manages to get a D-Light Sair on the Viper on the way back, though Viper tosses the guitars away, picks up an axe, but Cake is just so ready to be able to respond back. Agzo gets him flying towards the side, but he's still okay. He's in the red on his second stock, but Viper's taking a little bit of damage, and Addy has yet to be touched here on his fresh stock.
All right, Cake is going to be their main target. Look at them just hunting with those gigantic weapons. Any little bit, even if you trade hit for hit, you're coming out worse for wear.
Agzo loses that stock, and Viper is so dangerously damaged. Recovery doesn't do it, but he is disarmed, and now they're team comboing onto Agzo. Sidelight comes out, and Viper is trying to desperately help his teammate. Sidelight comes up with the D-Light Sair. Will do it. Cake takes out Viper, and Agzo has got a mountain to climb with this 1v2. He can take out Cake if he finds a D-Light recovery. Maybe a really powerful Boulevard side sig. Dodges in place, but Addy Mestic is ready to read it. Cake and Addy can cover so many options here. Can he recover as well as Viper? Dodges down, manages to make it back. Cake and Addy are just waiting for him to reset his jumps to the neutral and a down air.
That easy confirm, just want to build that damage. This is a similar situation that led to their victory in the previous game. Agzo alone, Addy and Cake just waiting any kind of confirm. He's deep in the orange, a little bit more damage, but really they only need one hit because they'll turn it into 4.
Oh, that neutral sig a little bit too high coming out from Cake. Maybe if he went for the down sig or the side sig, he would have been able to finish off Agzo. Agzo puts up that side sig. He's just looking for some desperation measures there, because if he can take out Cake, it's much more easy, but this 2v1's looking like it's going to be in the favor of the EU Titans. Cake and Addy, and the weapon toss confirms it. Game number 5 is coming up as they give themselves a little bit of a fist bump and say, there we go, that's what we're looking for, because Viper and Agzo, while being tough opponents, there's a reason why these two are known as the best in Europe.
I mean, it's absolutely shown. They were down 2-0 in the set, and now they're looking to just run it straight back. They know they want to go into grand finals, winner's side. Addy and Cake, they've got to be hungry after last year's World Championship second place finish.
What map are we going to go on? Because the Great Hall is definitely not working out for Viper and Agzo. I would either like to see that banned out or not picked.
So it's been banned out, and this is going to be actually a crazy pick here with how dense these games have been. We're going to Miami Dome.
This is one of the smallest 2v2 maps that we got available, and you can't recover underneath the stage.
Yeah, it's got that scaffolding underneath. So when you pick or get sent off to a certain side, that's where you're staying.
And already the action's starting here as all players are stacking on top of each other, taking the brunt of the damage. Agzo trying to pick up that weapon, but Cake is guarding up the D-Light. Nice unarmed Sair allows Agzo to pick up his hammer. Viper going in for the recovery, and Addy Mestic and Cake fighting Agzo off the side. They're split up, and now Agzo stopping Cake off the side to turn over to Addy Mestic, but Addy Mestic gets a nice return neutral light, and everything's going back to normal. Ooh, Viper off the side, nice side air.
Cake going for the support, trying to give Addy a way back onto the stage, but Viper continues just splitting him down. Those guitars doing so much damage. Oh, Agzo, I like the choice. That gravity cancel taunt, it keeps you in place a little bit longer, gives your teammate a chance to almost save you, but I mean, with the pressure of Cake, how can you get down
Viper
there?
couldn't reach down there without probably losing his own stock. So it was probably a better idea to let him go. Now Cake and Addy are going to be in a position where they could possibly KO, but Addy's doing such a great job about being able to get out of these combos, put a little bit more damage on the Cake. Oh, Cake covers his head with a nice spear toss upwards, making sure that it's nice and slow so that it lasts longer. Agzo unable to get that down air follow-up, and he manages to make it back. Viper and Agzo are taking a lot of damage here, and Agzo's already on his second stock.
Oh, quick team confirmed, just that extra damage. Viper going up off the top. Cake still alive. No, Agzo taking him out, but Addy Mestic, the last one to go down, maintaining his dominance.
And Addy Mestic with that sidelight immediately gets down there, tried to go for a hard read, and Viper was able to respond to it. Agzo very damaged, but here all stocks are even, 2 stocks apiece to decide who's going to go on the grand and who goes into losers to meet the winner of the loser semis.
Man, Addy Mestic got caught in that spear combo, but so did both of the blue team members. That's the definition of worth.
Agzo fighting against Viper here. Viper goes in for that down air, and a nice neutral light gets punished by Addy Mestic. Neutral sig also punished by Viper, avoiding all of these Hattori signatures. Cake on the Tori, trying to find that down in the neutral lane. Addy Mystic has an opportunity to be able to edge guard both of them. Tosses the weapon down, picks it back up, sidelight into sidelight recovery, reads the dodge in place. What an amazing play coming out from Addy Mystic, and a combo on Axel to finish him off. 2 KOs back to back. Addy and Cake are poised to take it into grand finals. Viper and Axel have to make something happen here because they are not ready to be KO'd yet. They have to go off stage. There's the ground pound, tries to combo into a second ground pound, does not quite work out. Viper now on the side of the stage trying to allow Axel to get back on. No weapon spawn in favor of Axel. He's getting pogo stick and sidelight on the way back. Viper gets that neutral stick cutting through almost the entirety of this cast on the screen.
You know what? They've got enough stocks. I do not care if Addy Mystic hits Cake as long as he is still hitting the enemy teammates. That's just further pushing their lead wider and wider. It's 4 stocks to 2.
Viper can't make it back. Now it's 4 stocks to 1, and it's looking like it's going to be 4 stocks to none at this rate. If Addy Mystic's able to get this
Look
down
at the coverage.
Down
Yep,
air,
Cake to
down
clean
air,
it up.
Done. Addy and Cake reverse 3-0 to get in the grand finals. This is their chance to be able to get to the first place at a BCX. They've always been robbed of it by Boomy and Remy, but this time there's no North American players on that team except for one. The ones that are waiting in losers finals to fight against Viper and Axo to stop them from that rematch.
I mean, you've got to imagine Viper and Axo are going to be hungry for that rematch. They're saying, no. 2018, I thought that was our year.
But
you
here's the
had
thing.
last year, Addy Cake.
They have the BCX 1v1 world champion to get through if they want to be able to get the 2v2 because Sandstorm and Ethan
my
took out Cody
Lord.
Travis and Izzy Drew 3-1 and are waiting in losers finals saying, listen, all right, 1 title is not enough. I kind of want to have 2. I don't want to be rookie of the year. I want to be the best player of the year. And Sandstorm is ready to take it. And Sight as a matchup is what I'm most scared about for these EU players.
Listen, they already cut through Daiku and Dobrain without any trouble.
Absolutely
Sandstorm
not.
and Ethan are a force to be reckoned with.
was
The
a 3-0.
last hope for NA.
2 EU teams last, but Sandstorm and Ethan are the favorites, the most improved players, and soon to be the best players
Yeah.
in
Oh,
2v2s. If
hands
they can
down.
be able to get through Viper and Axo, that was very close though. And if Cake and Addy are anything, they're not anything to scoff at. That is for sure, for certain.
Oh,
And Viper
well, I
and
mean, they're
Axo,
sitting on winner's side.
They're sitting on winner's side after a very intense Game 5 set. Now, if Sandstorm and Ethan make this look not even close against Viper and Axo, that makes me worried for EU in general. So I'm very excited to see what the results of this match coming up is because we've only got potentially 2 more sets for the rest of BCX.
Oh my gosh. All right. So we saw Viper and Axo. We know what their legend picks are going to be. Sandstorm, Ethan, we saw them a little bit earlier. Are you expecting Ethan to ever change to Mirage? I mean, he's been using Hattori, and of course, Sandstorm using Mortis.
Yes, if they lose any of the games, he will switch. Similar to what Cake
Okay.
did. Because when Cake, you realize that the only 2 games that Addy Mystic and Cake lost were when they were on Queen 9. And then all 3 games that they won, they were on Hattori, and they were pretty solid.
Oh, yeah.
And so in Ethan's case, it's kind of the opposite, where like I've noticed on the 1 games that they did struggle, where it wasn't looking like it was going to be a 3-0. He switched over from the Hattori to the Mirage, and then they reverse 3-0'd them. I'm expecting a very similar sensation coming out from Sandstorm
So
and
you're
Ethan
saying
if something happens.
they've got a little bit of that secret weapon.
Yes.
Just hiding.
Absolutely
Hiding
what
in
I'm
the
saying.
back.
And it's not even secret. It's more of like a weapon that's just sitting in plain view, and they're like, I'm only going to use this if I have to.
It's the final form, break glass in case of emergency.
Yes, absolutely. So as they're getting set up on stream to be able to go against Viper and Axo,
oh man,
I'm too excited. No words.
I've said this before, I really just want to see Sandstorm just set out that 1v1 trophy on the table just for Viper and Axo to look at during the match.
Be able to look at it.
It's got to be a little bit of that mental game.
This thing's definitely going to multiply by the end of the night. We're going to have 2 of these things. It's going to say 1v1 and 2v2, but they're still both just as valuable. And that is a huge takeaway coming from a player that went from a breakout in the scene in 2018 to just winning the entire scene in 2018.
Yeah, this is his first offline tournament for Brawlhalla.
That's right. Wow.
Yeah.
So we can't even he's doing such a great job of being able to deal with. Sometimes we talk about tournament nerves. Obviously, playing.
Listen,
it's more like
a seasoned Smash 4 player.
This is true. I completely forgot about that one, considering that, because the environment that you play in when you go to a LAN is much different than playing on an online tournament at the comfort of your home. And sometimes that will get the players more often than any amount of experience. But when you mentioned that, a seasoned Smash 4 player coming into Brawlhalla, if he's already played on stream at these environments already all throughout his life, there's no problem adjusting. That's a transferable skill that is incredibly valuable when it comes to competitors.
I mean, it's absolutely shown. So him and Ethan, I like their odds here.
I do too, and I'm excited to see an NA versus EU Grand Final, but that being said, Viper and Axo are so good, and Viper is particularly, next to Isidru, probably one of the best Axe players in the world.
I mean, undoubtedly, you just saw him absolutely demolish those first 2 games against Addy Mystic and Cake, clearly the linchpin of his team.
And so now Axo Axo was the link that I was worried about. I'm not really sure if it was a matchup between Addy Mystic and Cake, but he was definitely getting kicked around a lot. I say that, but in the later games, it definitely seemed a little bit more even.
I think it's usually just kind of like a play style of how their team composition works.
Okay.
Axo runs that front line, and Viper is just swooping in left and right on these massive passes of that axe swing, the hard hitting, just looking for the split.
So we'll see what's coming up here in the next little seconds. I think they're setting up I'm seeing the legends being selected, both bars. Now, of course, they're going to be going to the button checks, so they'll most likely hear characters that we're not expected to see. But Addy, Misty, and Cake are on winner's side of Grand Finals. That means that they have to get a bracket reset to even be able to take out. Because once you're on winner's sides of Grands, you have to lose 2 best-of-5s to even be knocked out of the tournament. It's that benefit of never losing a set the entire time. So whoever wins this losers finals coming up has got a huge amount of climb if they want to be able to take home the BCX champion title.
Yeah, so Ethan rocking his Vex jersey. Sandstorm, of course, with the classic hoodie. Got to put the headphones over the hoodie. It's extra padding for your ears. It's the comfort pick.
It's also just the look. It's kind of scary being able to see that hooded figure on the other side just beating you down with Mordex. It's kind of like, oh god, who is this? That's Sandstorm.
Force to be reckoned with. But, I'm looking at the other camera here. Viper following suit, putting his hood up. That is a terrifying image.
It's an incredibly terrifying image, actually. With the beard and everything, he kind of looks like a dark, like a Sith Jedi almost.
I just imagine with some black metal playing in the background, just brandishing that axe.
We're getting set up here. 3 teams remain, 2 EU, 1 NA. One of them already a champion in their own right. And there's no repeat performances of previous BCXs that we're going to be seeing in Grands. These are completely new matchups that we've got. We have no expectations on how these go because Cake and I don't think Addy and Cake have even run in to
And you know what?
Ethan.
I got to give the winner's final run to both EU teams some props to hydration. You could see their water jug sitting on the edge of the table there.
That's true, actually. It's massive.
Yeah, Addy Mystic tweeted out a picture of that saying, hey, wait, I want one of those. And then somebody hooked them up with one.
And so now both of these teams are very properly hydrated. As we're seeing this button check going on right now, just making sure that everything works out. All keyboards look good. Taunts are being shown off because you need those taunts. Not necessarily for BM, but for being able to extend your stock, as you mentioned. We did see that earlier in the 2v2 tournament on Friday. A player whose name I cannot recall did the Reed's taunt off stage long enough for somebody to go underneath them and recover to maintain that stock, and it worked out, and they both were able to recover as a result.
Yeah, so kind of one of those weird meta plays in the 2v2 scene. Because it keeps you nicely in place. Your teammate can find you, hit you, without having to worry about, oh no, was I just above? He was flying up high. I couldn't get the hit for the save.
Ethan Ayer's looking ready to go. Sandstorm as well.
Yep.
We've got the actual legends picked. It is the Mordex and the Hattori versus the Bovar. And is that... I can't imagine that he's staying on Yumiko.
No. That's just a button check pick,
surely. That's definitely just a button check pick. Because Viperon, without an axe, I'm kind of afraid to see, like, for his own sake. But maybe he's got, like, this pocket Yumiko that's going to completely blow our minds, but I highly doubt it. It definitely looks like that he's just setting something up.
Look at Ethan, Sandstorm just calling over comms. Shoutouts to Astro for supplying these headsets, letting our 2v2 teams just talk to each other amidst all this insanity of DreamHack. What do you think's the initial plan here? What are they discussing?
They're probably just trying to see if their headsets work. That's what it looked like. I was like trying to read Sandstorm. It's just like testing. Can you hear me? And they're like, no, I can't hear you. But they definitely do work. And now they're just having a little bit of a laugh. And they're probably already completely know what they're doing. It's just a matter of what map that we're going to be going towards. Because it seems as though Viper and Axo really favored more space to work in.
Oh, for sure.
And then as the match has been on, you were saying like Miami Dome, like the maps got smaller and worked more and more in favor of Cake and Addy. So I'm wondering what our first stage is going to be. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a Blackguard Keep. That seems to be a little bit more popular as of late.
If you want to go into the 2 separate 1v1s, absolutely. It's got all that horizontal space. I wouldn't be surprised to see smaller map picks coming from Sandstorm and Ethan because they run a similar style to Addy Mystic and Cake. They get those quick confirms, lots of team combos. I mean, Sandstorm uses Scythe. That's got those active inputs. You get to choose which direction you want to send your opponent. So that just, it's so easy to confirm into team setups.
We have photo announcing the teams because this is losers finals. This is top 3. Whoever is able to get a chance to be able to go out the money, this is very important. We're going into that first stage, striking to experience Shipwreck Falls already banned out. I'm expecting to see more. Okay, small Brawlhaven. So yeah, the maps that are small and janky are basically being taken out here. Miami Dome. Ooh, are they gonna leave that open? That would be surprising. Okay.
Oh, Blackguard gone. Okay. So Great Hall, which we saw a ton of last set.
Yep.
And we're going right back to it.
Definitely worked out in favor of Viper. Sandstorm and Ethan are going into it. We don't see that weird Hattori pick coming out. Axo and Viper are definitely not two to switch their legends very often. We're going right into it. Game number 1 of Losers Finals. Ethan picks up the first sword and Viper is denied. Axo fighting Sandstorm off the side and getting hit by that side light, but they're doing okay. No damage really being exchanged here, and Axo finally picks up a weapon. He does. Ethan does not get that recovery, and now they're fighting against each other. Finally, Viper trying to find the pivot neutral light. Ethan keeping Axo off on the side and doing a great job. An amazing combo, that roll off side light from the platform, but Axo returns with his own string, and Viper down there, Sandstorm to death, and he gets Ethan
They're
on the way
both
down.
there. Sandstorm is done. Ethan, is he going to follow?
He is. Double KO coming out for Ragnar. Viper opening up amazingly off the side of the stage and showing that Sandstorm without the scythe on the gauntlets just was not enough to be able to overpower Viper's axe, and that was a quick double kill in under 30 seconds.
Viper just absolutely dominant. That Ragnar axe, the down airs, they hit so hard, they send straight down. You've got to watch out.
But Sandstorm gets a return recovery onto Axo. Viper fighting against Ethan off the side of the stage, but now Sandstorm is on the weapon that we know him for best and already showing up on it as Axo was taken out. Viper already in the orange. Ethan has been taking a little bit of a beating, but he's got Axo off the side of the stage and he could potentially go for some off-stage shenanigans. Viper on the middle, accidentally downlights Axo as he goes on his way back, and Ethan and Sandstorm are knocking Axo left and right.
Really just piling on that damage. I wonder if they kind of identified, hey, he's usually the first to fall. If we can get a couple team combos on him, we've got a 2v1 for the rest of the match.
Oh, and a nice snare coming from Axo with a neutral stick. Almost combos into Sandstorm. Sandstorm's so aware of his surroundings. Oh, excellent finisher on the Viper, but he was watching Axo accidentally get connected by Viper's neutral stick.
Beautiful.
Tried to get a recovery KO conversion off of it. They still get the KOs, and now the red team, despite losing both of their first stocks within 30 seconds, are down in a lead. Ethan off the side of the stage. Can Viper get this edge guard once again? No, Sandstorm very well of Ethan's positioning. Unarmed recovers him into his safety on the top of the Great Hall, and we're back into the neutral game, and Axo and Viper seem to be losing out on it. Good recovery, but that's not going to kill Ethan just yet.
Yeah, I think Viper and Axo, all right, they cleared Sandstorm. They're going to be looking to clear Ethan. Just keep these 2v1s rolling.
That'll do it. Viper is on fire. I think all KOs have gone in his direction, especially in offstage edge guards. That weapon toss to be able to finish off Ethan, and now with that stock lead, Sandstorm trying to be able to combo off of Ethan's attempts. Nice sidelander recovery, puts Viper in that position again, but he doesn't dodge out of the way. Ethan doesn't get punished for that gravity cancel side stick, and now Axo is in between Sandstorm and Ethan, and Sandstorm's gone off stage, goes for that ground pound. Viper ready to work. Good interrupt on that nair.
Uppercut off the top. Viper still hanging on. Axo getting so damaged. No, off the side. Double kill. Ethan showing his worth. Just clearing the field, leaving Viper alone. And now we're going to start seeing those team combos. Look at the conversions.
Oh, he tried to get that nair to get an active input to throw him past. He still finds it. There it is, and the down tick finishes it. Oh, Viper barely managing to live. They could go for another one, but that's 2 team combos already. It's looking already so unrealistic for Viper in this game number 1. No neutral stick finisher, but at this point, anything will do. Ethan's trying to get some opening, but if Viper gets him off stage, all 4 KOs have been off stage so far, but the recovery still not KOing Viper, so tanky on this dragon, and he's got Ethan off stage. Downer does not connect. Sandstorm and Ethan are trying to make this work out, but every single one of their combos are just barely not KO'd, and they know that they just have to wait. Wall slip is activating. Viper has the exclamation points. Will he fall to his death? He makes it back, and this is that downlight.
Sneaky.
Scythe downlight. There we go. Down finishes it, and Sandstorm with the
unnecessary
flash.
roughness.
That is really difficult to do. Like the trajectory that Viper was flying at, it was so quickly, but he still manages to catch him in the middle of that, finish it, and just make a statement with those team combos. They have practiced those day in and day out. I do want to mention that the reason why that downlight didn't hit is because South Downlight's a little unique. It reaches forward, but if you're in between, it's kind of like a gun's hitbox, where it won't actually activate with you, and that's why he was able to survive there. But they still managed to finish off that stock, and that was amazing. There's like 4 team combos on one poor
and I
dragon.
love the way that they set them up. They've got Sandstorm in the front with the scythe, so that way he can actually just pull the opponent in and create that sandwich. They don't have to do it from movement beforehand.
Very few moves hit in one direction and bring them to the other. I think the only one I can really think about is like hammer recovery or down air, where like it hits from beneath but throws them up towards the top or from the bottom. Now we're going to game number 2. Great Hall is being picked once again, and Ethan and Sandstorm are feeling very good after that because they had a very early deficit that they turned into a victory.
So Ethan using that speed, going for the quick rotation. Sandstorm kind of caught out alone for a little moment, but you know what? He is the new 1v1 champion.
And he is showing why that is. But Ethan Nader has to recover to the other side. Viper off the side of the stage, tries to get that edge guard on Sandstorm, but not this time. Sandstorm puts on that down signature. Axo has an opportunity to stop Ethan in his tracks. The finishing on Sandstorm. Can he bring it over onto Ethan? Ethan recovers high, gets disarmed. They're both chasing after him at the same exact time. Ethan can't find a weapon. There's the Nair. Finds the spear. Viper's got an opportunity to go for that falling Sair. Nice. In there, but the neutral will get the KO off the top, and Viper and Axo take a solid lead once again, and this time not off the hands of Gimps, but just straight neutral wins.
Yeah, and I mean, that Ragnir signature is one of the best anti-airs in the game. It's just that arc of flame.
And it seems as though
Technical malfunction happening.
we got a controller disconnection message. So let's make sure that everything's okay. Ethan's kind of giving us a little bit of a look. Hopefully all the things are working out. Maybe his USB thing came out. I'm not really sure. I remember previously in previous tournaments, Crocky had like a thing where his USB connector for his Xbox controller definitely was only working half the time.
Oh, geez.
So I'm hoping that's not the case, but we'll figure that out very shortly and see if we'll be able to continue the match. We got Foda, the esports director, the tech support, the everything, wearing 5 million hats, being able to go up there and check things out. And we'll be continuing that match very shortly. We weren't too far into it, but it was a little unfortunate.
No,
in any
it's just
situation
about a minute in.
Yeah. But looking into that, that's game. So game one went over to Sandstorm and Ethan.
Yeah.
And that's the first game on their road to being able to fight Addy, Mystic, and Cake in the grand finals. So we're seeing they're waiting for their opponents. They've already proven that they can beat Viper and Axo, but I'm excited to see if Sandstorm and Ethan can take out another EU team.
Well, I mean, they've got to burn
Will they be
through
able
the
to do
rest of this set here.
That's
and Viper
true.
and Axo, they've been a dominant 2v2 force throughout the latter half of 2018
And they
all the previous Dream
And they
Hackers.
certainly were dominating at the very beginning of that game.
Oh,
too.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was really just at the end there, just Ethan and Sandstorm's team combos, all those setups and finishers that they practiced showing their force.
Right, because we saw, like I said, 3 to 4 team combos alone on Viper in that last game. But in reality, they do actually have the opportunity to knock out the entirety of EU in this bracket, considering that they took out Daiku and Dobrain.
Taza,
And if they
Taza,
go against
don't-
Viper and Axo, this is exciting.
Don't make Marshall cry. Don't make him cry.
I'm very happy for EU in this performance here, but how crazy would that be if like all 3 of those teams were taken out by the 2 up-and-coming players of the year?
No. EU needs to win this one. Marshall over in the UK, he's been calling for it for years.
That he
He
has.
coached one of the preeminent
You know, it's funny
EU
because
teams.
this is the first year where he was kind of like, I give up. Nothing's going to be able to happen.
I called him out for it.
Yeah.
It's reverse psychology.
Oh, is
all
that
right.
how it works?
As soon as EU takes this tournament, he's gonna pop off on Twitter. I told you. For 2 years, I said EU's gonna win it, and then they didn't. Now I'm doing the opposite, and here we go, boys. Trophy time.
So you're saying that it was planned, it was intention.
Oh, obvious.
Okay. Marshall is definitely playing 4D chess here over on the
He's
call-outs
a
on
smart
Twitter.
man. You
Yes,
gotta
he is.
watch him. Keep an eye on him.
Shouts to Marshall. Hope you're watching. We're going to be going into this game number 2 pretty soon. As soon as we figure out exactly what it is that's going to happen with the controllers.
Yep. Foda getting it sorted out.
Okay.
But, so Ethan Sandstorm, I think even if they were to lose this next match,
Yes.
they're sticking with the Hattori.
I believe so too. In fact, I think that switching over to Mirage really will only happen in a tournament like set, like a game match.
Oh, so you're saying if they're
situation.
down 2 in the set.
It's the same thing with Addy and Cake. I really feel like Ethan is that kind of player. Same thing with
Okay.
Cake, where it's like he lost 2 games on Queen Eye, switch over to the Hattori. Lost 2 games on the Hattori, switch over to Mirage. That's how I feel like it's going to happen.
All right, so
So
what
I do
do
agree
you
with you
think
that they won't switch.
would be the path to victory for Viper and Axo if they want that run back against Addy Messick and Cake in Grand Finals? What do they need to change
Currently,
against?
they need to keep doing what they've been doing.
Yeah?
I think the only mishap that happened there in game number 1 was how many times Viper was hitting Axo on accident. And I was kind of mentioning it was cool. I like to highlight Sandstorm's awareness in general around him and his ability to react, because when Viper accidentally neutral sigged Axo, he knew exactly the direction Axo was going to fly, and he was in position to recover a combo off of Viper's initiation.
It's
And
not
that's
friendly
like-
fire.
and-
It's just an extra
and
starter.
that makes me think that, like, in one case, yes, he's worked very hard with Ethan to be able to do these team combos, but he also just might be that quick to react to odd situations to make the most out of it.
Absolutely. I mean, his reactions are crazy.
So as long as Viper doesn't put Axo into too many precarious positions, we saw them winning out in neutral in that Great Hall match. Might as well just continue doing what they've been doing and seeing if it ends up being a problem. Because if Sandstorm and Ethan take game number 2, then they might need to make some serious change-ups. But it's going to be change-ups to how they play. Definitely not the legends that they play.
All right, so are you saying that's going to be a return to Great Hall through the entirety of the set? Would they have any other maps that they might want to go back
No,
for?
I don't. Even though I don't think they should, I think it is going to be a return to Great Hall for the entirety of the set. Yeah, even though I don't really believe that, because I don't think any of the other maps, like there's too many maps that Viper and Agzone don't like and Sandstorm and Ethan don't like, where it kind of whittles down to really only the Great Hall exists.
Okay, you wouldn't see something a little bit more spread out, like a Blackguard Keep.
But then again, if we see Viper and Agzo take a match, the maps that are banned, if they take up the Great Hall, it could make things very different for Sandstorm and Ethan, and we could see that for sure.
Yeah, I think the only thing that they're going to be looking to do is not go to a small map. They don't want a small Brawlhaven. They don't want a Miami.
That's how that spelled death for them in that previous set. They were up 2-0 until they started having all those maps banned out against them, and then they had to go to those smaller maps. So yes, definitely keep it big. Great Hall has so much room to be able to play around, for sure.
Yeah. And that's going to be key. I mean, we've seen Viper just kind of running side to side, doing passes with the axe attacks as he flies on by.
So we are going to go into a game restart pretty soon, and to make things even, they're going to be given a one-stock lead, Viper and Agzo.
Okay.
Over Sandstorm and Ethan. That seems to be the agreement that we've got going on after that controller disconnection, because it definitely wasn't, so it didn't look like it was like a technical difficulty per se on our end. I think
it was
Ethan's controller
player's hardware
definitely just disconnected while in the middle of the match. So we're going to be able to get that settled up, and that seems to be the agreement that they decided to go on. Game number 2 will be starting most likely on the Great Hall once again, as long as we get everything together. We see Ethan and Sandstorm kind of collaborating right now, making sure that everything's okay, and to make sure that it doesn't happen again, as we're going into game number 2 to decide which team, or move on towards deciding what team gets to go on to grand finals to fight against Addy and Cake.
Viper just checking all his wristbands. He's got a ton of them from every BCX. The newest, that kind of turquoise greenish one going on.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that. I think that description actually describes it perfectly. Yeah. But like, there's probably like a specific.
I would almost say
name.
seafoam green.
Seafoam green is pretty good. Actually.
It's pretty close. But look at that! Look at that shine wristband sitting in the middle.
Oh yeah, he's representing a lot of the events that he's been to for sure. Being able to go win it. I like seeing the Brawlhalla players that like wear each one of the tournaments that they've attended to on the wrist, literally, and Viper's definitely one of them.
Agzo taking a deep breath, just trying to calm himself. They're going to be starting with that stock lead that they had already built in the game.
Legends being selected. I see the Ragnar and the Vodvar. We're making sure that all of our keybinds are correct. Game number 2 is going to be starting pretty soon. And just to keep in mind, for anybody that's confused at home that's just tuning in, there will be a one-stock lead in favor of Viper and Agzo because of how the disconnect happened. And they were already that far into the match where it was very clear that they had a stock lead, and there wasn't going to be any return kills coming anytime soon. So that's what we've got going on here for game number 2.
Man, Viper really just putting that hair forward. He likes to rock it out.
Ethan's controller disconnected through fault of his own, which caused Agzo to lose the stock.
We're getting a little bit of an update from him.
Ethan's going to take a one-stock penalty. The match will begin as soon as he respawns.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
So Photo just gave us the total official community or competitive ruling on what happened. It was definitely Ethan's fault of his own that the controller disconnected. It was probably one of those things where you pulled back and the plug came on.
Right.
And the lag from the controller disconnecting caused Viper to lose his stock. So they're going to be going to the next game.
And Ethan will be forfeiting one stock for the infraction.
Oh, and we're just checking in things right now, just making sure that the controller is working. It looked like it disconnected from the very start.
The little eyebrow dance from Viper.
Yeah. Kind of going like, oh, really? This is the dance that we have to play here now, and just making sure everything's working. No, he's actually moving in the game, so I think everything's okay. But that's
all
kinda,
testing. Make sure you got your crazy keybinds.
Of all the things that you don't want to happen at the World Championship is like, oh no, my controller is broken. Like sometimes that tends to be a John, but it's literally looking like that might be the case. So hopefully Ethan's very okay, or at least has a backup and plan. So I think we'll be going into game number 2 pretty soon.
All right, locking back in, same legends. We got Sandstorm on Mordax, Ethan with Hattori, and then Viper and Agzo rocking Ragnar and Bodvar respectively.
I believe we'll run back to the Great Hall, unless they're going to do map picking again. But as I was talking about earlier, as I was talking about earlier, in addition to the one stock thing, the game will immediately start. Like the players will be able to move right when. I forgot who it is that's going to be respawning.
Ethan will be
right after
forfeiting the stock.
After Ethan respawns, the game begins.
Got those headphones set up so that way they have comms between them.
And the Great Hall is loading in. Okay, we're going into this match. We're making sure everything's okay. Floater's double checking with Ethan, and we're going to be going into game number 2. Watching out for Ethan to be able to lose that stock, and then we're going to go right into it.
Yep, hopping right down off the edge. As soon as he respawns, touches the ground, we are good to go.
Already going up for those weapons, and everybody's able to pick one up. Okay, leaving off as the game has previously been. Viper going up for that downlight. Sandstorm and Ethan now playing at a stock deficit as if they were before. Viper finds Sandstorm off stage. Axo exchanging some blows with Ethan, and Ethan finding that side lane. He's going to be going into this game number 2.
Oh, beautiful team combo, putting Axo into the orange, almost off the side. Viper trying to clear, give him a path to stage, but he gets caught up himself.
And now Viper having to use that weaker recovery to get back to the stage. Axo finds himself falling to his death. 2 downers, 3 down airs coming out, and Ethan ground pounding towards Sandstorm to be able to help
went for
him.
the save, but is he going to fall to the same thing?
Okay, recovery comes out. Viper finds more down airs. I'm pretty sure almost all the moves that Viper's hit this map, okay, well, except for that nair, has been down airs. And they were able to do so well. Ethan barely being able to recover, and only after being put to yellow to orange, that jumping ground pound, being able to connect Sandstorm as he dodges in place. A good lead coming out here for the red team, and Ethanator has already been put into the red. Axo trying to find some sort of starter onto Sandstorm. He goes for those scythe moves. The neutral sig goes high. If you don't jump, you don't get caught by those flames. That's how that neutral sig works. And so they were able to space around it properly. But Axo falling to his death again. 2 quick stocks being taken out. Can Viper get the return kill on Ethanator? He can. The recovery just barely not touching the stage as the stocks are slightly evened up. But Sandstorm down 1 while Viper still hasn't lost a single one of his own stocks.
I mean, he's been that stock tank for their team all day long. Absolutely. So he's still got 3 left. Sandstorm trying to force him off the side. They know they need to take out Axo. If they do, they have the access to those 2v1 team combos. They can just burn through all of Viper's stocks.
Oh, and there's that team combo that you were just talking about. Viper still not dying to it. Viper finding the guitars, avoids out of the way of that down save from Sandstorm, and now trying for that neutral sig. Okay, good attempts from Viper, but finally Viper gets killed off the top. Sandstorm may closely follow, but Axo is so damaged here, and even though Ethan started off this match with 1 less stock, Axo and Ethan are almost completely even with how the offstage game has been going.
Oh, Viper sniping out Sandstorm, sending him down to his final stock. Ethan alone for a moment. Whoa, crazy up high. That was so dangerous.
Nice recovery coming up from Viper to reposition, puts Sandstorm in a dangerous position. Axo dodges out of the way of the recovery, and Ethan is gone. All stocks lost. It's now a 2v1. Could quickly become a 1v1, but still a stock lead coming out from Viper here, and Sandstorm is just waiting patiently, gets Viper off the side of the stage, tries to take out Axo, but Axo is spacing patiently around the signatures of Mordex. Sandstorm clearly has his eyes on one target, keeps tossing Viper aside with those active frames. Recovery sent high. Viper getting hit by so many of these scythe down airs, and now Axo being sent off stage with the recovery. Can Sandstorm finish it? He can't finish it, and
Sandstorm again just getting sent down into the pit. That's not where you want to be when Viper's the pendulum, just swinging that axe down air.
Oh no, Sandstorm is juggling both of his opponents off the side of the stage. Uses that nair, accidentally active inputs Axo back onto the stage, sends Axo off the stage, but now getting hit to the bottom of the Great Hall. Axo's off stage. Nice falling there coming from Viper. Axo get a rising there, and Axo is ready above him. Sandstorm, can he make it back? He cannot. Game number 2 goes over to Viper and Axo.
All right, so that is the change that they need. They want to take out Ethan quickly, so that way Sandstorm is left alone. I mean, Viper's axe that game was absolutely insane. So many down airs off stage.
It's been insane every game, but it was absolutely integral that he was able to get those down airs off stage. And those down airs, while you're thinking, oh, he's just jumping and pressing down air over and over again, there is so much that goes into those reads that you can't see with the naked eye that makes it look so much better for Viper in this situation, because it is hard to get down air edge guards, 3 to 4 several reads off of jumps, off of dodges on your opponents when they're desperately trying to get back, especially when their teammate is helping them like Ethan did with that falling ground pound.
Yeah, and he even aimed them against the opponents when they were in those little magnifying glasses off screen.
Yes, and that's a skill in itself, to be honest.
All right, discussion coming out from Ethan and Sandstorm. What's going to be the map ban? Are we going to go back to Great Hall? I'd personally like to see a change.
I would as well. We're taking a look at it, and you're correct. You're absolutely correct. Great Hall is banned out. You can't see it on the screen just yet, but they're going into it. You're going to see map selection process happening. Mammoth Fortress, Thunderguard, and Twilight are available, and Mammoth Fortress is most likely what it seems like Axo wants to do, but some deliberations going between Viper and Axo as well. Finally has the decision made. Ethan and Sandstorm staying in the same legends, as well as Exo and Viper. Game 3 is coming up. No strange stocks deficits happening this time. It's definitely just going to be 3 and 3 stocks versus 3 and 3. And a weapon spawn already going in favor of Exo and Sandstorm. Viper and Ethan decided to duke it out with their unarmed, and Ethan picks up the 3rd weapon spawn as Viper remains, getting hit aside by Sandstorm. And being carried off, his jump's actually very low.
Man, Agzo really just wanting to go rotate, help Viper, but Ethan is there, edge guarding. All right, smart reset to the left-hand side, but Sandstorm, the quick rotation.
Viper hasn't found a single weapon yet. Finally gets back on the stage, but only being able to, and this Sandstorm with those amazing signatures, being able to put them into the deep red. Ethan and Sandstorm barely taking any damage here.
Uh-oh, Viper's axe off stage. That's what spelled disaster last game.
Nice recovery coming out, tries to go for that down signature, sends Agzo towards Ethan. Ethan with a very late side stick gets punished by Agzo's recovery, and the hammer, weapon toss primed, charged for a while, actually just stops Ethan in the middle of the recovery, doesn't drift far enough into Mammoth Fortress and falls to his death. Viper not being hit by that recovery, and the weapon toss saving Agzo's life there with that nice job by Viper, and now Viper and Agzo both being sent off stage, and the dive kick will finish it. Is that going to be the double kill for the blue team? It is! The dive kick stops Agzo, and now Sandstorm has had the stock lead while he's in the red.
Rolling 2v1 against Viper, danger off the side. Sandstorm Scythe, it can just rip you out there from mid-stage.
Oh, a nice gravity cancel down stick, dodged out of the way by Sandstorm. Trying to find that down stick finisher, and Sandstorm with the Scythe loves being in that position because he goes for those downlights to catch players as they rise above the stage to get their jumps back. Viper has the guitars, hasn't found the axe too much this game, and Axo's off stage, getting kicked by 2 nairs off the side. Sandstorm trying to get the recovery, manages to make it back, and Ethan has Sandstorm covered. The falling Sarah will finally do it. It's 2 stocks to 2.
That's all right. Now it's 2 stocks to 1. Ethan versus Viper. Ethan can't go down. If he goes down here, Sandstorm, I don't know if he can stand it alone.
The team combo's coming out here from Ethan, though. And a nice side stick. Ooh, falling down airs. Good job. Has Exo off the side of the stage. They might be able to even things up here, but Sandstorm going in for that ground puck. Gets an air right afterwards. Viper trying to... I think he thought Exo had enough jumps. He had a perfect opportunity to save them there, but there's a little bit of a miscommunication between both of those players. It is now 3 stocks to 3, and Viper was quickly taken out. Sandstorm maintained that stock lead between the blue and red teams.
The fastest turnaround I have seen in 2v2 today. That was absolutely crazy. Sandstorm still on 2 stocks.
Now Ethan and Sandstorm fighting out in the middle, and Viper with a nice little neutral stick there, sending them off the side of the stage. Exo's trying to get something started, but Sandstorm's so great with the side, sending his opponent towards Ethan, but Ethan's already taking out Viper. Viper now on the middle of the platform has Sandstorm off the side of the stage. If they can get this KO, they can definitely focus on the Ethan, but the neutral stick is going to send it back into the stage. It's not going to KO at that point.
Yeah, whenever you bounce off the ground, you lose a bunch of that force. Oh no, Ethan going down. And Viper just sniping out this axe. So much damage.
So this was blue team's game until that double kill occurred. Now we've got a 1v2 where if he can take out Agzo, maybe he can fight against Viper. He's been showing some success off stage, but if any team combo here starts, we've been seeing more of them from Sandstorm and Ethan than we have Viper and Agzo, but anything can happen here, especially with Agzo on the sword. Viper sends Sandstorm off the side of the stage. The gauntlets have not been what we've been seeing Sandstorm getting the most success with, and we're already Viper opening up the nice neutral and a down air. Oh, Viper accidentally catching Agzo out of that combo.
Sandstorm definitely looking to take out Agzo. He wants to turn this into a 1v1. He just took the 1v1 tournament, but Viper's not going to let him take the stock here.
Sandstorm catches him out of the ground pound with that nair, and the down seg sets Agzo flying. Sandstorm now has a 1v1 against Viper. Tosses the weapons aside, trying to find his favorite one. There's the Scythe. Viper disarmed, goes for the gauntlets, just knowing that Viper has nothing to work with. Sandstorm on the middle of the stage goes for that D-Light. If he can connect with that D-Light, he can go to a ground pound. Sidelight sends him off stage. Nair, active hitboxes. Sandstorm doesn't go for that neutral stick, and then recovery gets it. Viper sending him off stage. He doesn't have a recovery, but the Slayer into the stage gets a chase dodge. Will the down air come out? Sandstorm has to wait very patiently to get back on the stage. He does. Okay, but the recovery sends him flying. He's still not dead. Sandstorm waiting for a weapon to respawn here. Nice sidelight. The Nair's not going to be able to do it with the weapon toss. Continues the combo. Viper has a guitar. He can go for the down stick, side stick, anything. Doesn't quite connect. And Sandstorm still living down air. Dodges out of the way of the weapon toss. It is so close. Can Sandstorm make this 1v2 work?
Gotta watch out for the Spitfire.
Not connected. Weapon toss is exchanging. Both players are so close to dead. The ground gets it. Viper manages to clutch it out. Such a close exchange between both those players. Viper probably sweating after that one, being like, geez, that was a 2v1. Why was that so close?
My heart is in my throat right now, Taza. I thought for sure Sandstorm was bringing that back, but Viper's clutch factor is just too real.
And with the ground pound, no less. I was like, at that point, they were getting so damaged, I was expecting a Sair to do it.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? That guitar ground pound, it falls so incredibly fast, just zooming down on top of you.
And now a 2-1 lead for EU. looking more and more likely to have that EU Grand Final. Europe completely represented here at DreamHack Atlanta. Brawlhalla World Championship is happening, but Ethan and Sandstorm are not out of it yet. Game number 4 is coming up. They do have one game on the board, and they can potentially take this to game number 5 and losers finals. This is it for grand finals. It is tournament. It is match point.
This is exactly what you were talking about. Look at this. The switch to Mirage.
There it is. They're down 0-2.
They've got the double scythe.
And now a whole nother hurdle for Exo and Viper to climb because they have not fought against this Ethan yet. And the double scythe could be, the scythe is definitely what they're having the most trouble with. You saw Sandstorm scythe in that 1v2. What's going to happen with that fight against 2 of these weapons, against the 2 best scythe players in the world? Exo and Viper are definitely going at it right now. And Ethan and Sandstorm are fighting their own battles. Exo completely destroyed by Sandstorm, and the recovery finishes it down in under 20 seconds. Ethan accidentally connected with Sandstorm here, but it's already looking so great for the blue team.
Man, that scythe, it really just splits you into the 2 1v1s whenever you want to, and Ethan and Sandstorm are the best in the business for that.
Viper trying to find that downer onto Ethan. Has Sandstorm separated. Good nair. Follow-up from Axo. Sandstorm disarmed because of that. Neutral that comes out. And now Sandstorm trying to find that falling sidelight. I would not be surprised to see him toss those gauntlets away to get onto the landing, but the falling Sarah gets the KO. Ethan off the side of the stage. Can Axo and Viper get this confirmed edge guard? No, they just let him back. And now Ethan only in the orange here on his first stock, doing so well in this Mirage. Axo and Viper kind of moving in one, and that side air almost does it. Does Ethan have
He's
the
out
jumps
of
back?
options.
Good job by
giving
Sandstorm.
him the lift.
And he goes right in between Viper and Axo, not ready for that nair, being able to push Ethan to safety. That was the stock that they needed to take, but instead Sandstorm, with some quick thinking, is able to secure Ethan's first stock and hold on to it. And now Sandstorm looking like he's going to be taking out one of the Vipers.
Man, Sandstorm, you do not want to fight him in a 1v1. You will get sent down. He will come out on top. And that's just showing Ethan finally losing his first stock, but Axo deep in the red, Viper trying to give him some coverage.
Sandstorm was very close to being able to lose that second stock there if they wanted to keep going for the edge guard, but they were too afraid of Ethan respawning. But Viper really bringing out the damage here onto Ethan. Nice combo, good neutral light, puts Ethan off the side of the stage. Axo and Viper have control over the stage. Good job by Ethan, but the nair into recovery from Viper puts him even closer than the orange. And the down airs, the Viper down airs, so terrifying no matter what weapon you have him against.
Don't lose your stock this soon, Viper.
Oh, the neutral stick combo coming up from Axo. Ethan was the stock tank, and now he's very close to losing the second one. Axo gets sent off, but a trade immediately onto Ethan. Sandstorm and Viper duking it out, and Sandstorm getting the better half of the trade. Viper tosses that axe down, picks it right back up, and Ethan falls to the nair to be able to put even more damage on the Viper, but no team combo just yet. Axo and Viper working desperately together to be able to secure something onto Sandstorm in the side air. Barely doesn't do it. He still has his weapon. They're switching over to Ethan.
I like Axo on this hammer. He's been finding side air hits left and right, just splitting the opponent team so wide, and each hit does so much damage.
Oh, and the Mirage signatures are being showcased now. Sandstorm gets hit out, though, and Ethan is taking a lot of damage. He was looking so good on the first stock. Sarah into weapon toss. Ethan forced to recover high, using that spear recovery early on, and Sandstorm with the gauntlets is not just working out. Nice sidelight coming out from Viper, and Ethan finds that Sarah. Can that send Viper off stage? Sandstorm trying to get these down signatures to be able to spike his opponents. The Sarah does it. Is Viper down? Is Axo down? They're using each other for support. Axo being knocked up by Viper, but unfortunately bonks his head. That was so cool. They both didn't have jumps, so they were hitting each other with the weakest moves to activate their chase dodges. They just barely weren't able to make it back, and now Viper's in the 1v2, but if he can get right through Sandstorm, he can take out Ethan and possibly make this a 3-1 to have the rematch against Cake and Addy. Sandstorm and Ethan want anything but this, and Sandstorm is doing such a great job by himself. Tosses it to Ethan, but he downlights in the wrong way.
Fighting for their tournament life, and here's another combo, putting Viper off the edge into the orange. Ethan
Viper
with the support.
Going for the wrong player there. Down airs are connected, but Sandstorm is not afraid of that. A few down airs from the axe is not going to be that much, especially when they're both there, but the side connects. Ethan dodges out of the way. Nice sidelight goes for that gravity cancel down stick, and instead Sandstorm ends up hitting Ethan, and Viper misses that side air, but he does not use the active frames there. Just a sidelight to toss him aside. No sidelight, and the falling stare from Ethan puts Viper into kill percent. Can he do it? Sandstorm taking it off the side of the stage. Viper goes high, and the stare does not connect, and now he's on the side of the stage, but anybody is fair game here. Sandstorm has been hit too much. Viper going for that side stick of the recovery. Connects. Viper's not dead yet.
Just over the weapon throw.
No ground.
Recovered safe to the side. Sandstorm rearming with another scythe.
Okay, there's that neutral light, but it doesn't connect to anything, and Viper is working his ass off to be able to get the forward. Okay, weapon spawns. Sandstorm and Ethan on the center of the stage, both holding onto their favorite weapons. A sidelight, and no, he doesn't get it.
Punish, but Viper turning it around.
Does he get the recovery? Does he get the recovery? Okay, downer comes back. Sandstorm and Ethan are still living, and there it is. No, the recovery. This is not enough. Too much damage on the Viper for that combo to work, and Viper going for that ground pound, tosses out of the way. The weapon tosses it down.
The dive kick off the wall. He's got no more options. That's it. Sandstorm and Ethan are still alive. Going to game 5.
Game number 5. The Mirage swap was enough to be able to bring them to Game 5 there. He said the Tori's not working. That's exactly what I was expecting to see coming out of Ethan. The double scythe combo is definitely working out in their favor, and they're trying to make this into an NA versus EU Grand Finals.
Man, break glass in case of emergency to bring out that Mirage. Viper and Axo are a 5-alarm fire.
And now we're going to be going into game number 5. They're talking about this map choice carefully because this could very well be their last. Viper and Axo on the other side doing just the same. These teams are so great at communicating with each other. Sometimes you'll see some teams that are very stoic. They'll just be able to talk to each other where they're like, okay, you do your thing, I'll do mine. But definitely in this case, there's that synergy working together. Viper, however, has been put into too many 2v1 situations so far. Axo has to be able to hold on to this. Now, I say that criticizing Axo, but like in the games that Viper and Axo have won, they've also had Sandstorm in 2v1 situations. So they have to be very careful about the player that's playing aggressively and the player that's playing support. There needs to be a little bit more communication.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where they really shine. You know, Viper and Axo, they need that teamwork to really excel. Sandstorm, phenomenal 1v1 player. Ethan, phenomenal 1v1 player when they were
that
able to
is a
split
serious
them.
frown. I don't think Axo actually feels that bad, but goddamn. That was I can't believe, how can his lips do that? My gosh.
It's the flexibility.
Viper,
you know, that's what lets him
Viper
run.
definitely is way lower tier when it comes to frowning than Axo does. Axo's got those facial muscles going on, I guess. What do they say about that? It's much harder to smile, or much harder to frown than to smile or something. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, it's a bunch more muscles and everything used. At least that's what they say.
They're very clear.
But, you know, it's that kind of flexibility that lets Axo play that front role.
You're right. It's that kind of facial muscle flexibility that allows them to do so well in the aggressive role here with Viper. But Viper and Axo are sticking to their guns. Ethan's staying to the Mirage that he switched to.
I agree.
Sandstorm. And now we've got a, are we going back to the Great Hall? It's open.
There's Great Hall, there's Miami Dome, small Enigma. Sandstorm and Ethan, they really excelled when they were able to split Axo and Viper into 2 separate 1v1s. Even though they have those crazy team confirms, I think the rotation is better on the team of Viper and Axo, and that's what led to their victories early on.
And now we see a slight hover. This is a very big deal. Like I said earlier, this is potentially the last map that they're going to play here at BCX.
Careful decisions
And
small enigma.
The game 1 of Viper and Axo set in winners finals is now going to be game 5 on losers finals. Small enigmas coming out here between these players. Who is going to make it in the grand finals? It's Viper and Axo versus Sandstorm and Ethan, and already the first weapons are going over to Sandstorm and Axo. And Sandstorm goes off the side of the stage. Can Ethan make it through? He does, and Axo accidentally connects with Viper. Not too many damage being exchanged here, and Axo and Viper kind of keep doing team damage with a nice stop. Great team combo starting up there, but Sandstorm takes them off stage, and already all players are armed and ready for battle.
Ooh, Sandstorm just dodging right through. There's a little bit of that team damage going on to Axo, but the damage deficit is going the way of Viper and Axo. They're in the lead.
Axo was a little bit late on that ground pound, but I like the idea. Sandstorm isn't able to get that combo into the recovery that he wants. Ethan getting knocked into Viper, and Sandstorm sent flying, disarmed here. Axo in a similar fashion from Ethan, but Viper has been doing so well with these guitars here. Down sig gets stopped by Ethan's signature there, and now sent off the side of the stage. Axo's trying to do something with the sword.
Almost
Viper
taking out Ethan.
Chasing Ethan, and Ethan ground pounds just to be able to recover, but Sandstorm gets killed for the first strike of game number 5, and sent towards him. Axo with the side sig off of the neutral light. Perfect timing coming out from the red team, and Sandstorm already losing on neutral. The down air for Viper.
Can we get another? No! Scythe recovery getting Sandstorm safely back to stage, sending Viper down. Axo with the support.
And he gets in there to be able to get the chase dodge to get back to stage safely. Viper still on his third stock here. Same with Axo, and Sandstorm taking such a huge beating that sidelight manages to actually KO Viper there, and Axo shortly follows afterwards by Ethan's amazing spear sider. Stocks are evened up 2 across the board.
Sandstorm just looking to hook Viper. No, Ethan sending him up and wide.
I like the recovery from Ethan, puts Viper back towards the stage. Sandstorm doing okay here, but Axo with that falling stare. Doesn't care who he connects it with as long as one of his opponents are being hit. Good, nice little downer for Ethan to be able to toss Viper back on the stage and use the momentum to travel.
Oh,
the down
Axo's hammer is so heavy.
And the Nair takes Sandstorm down to his last stock. Nair sends up towards Ethan. Nice cider coming out. Viper's trying to find something. Dodges out of the way of the down sig in place. The neutral light comes out and the dive kick just barely dodges out of the way from Ethan. Sandstorm going to be able to help his teammate with the down air. The ground pound rather takes out Ethan. Ethan and Sandstorm now at death's door. And it looks like the controller disconnected again.
Oh no, not like this.
I'm wondering if they're going to keep rolling with it.
It looks like they're just going to keep on going. Ethan with one stock, Axo and Viper.
It's definitely a stock traded in both ways.
Yep.
But like if
they're thinking they're getting a ruling over.
If the disconnection happened in the same way that I believe it happened last time,
yeah,
it's definitely not an issue on the setup side. It's just the issue with the controller of the player that's being used. But Viper and Axe are just waiting it out, waiting for the competitive ruling. It looks like they're just being told to play it out.
They're just going to play it out.
Unfortunate. And it doesn't even look like Ethan's getting an opportunity to play it out as they go in for the team combo there. Neutral Sig just dodged out of the way with a stomp stare.
He has
the weapon
3
toss.
stocks to cut through, but so damaged deep in the red, he's at death's door.
And that falling cider will probably just about do it. Weapon toss comes up, and Ethan ground pounds towards the side of the stage. Weapon toss does not quite hit. He's doing a good job of the way with that. Well, and the side stick finishes it as the controller disconnects again. And I think that's going to be Game 5 going over to Viper and Axo. Not quite in the fashion that you would like to see it for an epic Game 5 losers finals, but...
I mean, Viper and Axo had a very clear 2-stock lead throughout the entirety of that last match.
This is true. And even in the previous match when the disconnection happened, they also had a lead as it was happening. Unfortunate for Ethan, hopefully seeing him getting a new controller for next tournament, because my gosh, does that got to be frustrating. It's like somebody that has brings a really fancy fight stick to a tournament for their game.
You know what? With his winnings from 3rd place, I think he'll be fine.
3rd place is pretty good. Not to mention Sandstorm also getting 3rd place on top of his win for the 1v1s.
Oh yeah.
But you know what this means?
Tell the folks at home, tell the folks over in the UK and the EU region what this means.
Marshall, this is for you. Europe is the only remaining region in Grand Finals. We have an EU versus EU Grand Finals coming out. Addy Messick and Cake versus Viper and Axo, the 2 best remaining 2s teams in the world. When it comes to the top 3 teams that I think about currently, when it comes to Brawlhalla, it's Viper, Axo, Addy Messick and Cake, and Boomy and Remy. One of those were knocked out really early on, and what do you know? We have the last 2 remaining here at the Brawlhalla World Championship.
So
for 2v2.
Viper and Axo getting the run back. Now, it was an incredibly intense set in winners finals. Viper and Axo going up 2-0 before Addy Messick and Cake ran it back 3 games in a row.
And it was all off the back of that character swap coming out from the Queen Knight into the Hattori. Mainly is what it was able to happen. He traded off that defense for that movement speed and was able to convert so much more off of Addy Messick's opportunities than he was off of the Queen Knight. I'm wondering if, to order to quote-unquote save time to avoid the threat of a bracket reset, which could go into fatigue, exhaustion, and momentum loss, he'll just start with the Hattori from the very beginning.
I would be surprised if he doesn't do that.
Yeah, I would be too.
And we're going to want to see those smaller map picks earlier on. Probably closing out Great Hall. That's where Addy Messick and Cake were being tossed around by Viper and Axo. When they shifted it to areas like Miami Dome, instant victory.
But we'll be finding out. Yeah, you're right. When they did shift it over to Miami Dome and the smaller maps in general, especially on the Hattori, I'm expecting to see Great Hall immediately just snuffed out. That looks really good for Viper and Axo. Let's not do it. Be able to go to the smaller maps. Let's see what Cake and Addy have in store for us. I heard the Val already, very clearly going over in the case of Addy Messick. We'll probably have a short button check for the players that are coming in, but it won't have to be as long because you don't have to set up Viper and Axo, who just have to stay in their chairs after that amazing victory.
So, you know, they've got to be feeling good, making their way back into Grand Finals. This is another best 3 out of 5 set. However, Addy Messick and Cake coming from the winner's bracket side, they only need to win 1 best 3 out of 5 set, and then they are crowned the champions.
So we could have anywhere between 3 games to 10 games, depending on how well Viper and Axo are playing.
Because if Viper and Axo win this best 3 out of 5 set, they need to win another in order to take the trophy.
But here we go. It seems like we have this button check going on, but with the characters that they actually play, Small Enigma is going to be the map that they're messing around on. But Cake and Addy must seem to be getting comfortable, making sure that everything works out, no controller disconnections.
Yep, Addy Messick just practicing his dash around soft platform.
It's interesting to see that Viper likes to, or that Addy Messick likes to use the headset while Cake does not. He's definitely like Isidru that we saw a little bit earlier.
Oh yeah.
Uses a headset, likes to listen to certain music, some tunes while he's playing, and they're just making sure that everything works out. There's the giant jug of water.
Maximum hydration.
Addy Messick trying to make sure that, wow, that works out. He's like checking the screen. He's like, yep, they can see me drinking this. This is true. But I mean, then you don't have to constantly go for refills. I know I've been refilling the same bottle of water like almost every 2 hours. Why don't I just do that strategy?
You know what? We'll have to ask.
How
How many large jugs does he bring for a weekend?
Oh yeah, he has he opens up his suitcase that he packed and it has no clothes. He definitely just wears the same outfit every day and it's just filled with jugs of water and it's like I need to stay hydrated.
Well, I mean, he brings enough water to wash those clothes every day.
Yes, it's true.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived.
Okay, we got the announcement for photo. Let's listen to it.
Ever at an in-person tournament, we have an all-European.
I don't think that's going to be going out to the stream.
Well, we'll tell you what he's announcing. He is telling us how hyped these Grand Finals are going to be. It is an entire European Grand Finals. Viper and Axo are being announced.
Viper and Axo, the rising stars of 2018. They've been dominating the EU region for the last half of the year. Addy Mystic and Cake, the previous reigning champions of the EU region for the past year and a half, and second place finishers at last year's World Championship.
Game number 1's underway. This is stage striking. And what do you know? The Great Hall's
We're gonna do
open.
a 3, 2, 1 brawl, guys.
God.
Viper and
I'm
Axo
gonna
have
ask you to
that
give
choice
me
to make.
everything you've
And
got.
it looks like they're hovering over it. They have the same idea that we do, which is like, wait a second, I like that map. I like to play on that map. I'm imagining that's what Viper is thinking. But we're going to go through stage bans again. Maybe there was an accident. We'll find out.
Addy Cake banning out.
You ever have that thing where like you're about to pick a map?
Oh, okay. Well,
You have that thing where you're about to pick a map and you press the wrong button and it actually exits you out instead? Or like you
yeah.
accidentally ban the map you mean to pick? Sometimes that can happen. So it definitely
sure.
looks like that they want to go to the Great Hall.
Here we go,
and that they just
guys.
messed up.
Give
Game
it
number
all
1's
you
going
got.
over here.
surprised. If you leave that open for Viper and
Best
Axo,
CBT
that's where you're
players in the
going.
world. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, brawl!
Already opening up a simultaneous Sares from both sides, but they do not manage to connect. Cake is the first one that is armed on the blue team against Axo's sword. Viper managing to find the Katars, has Cake's off stage, and Addy Mystic finally gets his own sword. So much sword battling is going to be happening here in this grand finals, and they got them all off stage. Cake is opting to just stay on and hope that Addy Mystic is able to survive the onslaught of the 1v2 off the side, and the down air is coming out. Axo manages to make it back, that falling there from Viper. So much happening on the right side of the Great Hall. The recovery, they're still not away from it. The chase dodge up, but Cake is able to return with the down air. So much damage put onto Addy Mystic at the very beginning, but nobody is spared from this. The delay recovery killing so early on the Great Hall's upper platform.
Yeah, and just like that, Addy Mystic is down. Cake left in a 2v1 momentarily. He did manage to arm up with those gauntlets, get a little bit of damage, but Axo just there, ready to punish and push him further into his second stock.
Recovery into neutral air coming there onto Addy Mystic on his second stock here. Axo looks like he's going to be the one losing his stock next, but if Cake works on the Viper, maybe it'll be Viper's case. Nice falling Sare, and the recovery from Addy Mystic still doesn't do it. Yes, the ceiling is close on the third platform, but if you're on the main stage, you actually have a lot of room to work with when you're getting knocked up that high. Neutralite's still not going to be able to do it, but Addy Mystic standing in place, just neutralizing over and over again as every opponent comes near him.
Oh, going for the team combo, but Addy Mystic dodging, getting an uppercut of his own. Cake sending Viper out with that hard-hitting spear signature, looking for it again, but Axo not falling prey.
Viper went for a side stick, unfortunately didn't work out, and Cake gets hit off towards the side. Viper is being edge guarded by Addy Mystic, but a nice return recovery onto Addy. Addy was very scared there, but Cake catching Axo, not paying attention to his back, stabs him in it and sends him flying to the death. Okay, Addy Mystic returns this onto Viper. Viper being interrupted from Cake, can't put that ground pound to Addy Mystic, and now stocks are evened up, and Viper took so much damage. He had just lost the stock, and he's already in the red.
Uh-oh, Addy Mystic looking to rotate, save Cake. Oh, Axo getting his recovery back.
Yes, but the recovery hit onto Addy Mystic, and then the chase dodge allowed him to be able to touch the stage. Otherwise, that could have looked really bad for Axo. Cake now responding with his own recovery. So many of these moves happening on the upper platform. Addy Mystic choosing to control center stage, still not losing the second stock, and Viper has an opportunity to get onto Addy. The Sare does it. Can he get the down air onto Cake?
The double?
Cake
No,
gets
Cake
the recovery.
surviving. Still stable, still alive. Axo knocking him back to the left, getting just under that weapon throw. Viper really looking to just secure this stock. There's the axe. We've seen Viper do so much damage with it before, taking stock after stock.
Cake going with the recovery. Viper returning on to Axo. Viper sent flying. Second stock lost here. Addy Mystic can't save Cake there as the trajectory puts him down on the kill percent as well. Axo is the one stock tanking oddly enough here on the Great Hall for the first time, and Viper's got to be feeling pretty good about that, but Viper sees his teammate being put into the red. Cake still not touching the down, getting interrupted by that weapon toss that would have connected and KO'd Axo if it finished.
Addy Mystic going to look, trying to confirm something. Oh, Axo off the top. He's down to one stock now. A little bit of a power play against Viper. How much damage can they build before being sent out?
There's one there, but the recovery does not follow suit. And now Viper getting the double recovery onto Cake. Addy Mystic unarmed by that falling Sare. Axo trying to do his best to support his teammate as he side sticks to safety. Down stick being put in the middle of the air, but Cake is doing so many of these delays recovery assists, but Addy Mystic gets down stick to his death very early on. The 1v2 between Cake and Axo begins, and Cake has been doing so well on the Satori so far. Nairs and dares all over the place. Viper being put into kill percent. If he can find that gravity cancel neutral stick, something onto Viper to be able to finish it off. He can have the 1v2, but the side air does it. Two weapons being tossed off the side of the stage.
Too
and
much, the
simultaneous
double ground pound.
Cake managing to make it through everything, however, dodging out of the way of Axo. Axo has to recover to the other side of the stage out of risk of being taken out by Cake, and Cake somehow miraculously making it through all of that offstage pressure, holding on to all of his jumps. That weapon toss is not going to be able to do it. Viper being very scary there on the side of the stage. Weapon toss into nothing. Isn't going to be able to KO Cake just yet. And the down air, double down air. Goes for the neutral stick, doesn't connect, and Viper doesn't punish. Downer from Cake. Goes to the side stick, he gets
Wait
it.
a
Cake
minute.
has the 1v1 sideline.
a
Weapon
minute.
toss, uppercut does not connect. Nair from Axo trying to get down onto Cake. Can't find it, but Cake has made the impossible possible. Side stick does not connect, and Axo cannot find that gravity cancel down. Like the recovery drops. Cake doesn't bounce off the downer into a recovery. He can get this 1v1.
This is incredibly tense. Sword versus sword. The cider, not yet enough. Axo still surviving. Cake going for the edge guard. Can he find it?
He doesn't. Axo touches the side of the wall. He's just waiting for him to get his jumps back, and he dodges at the same time. The neutral light sends him flying, and still not enough. Cake tosses his weapon aside, picks up the spear, goes to the pogo stick. Axo gets down to the
off the
stage, and he does
side.
it. Cake gets the 1v2 comeback against Viper and Axo. Are you kidding me?
Clutch. In game 1 of Grand Finals, they are now just 2 short games away from being crowned
And
world
that's such
champions.
an important win to get, because by all means, Viper and Axo had that in the bag. But Cake
yeah.
made it look so good. There was a moment where off stage where Axo and Viper were ground pounding at the exact same time in 2 different areas.
The ballet of brutality.
And he weaved between both of them, made it back onto the stage, and still got the KOs. Amazing play coming out from Cake here, who I'm kind of having trouble figuring out why he didn't show up in 1v1s if he's playing this well today in 2v2s, but that's not the point. 1v1 tournament is done. Sandstorm's winner of this, and in 2v2s, he's looking like he wants to become the champion here at Brawlhalla World Championship at DreamHack Atlanta. Cake doing so fantastic in that last game. We rarely see 1v2s of that caliber succeed.
I really just love Cake's usage of the signatures. He scored so many KOs way earlier than you would expect. That side spear from Hattori, it comes out incredibly fast on that initial plant. Way faster than you would expect.
And I'm thinking about it, but like without the movement speed from Hattori, would he have been able to weave through his opponents as well as he did on Queen Nai? I'm not sure, but it doesn't
That's a
look like
huge factor.
We're not going to be finding out here as we're going back onto the Great Hall. Cake and Addy up 1 game against Viper and Axo, and already 2 neutral lights on opposite ends. I would be. It's moments like those where I'm almost expecting them to say, screw it, we're just going to hit our opposing teammate and we'll work together to make this team combo work. But they decide not to do that as all the damage has been distributed evenly across the board.
Cake, no stranger to 2v1s, having just done that.
Oh.
Happy to fight off the side, but he has the support of Addy Mestic this time. That side signature just spiking Axo out.
Yeah, Axo trying to go for a ground pound of his own, getting knocked out of the side of the stage there. Addy Mestic sent flying high. Axo trying to get that finisher, but still doesn't have a weapon, finds a sword. But Addy Mestic is perfectly fine finding these side airs. Oh, and he tries to get the neutral, but Axo doesn't get knocked back far enough. Addy Mestic, however, not finished by there, and that neutral stick still doesn't KO Cake.
You know, he's only medium well. You got to cook him a little bit further.
These weapon tosses coming out, and Addy Mestic recognizes he doesn't have the jump there. Okay, recovery, still not taking out Cake. I would be surprised if Cake wasn't Queen Nai right now with how long he is living here on this Hattori. Weapon toss comes out. Axo goes in for the stomps. Stocks are completely even, but Axo's taking a little bit too much damage here, and Cake is still managing to survive a great weapon toss. Viper going in for that recovery, and he's still on his 3rd stock here, but Axo is taking such a beating that he might have to fight a 1v2.
Oh, getting ripped
There we
down
go.
by Axo's hammer recovery. Cake finally losing his stock. Viper, the last one to go down. But Axo is also deep red and against Addy Mestic and Cake for a brief moment here.
But the ground pound from Axo. Can Axo get the offstage edge guard on the Cake? Addy Mestic trusting Cake to be able to make it back, but that ground pound at early percents is super terrifying. Recovery comes out, still doesn't take out Axo, and now Viper's got the guitars. Cake almost comboing Addy Mestic, but instead manages to take out Axo on the way down. A solid stock lead for the blue team,
much
and
damage.
that's a ton of damage on the Ragnar.
I mean, he immediately went into the orange. Viper's going to have to do a great job of protecting Axo here. He is down on his final stock, and we've seen what Addy Mestic and Cake can do when they're left to their own
But he's got to be
devices.
careful because if Axo's not getting the focus, okay, good Serum. He's able to snipe him out there, but if Axo's not getting the focus, that means Viper is. But a great team combo there. Nair finisher, Addy Mestic unarmed. Goes for that slide charge. Neutral sig doesn't quite connect on the Addy Mestic, but a Nair into recovery on the Cake. So much damage being put onto Hattori. Oh, that combo accidentally down airs Addy Mestic into the perfect position for Viper to down air him. Addy and Cake are now on their last stocks, and Viper and Axo take the lead. Axo's still not touched, even though he's been on this last stock longer than anybody else.
That kind of extension is what's going to lead to their victory. They're absolutely going to have to focus on that. Cake focusing on Axo, really just wanting to push that advantage. Viper finally going down. Power play momentarily. Axo doing a great job staying above any attempts.
And he got a down air and a nair for his troubles. Not punished at all for that 1v2. And Viper putting up that down signature. Manages to send Addy Mestic offstage unarmed, and Axo's looking for that finisher, that final blow. Addy Mestic goes up to the top of the stage. Viper gets a good recovery on the Cake. Axo finding so many hammer nairs in this 2v2, which is an incredible amount of damage. Falling Stare does it in the 1v2 for Cake once again, only this doesn't look nearly as realistic as the stop stare comes out. Axo says, not again, Cake. this win is ours. Game number 2 goes over to the EU Dream Team of Axo and Viper, and we're going to game 3 in Grand Finals. No chance for a 3-0 shutout this time.
Absolutely not. Not when Axo is playing the hammer that amazingly well. You know, I mean, you can trade blow for blow, but that hammer is doing so much damage per hit, and Axo knows exactly where to place them.
I'm wondering if Cake and Addy Mystic are willing to let the Great Hall stand anymore, because that last game definitely was clutch by Cake, but you can't rely on clutch factor every game. There's a reason why you call it clutch. We're moving on to a similarly formatted map, but not quite the same size. As we go on a small enigma here in game number 3, and Cake and Addy are still sticking to their legends. No Queen Nine swap back, and Viper is just going in unarmed. Cake took so much damage here, and Viper still has yet to find a weapon. There's the axe, and Cake finally finding some return damage as Addy Mystic ground pounds Axo off the side of the stage.
Bunch of sword damage. Cake really just weaving in and out, finding a ton of hits onto Axo, pushing him deep into the red.
Ooh, that side stick is spaced out properly by Axo. He gets a nice little slide touch punch. His Cake off the side of the stage. Can he come back to dare? Not spaced quite right, and Cake is able to get his jumps back with a nice dive kick.
Almost
But 2
went
dive
for
kicks
the
in a row.
turnaround,
The down
but
air does
no!
it.
Viper denying getting the turnaround of his own. That axe down air is absolutely devastating.
He tries to go for a downlight recovery to be able to finish off Axo, but it does not convert. And now Cake is being taken in the skies by Viper. Addy Mystic sends Axo off to the side of the stage to support his teammate. And Axo finally goes down. Can Viper manage to hold on to the stock long enough to be able to secure the lead that he currently has, as stocks are very close in this situation? Nice chase dodge off that nair, but he ends up getting hit by Addy Mystic. Falling stair dodge out of the way, but the neutral light comes out immediately afterwards. Viper makes it back. Axo taking a little bit of the focus on the downer, doesn't kill Addy Mystic just yet.
Viper taking to the skies. Oh, charging that signature, looking to anti-air Addy Mystic, but he did not bite.
Neutral stick connects. Viper goes flying. Addy holds onto his first stock. Axo off the side of the stage. Dealer recovery. The weapon toss. He gets him so early. Axo on his last stock in game number 3 within under a minute and 30 seconds. Addy Mystic now continuing the onslaught with that nair. Puts in that side light. That sider rather hits both Axo and Viper accidentally side sticks his own teammate. Axo off stage. Ground pound just barely dodged out of the way, but Axo so close to being able to die here as the downer. Ground pound connects.
Gauntlets
Ground
on the
pound
edge.
on both opponents. Cake finishes off Viper. Can they finish off Axo? Oh, Viper makes
Cake
it
just
back.
returning to the scene of the crime to finish off Viper, sending him
And
to
then-
his last stock.
Okay, Cake does get taken out by Axo off the top of the stage. Addy Mystic very quickly finished afterwards, but so much damage was on Axo there as he very rarely was able to make it back to the stage. Cake and Addy are looking very good here as they finally got off that map that we were talking about Viper and Axo like so much.
Axo deep in the red, sent up. That's going to be it. Addy Mystic and Cake 3 stocks to 1. They've got the 2v1 advantage, and their confirms are historically amazing.
Now, Cake looked good in that 1v2, but Viper looked good in the previous 1v2 that we saw him in, but already taking so much damage here down air. That neutral eight was tactical. Put Cake in a position to be able to damage Viper even more here as Viper goes off to the other side of the stage. No weapon swap so far. I would like to see Viper switch to guitars if he has to weave in and out of 1 to 2 players so often, but he seems to be perfectly comfortable with the axe.
Oh, with the back end.
Okay, the recovery ends up getting that back end spike, but Addy
he got hit out of his recovery. Just touched the bottom
Cake.
corner. Got the turnaround onto Cake. He's rotating, trying to finish the job.
Wait, Cake ground pounds on accident. Okay, the ground pound coming out from Addy Mystic. I thought it was an accident, but Cake was very well aware of how many jumps they had left. An amazing bait. Cake went low to get Viper to get hungry for that KO. It's like, if I get rid of Cake, I can win the 1v1, but unfortunately for him, Addy Mystic was completely aware of what his teammate was doing. He was able to secure that game number 2. And look at that zoom in. Addy Mystic is getting hydrated.
Needs to drink his metric weight in water every single match.
That is what you do to become the champion here at the 2v2 tournament for Brawlhalla. Viper and Axo definitely need to be taking notes. Where's their giant jug of water to be able to keep themselves hydrated? Look at that. They must be exhausted fighting against these 2 players because this is some high-octane Brawlhalla action.
Absolutely, because with Addy Mystic's gauntlets off stage, it was just ground pound after ground pound. He did so much work just chipping away at Viper and Axo's stocks.
Now this is surprising. We're going back to Small Enigma. Will Viper and Axo make the adjustments that they made on the Great Hall to be able to solidly win here and take it to a Game 5, maybe even a bracket reset? We'll find out very shortly as Viper's already going in here, both on Axo and on Addy Mystic. Cake with the sword trying to find these neutralites. Cake and Addy are very stacked, and it's a little bit dangerous, but they managed to separate an amazing combo onto Axo there to be able to put him into the orange, but Cake has already taken a lot of damage. That dealer recovery
right off the top, just enough!
Early Small Enigma, one of the smallest 2v2 maps, definitely not working out in Cake's favor there as he was able to be killed off of the top in orange. Now Viper and Axo are fighting Addy Mystic off the side of the stage. Viper getting down there by Addy, goes for such an early ground pound, and Viper, not aware of his jumps, falls to his death. Cake off the side of the stage with Addy. Addy accidentally almost killing Cake, it seemed like. And Viper with an amazing turnaround there. Addy Mystic falls to his death, and Axo and Viper take the lead here in game number 4.
It's a very tenuous lead, though, because, I mean, Adamestic and Cake, all it takes is one quick confirm. I get so nervous seeing Cake up near the top of the screen there. Yeah, and we have to be careful, because when Agzo has the stock lead, he's the one that loses the stocks the fastest out of Viper and Agzo, and Viper already taking a little bit of a beating there. That side stick didn't do it, but if Agzo gets hit by another signature, that'll definitely be it. And there's that side stick finishing off Val's signature, unique in the sense that where it hits is dependent on the terrain that you interact with, is able to send him flying. Viper recovers back onto Cake. Cake's so close to the top of the map where you said it was very scary for him previously. Ooh, good confirm, just a little weapon throw, some extra damage, sending Viper off the right-hand side. Looking for the edge guard, but Agzo just aggressing into the pack. Cake and Adamestic are now fighting off the side of the stage. Viper falling with that down air, tries to get a down leg to put Cake towards the top. A recovery will definitely do it, and Cake goes flying. Last stock for Cake here in game number 4. Viper and Agzo feeling pretty comfortable. Delayed side air. Weapon toss, can he get the ground pound, the down air, something? Cake goes in for the ground pound onto Agzo to be able to support. So close to being able to team it. Viper, use that ground pound. Can Cake go for it? No, the nair connects and stops Cake from being able to get that edge guard on the Viper. Sends him towards Adamestic, but Adamestic gets the down air, and it actually combos into Viper while he's hitting Agzo. Recovery comes up, but no. Addy. Oh, the save!
Good save.
Perfect by Cake.
But Agzo with the return KO. Okay,
nope,
Cake
he's
makes
safe.
it back. Amazing recovery coming out from Cake here, and Adamestic is trying to finish off Viper for the side air. Takes out Adamestic's second stock. Bragner is dominating, and Cake gets Viper off the top to shut him down almost immediately. Agzo, still the stock take, trying to get this KO onto Cake, but Viper so close to being able to take out Adamestic. Okay, stock's evened up. Viper on a fresh
Cake on
stock.
the edge, he's rotating over, getting the 2v1. No! Surprise! Signature! Teleport up.
And now Viper has to be very careful. Adamestic and Cake want this, but Cake falls to his death. That is amazing for Viper and Agzo. That is exactly what they need if they want to be able to take this to a game 5, because if they lose this match, they are out, and Addy and Cake now have the 1v2 once again, and Addy's got to be careful. He touched, I don't think he has
that's going to be it.
He definitely hit his head on the bottom of the stage, recovered, didn't drift back to the stage. One downer is all it needed, because he didn't have any jumps or any dodges left. Some unfortunate offstage flubs from Addy and Cake at the very end.
That's just how synchronized Adamestic and Cake are. You know,
so
one bonks their head, the other will.
It's like, hold on, I got you, bro. I do the same thing, see? It's not just you. Game number 5 is coming up, and what a important game 5 this is, because if Viper and Agzo win this, they reset and another best of 5 occurs, because Adamestic and Cake have not dropped a 2v2 set all weekend, but this could very well be their first one. As we see the trend is, we go to a new map, they win game 1, they lose game 2. What map are we going to now? I don't think it's going to be the Great Hall or Small Enigma. Cake and Adamestic need a refresh in scenery.
Well, we've got 3 left open that we haven't really seen before in this matchup. I know there's Miami Dome on screen. Shipwreck Falls.
Oh God! If it's Shipwreck
well.
Falls, that might be the closest game.
I can't imagine.
That might be like
it's
the fastest.
It's got to be Mammoth Fortress.
If they go to Shipwreck, it will be the fastest game of the day. It is Mammoth Fortress, the classic go-to map pick for potentially the final game of Grand Finals. Viper and Agzo are trying their best to reset this against Adamestic and Cake, who just want to be able to take the win and go home to claim themselves as the 2v2 Brawlhalla World Champions. Here we go. Weapons being found, and Agzo finds the sword as well as Cake.
Ooh, nice little team confirmed.
So much stacking there with the hitboxes. So many players being hit by the same move over and over again, and Agzo's taking so much damage. Viper's got Adamestic off stage, but already the red team is so deep into the orange. Nice recovery, hits both players. So much. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on here.
I mean, it's the scramble, just hitting back and forth into the signature, almost off the top corner of the screen. They're looking to finish the job, hunting Agzo. Oh, Viper coming in to just split the pressure.
Agzo and Viper are finally getting a breath of relief here, but so much of that damage with team combos in the favor of the blue team. They're now holding on the center stage, just waiting for Agzo and Viper to land back onto the platforms. Neutral Light does a combo with the down light. Cake gets the weapon toss, has Agzo and Viper both off the side of the stage. Wall slips, happens to with the ground pound, connects. Viper off the side of the stage, no edge guard. Oh, the nair interrupts the recovery onto Viper, but he's so damaged that the side six sends him flying to his death. Cake and Adamestic have a 2-stock lead over the red team here, and Agzo's on the side of the stage. Can he get the return KO? No down airs. Cake manages to get the recovery, and Viper goes for the recovery, and Cake does
not
a KO.
Yet enough. Too much distance, those diagonals, it's a little bit more screen to cover before you get knocked out, so you can usually survive if you get sent that way. But Adamestic can't survive down at the bottom, and Cake almost soon to follow. Yes, that dive kick is going to secure it.
Evened
amazing
up like nothing.
Move by Viper.
Viper and Adamestic and Cake, Adamestic, Viper, and Agzo all in the same amount of stocks.
Look at that conversion.
Adamestic in the sky, Viper accidentally recovering Agzo.
Just getting right underneath Cake, all this damage, bouncing him off the ground.
Cake and Addy still fighting in the center stage. Neutral Light towards Cake. Nice neutral conversion. Amazing team combo in the middle of all this hectic fighting. Viper was not able to help out Agzo there, and that gives Cake and Addy a little bit of a lead in the side stick.
spiked on down. And
Oh,
the
the
weapon
weapon
throw
toss.
snipe. That's the double. Addy Mestic,
That's
ladies
more
and
of what I was
gentlemen.
talking about, that side sig on Val's sword. Unique in the sense that if you use it off the stage, no terrain, it creates that spike hitbox that connected in the weapon toss, killed Axo as he was trying to save his opponent, or save his teammate rather. Now, Addy Mystic stared to the side of the stage. Viper and Axo want to even up things so quickly. The down air hits him. Cake can't get in. Addy Mystic falls to his death. Now they're going to switch targets. Cake already the target of Viper there as the sidelight connects. Stomps. Sarah says Cake flying. Will Viper go for the finisher? Cake manages to recover, and Addy Mystic taking so much damage, but manages to make it through. Nair in the scoop does not connect. Nair, okay. Viper manages to make it back. The sider says Cake
Not
flying,
enough.
but not enough yet.
They're really hunting Addy Mestic. They want to leave Cake alone. They want to ask that question, can you clutch the 2v1 again? But I don't think Addy Mestic's going to give them the opportunity.
Oh, the dares and the Vipers so brutal here. Okay, there goes Cake. If they can give Addy, this is it. This is their chance to be able to get this 1v1 win. The ground pound interrupted by Viper. Addy Mestic breathing inside, bleeding. I should not be alive. And on the sides it goes. Viper is taken out, and Axo is by himself.
Man.
He is carrying his teammate. The ground pound comes down. Can he make it back? He has his dodge. He dive kicks back to the stage, and Cake is holding on to the ledge for dear life. He does not want to let back up. One pogo
That
stick.
pogo
Go down the down.
gets
stick,
through the
ground
cloud,
pound.
turns around the ground pound.
Double ground
Cake
pound.
still alive, still surviving. Resets to the other side. Addy Mystic going for the edge guard. No, Axo dodging around
He
perfectly.
picks the weapon. He picks the weapon that spawned on the very edge of the stage. The light Sair sends Axo off, but that's not enough yet. Addy Mystic is on the side. He tossed his gauntlets away. Cake goes for the edge guard. Weapon tosses. That could be enough. The dodge is there, and they're too afraid to take the risk.
Axo so down with that ground pound.
Cake
That is
and Addy do it.
They are your 2v2 Brawlhalla World Champions.
Cake and Addy Mystic finally break the second place curse that lands. They win themselves their first land, and this is the Brawlhalla World Championship. Look at Addy Mystic. He is in disbelief. He has done it. They have won for EU. Finally, we cannot say that Brawlhalla is a North American dominated game. Sure, maybe in 1v1s, but in 2s, it is clear that Europe is the dominant region.
I mean, just look at that. Such a dominating performance. I mean, we've said it time and again for the past year and a half of Addy Mystic and Cake. The premier 2v2 EU team up until these past recent months. Viper and Axo certainly putting in their work, throwing their hat in the ring. Fantastic performance. They have to feel proud. But Addy Mystic and Cake taking back what they wanted to do last year. They took second place. Now they are champions as they're destined to be.
And one of the most deserved wins of all the teams that I've ever seen played. Cake and Addy Mystic have done very little in terms of teammate swapping. We've used to see Viper with other players like Ariel, but when it comes to Addy Mystic and Cake, that Addy Cake is just a team composition that doesn't change.
I mean, you cannot mention Brawlhalla 2v2 without mentioning Addy Mystic and Cake.
Congratulations to Addy Mystic and Cake once again for becoming the Brawlhalla World Championship 2v2 winners. It is so exciting to be able to see them succeed, especially over here in DreamHack Atlanta, not even on their home turf.
Gosh.
Amazing performance. Sandstorm once again, also the winner of the 1v1s. What an amazing weekend. Brawlhalla has been, it's been so exciting.
Whew. I cannot wait to just go and watch through all this footage again.
Oh,
all
yes,
of the matches have been
absolutely.
absolutely insane. The top level play better than ever before.
I think that we're going to be going into the award ceremony for them pretty soon.
Ooh,
And
yes.
so here's the thing. You might be thinking, oh, the Brawlhalla World Championship is finished. We're done with Brawlhalla for the year, and that's not even the case.
Oh, no.
No, we've got another DreamHack tournament coming in 2 weeks in Sweden coming up. So you're like, what? What is this for? It's because Brawlhalla is not ending in 2018. We're going to have even more competition coming into 2019. And to continue on that reign of tournaments, please look forward to the next event that we've got coming up. I think it's on November 30th. It's the beginning of December is when DreamHack winter is going to be happening in Sweden.
Oh, yeah. So, all the hardships that were broken here, those grudge runbacks that everyone wants, they won't have to wait long to get their shot. But they will have to wait till next year to steal the trophy back from Addy Mystic and Cake.
Congratulations to Addy Mystic and Cake once again for becoming the BCX champions. I cannot stress enough how amazing that is for Europe because of how they've been looked at. Like we said, the last major EU victory was back at Combo Breaker when lands for Brawlhalla had started.
Right, absolutely.
Yes.
So the history of NA dominance has come to a close. Addy Mystic and Cake, the heroes, bringing the trophy back to the EU region. I see Foda setting them up on stage, and that's where they're going to be doing the medal ceremony.
Congratulations to Ethan and Sandstorm once again. Sandstorm winning once, but being able to be the rookies they are and showing up in top 3, representing NA being in a 3rd place. Viper and Axo making it so close to the bracket reset. I was excited to be able to see them make it work, but unfortunately there was just a little bit too much. All of those players, no matter what happened over the games, were so clutch in the 1v2s that you can't say that it was the enemy team fumbling or failing in their 2v1s
Absolutely
because of
not.
how great they are. That's just how amazing those players were at being able to maneuver around 2 opponents at once. It was
that
so
clutch
much fun to
factor.
watch.
I
And we
mean-
got so many 1v2s. I think there was one that extended past a few seconds in every game.
Oh, easily. Easily. Once you get that one player down, I mean, yes, they've got their back against the wall, but they are longtime players. They've been battle hardened. They do not fluster under pressure.
I think that we're getting ready to go into the award ceremony. We got Photo on the stage. I can see him right now.
Yeah, I see V getting some nice shots of those 2v2 trophies before they start handing them out.
And I think we'll be wrapping up here pretty soon. I've been Tazza.
I'm TWK.
It's been an excellent time being able to share with you guys everything that's happened here at the World Championship.
So exciting.
And Brawlhalla is only going to get more fun. I'm trying to think, what was the weapon that was announced? Remember the actual...
Yeah, we showed off the new weapon
We gotta talk about
and
that.
the
For
next
anybody that missed
legend that it's on.
And if you want to recap what that is, you can tell them what it is and they can look for it online. Go for it.
Yeah, you can find, we put out a little trailer. We even had some matches going on earlier today. It is the Orb. The new legend is Dusk. He's got Spear in the Orb.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but Foda's got the medal ceremony.
It is my pleasure to announce to you the top 3 of the Brawlhalla 2v2 World Championship. In 3rd place, Ethan and Sandstorm. In 2nd place, from Sweden, Viper and Axo. And in 1st place, your Brawlhalla 2v2 World Champions, Addy Mestic and Kay. Get up here, guys, front and center. And here's Matt Woomer to present the check for $25,000 to the 2v2 World Champions. Give it up for Addy Mexican Cake and your Brawlhalla 2v2 top 3 teams in the world. Thank you guys. You all deserve it. All right, guys. It's time for some raffles. We got a bunch of Astro gear for you. We've got a lot of it. And we're going to give it all away right now. Give me 2 minutes to set it up. I'll be right back.
All right, so congratulations to all the winners. That is going to wrap it up for the Brawlhalla World Championship this year. Congratulations to Sandstorm for taking 1v1s. Congratulations to Addy Mestic and Cake for taking the 2v2 championship.
What a weekend it has been. One's champion, 2v2 champion, BCX has been phenomenal. This entire year throughout DreamHack in a series has been phenomenal. Brawlhalla is looking so good now that it's on all these different ways to play, consoles, everything going on. What a fantastic time it is to be a fan of Brawlhalla, and it's definitely the best time to become a fan of Brawlhalla if you are watching this at home for the first time or here at DreamHack Atlanta.
So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you everyone who came to the event, offered to help, even just helping anyone in chat, helping anyone in the community. Brawlhalla Esports works because of you. We cannot stress that enough.
But with that, I think we're going to be wrapping it up here at DreamHack Atlanta for the Brawlhalla World Championship. Look forward to more Brawlhalla in future DreamHack events. But I have been Tazza, and this has been TWK, and we will see you all next time.